satisfy the requirements of the. So that is actually an innovation. So innovation needs critical thinking, design thinking. It has to bring out a better idea. Now let's discuss about the mapping of definitions of innovations. There are different criteria which you have to consider for mapping the innovations. So first of all, we have to understand the problem. So when you have a problem that can be a simple or a complex problem, just understand the problem statement. You have to do a research or a detailed study of your problem. Then only you can go for solutions. So your innovation can be a useful business model. That innovation can be existing, but it may not meet the user's needs. So you have to work on that. So some of the existing methods are not meeting the user's requirements, user's needs. So you have to work that and do some alterations and changes to make it work for the people. It can be a problem solving. Your problem may be a complex. You have to work on the problem and find a solution. So that can be a simple problem solving also. And of course, you have to apply creativity to solve the problem. That's what I was saying. Innovation needs a better idea, creative idea, where you have to put out a lot of critical thinking, design thinking, and so on. Not only bringing out an idea, you have to apply that idea and bring out the solution. So this is very important for innovation and invention. So we need that. There are a lot of innovations and in the inventions happening. How are we are using that? See, for example, drones. Let's have an example about drones. You guys all know about drones, right? So drones would have been invented for a different purpose, maybe for a simple photograph or a video recording. Now, the drones are used everywhere. So drones involves mechanical engineering. It involves electrical circuit to control. So there are different departments connected with drones. You need mechanical person, you need electrical person, you need computer science person, because you have to handle the software. If it's a drone where you have to do live recording, and you can use image processing and artificial intelligence to find out who the people are appearing in the camera. So a lot of disciplines are required to join together to create a drone. So finding a drone is just a simple application. But how far we can use that drone? What are the different uh, domains the drones are used? The drones are used in the military to identify uh, the trespassers in the borders and so on. You're using the drones in wedding to record videos. If you want to study or do research about a volcano or about a sea, where people cannot go and find out what's really happening, so you can use the drones. So during COVID-19, lots of drones were circulated to find out how people are, what is the status of the city. So to record all the information that is used in journalism, televisions, and everywhere. There are different applications. So bringing out a solution to a problem, how far you're thinking on different dimensions and putting that into actions. So that can be taken for various domains and disciplines and applied everywhere to find out different patterns of solutions. So problem can be one. You can give many solutions, and those solutions should be useful. When you invent something or innovate something, if there are no impact, and what is the purpose of innovation? So every innovation should create a stronger impact. There should be a difference between the whole problem. Suppose you're working on an existing product, existing idea, and you're bringing out a solution. If you're working on a different idea, if the existing system and your system are similar and same, what is the purpose of doing and working on a innovation? There are no innovations happening. So there should be a stronger impact when you are working on your product or on your idea. The impact should be always higher. It should create some solution for the problem. It should give some usefulness. So there should be an impact in the innovation. This is a real-time example in the real life innovator's dilemma. So every time the product performance and time, you can see a simple graph here. So we have the product performance and time. So over the time, the product performance increases, changes. So earlier, we had this kind of vehicles wherein we will be using animals, we have tires, and this performance and the demand in the market. And later on, we started using cars. These are basic models of cars, right? So because of the sustaining of technologies and disruptive technologies, the changes were happening. Motor engines were introduced. And now we have a lot of advancements in mechanical automobile industry. We have very advanced cars, very advanced locomotive systems, the fastest train, the fastest jet, the fastest car. So where did it start from? So the start or the initial stage was a very a simple method where there were no fuels. They were just using the wheels for locomotion. And later on, they used animals and they started working on motors and engines, and petrol was used. And now we have e-bikes, electronic cars, and so on. We have Tesla cars, which are autonomous car. You need not have a driver to drive the car. So here, the artificial intelligence is used, and these cars are completely autonomous. It can be used in the traffic, it can carry people. So it is already tested. So in real time, it is working. So see the technological change. In day one, this change is not happening. It takes a lot of time. So the performance and time goes hand in hand. Increase in performance requires increase in time. Over the period, there are a lot of changes happening. So this is not going to happen all of a sudden. So this is actually having different phases, different steps, different levels. So that is what technological innovation is happening. Very quickly, you cannot bring innovations. It needs a lot of research. It needs a lot of steps and different phases. So this example on the screen shows how the different phases are happening in life that can be for innovation, for any idea, for any product, or for any domain. So this you can apply in the field of computer science or in the medicine field. We know earlier how the hospitals were, how the doctors were, and now what is the advancements and treatments happening. Computer science is used in medical field, medical industry, where robotics are used for assisting in the surgeries. We are using augmented reality, virtual reality, artificial intelligence in Internet of Things, and so on. A lot of technologies are used in the field of medicine to assess surgeries, to detect diseases, and to counsel with patients, especially during the COVID pandemic. In order to treat patients, some countries were using robots, especially to distribute the uh, pills and food to sanitize people, and so on. So there were a lot of technologies used in the field of medical industry that were not invented or innovated in a short time. It took a lot of years. The progress was increasing, which has a lot of phases in it. So let's see what are the innovations and how the innovations are taking place in to the point. So your innovation should improve the efficiency. There should be a positive progress in inculcating a better idea or a better method. Hence, you can call it as a better method. And your innovation should enhance communication. It should be easy information access. If you're having a method or a solution to a problem, if it is not understandable by the people, what is the advantage or what is the use of bringing it? And if it is not readily available, let's see. Let's assume India was having a lot of polio attacks earlier. Now it is not there. So if you just check the census, the polio attacks are very minimal. You can just count in numbers. So it's because they had a solution for polio, the medicine was found, and that person wants the medicine should be available, readily available for all the people. So in such a way, he thought and brought, he put it in action and brought that medicine and he made it available for everybody. So it was easy information access. So it was easily readily available, easily accessible for all the people in all over the world, all over the country. So this is one type of this is a basic thing that is required for innovation, and this should render you some support and help in a new business. Everyone are doing business. Why only some people are successful in business? Because we are applying some new innovations and new trends. We know that Uber is not having an office. Uber was started with a single car. So now they have lot of connections, lot of network. Okay. So every innovation started in a very small manner. So that has to give some uh, better ideas. So Microsoft products, there were a lot of products available in IT industry. Apple was in peak, Mac OS was in peak. How Windows and Microsoft were successful because they were concentrating on graphical user interface. So they want people, all the people in the world, to understand and use a computer. You nowadays you need not, uh, you know, go for any trainings and courses to use the computer. The basics. Only you should understand certain words, a little bit English. You can easily access the computers and smartphones. Most of the people started using smartphones, whether they are literate or illiterate, whether they are English, whatever it is. So a person, in order to use a smartphone or a laptop, need not to be a computer science student or a computer science faculty or a computer science researcher. Whoever it is, it can be a doctor, it can be a teacher, it can be a mechanic, or it can be a shopkeeper. All the shops, they are using computers for billing. Should he go for a course or a training to print the bill and invent all the details in the inventory? That's not required. A basic understanding, a basic terminology that he has to know, so he can do it. So at times he can do self-learning also. So in such a way, the informations are very helpful. And of course, technology saves time. If you want to do a billing, let's assume you're standing in a queue, a bigger queue. You have a lot of products in your basket that's in a supermarket. If the billing person is taking a paper and writing all the data, let's assume you're buying some kilos of sugars. So sugar 5 kg, peanuts 1 kg, dal, it's again 2 kg. If you started writing in a piece of paper and calculating all the values and looking for the cost of each and every product, checking the product and finding out the cost and entering into the paper, and then he has to calculate it, total it. There are some situations where you can make mistakes in totaling because that is a human error, human nature. So if you don't have a technology, that think about the time that you are wasting in the long queue. Wherein now there are barcodings, there are RFIDs where they just simply scan on your product and the billing is done. Billing is printed, it is automatically calculating the values, and you can pay them out. Even now, Amazon has tested that you need not go and stand in the queue for billing. Just take a product from the shelf. If it is in hypermarket or a supermarket, take your basket, go find your product. So whatever the product you're putting inside the basket, that is automatically billed. And when you come out of um, the shop or the hypermarket or the supermarket, the products inside the baskets alone will be billed automatically. The amount or the cost will be deducted from your credit card or a debit card, and that's it. You can take that basket directly to your vehicle, and shopping is over. You not stand in a long queue. You not wait for the billing person to bill each and everything and print the bill, wait for the money, get the change, wait for the change. That is all not required. Just simply pick out all the products in the shelves, in the racks, put it in your basket, and that's it. Your billing is already done, and the payment is automatically deducted from your account. So this is done because of IoT and artificial intelligence. This is all advancements happening. So technology saves a lot of time. Of course, it brings people in close. So earlier when I was doing my school, there were no WhatsApp. I could not contact any of the people. So when I started my career as a faculty, if I wanted to circulate some information to the students, I have to wait for an email. And many of the students don't have a laptop or a phone, so they cannot check emails. They have to wait for it. So when I wanted to inform something to a student, I have to better call them. So that was tedious. Nowadays, we just post. If you want to inform something to the students, you have a WhatsApp group, just post it. If you want to share some data, we have a lot of technological advancements for Google Classroom to share the material. So even when you're at home, if you wanted to interact with your students, join a Google Meet, create a classroom, post some content, give some assignments, you can do it. For conducting exams, you need not go for a seminar hall or for a classroom. You use a proctor method. There are some softwares for proctoring. Ask the students to create a login, and you can conduct exams. Okay, so it brings people close, and of course, technology saves cost also. It's an one-time investment where you have to invest some money for the technology. Once you got it, you can save a lot of money. When you save a lot of time, you can save a lot of money. And of course, it gives competitive edge. It allows for innovation. The technology does not stop for, at a point of time where it incurs innovation again and again. There are more innovations carried out. As I said, it involves a lot of phases. So innovations happening every time, every minute, every second. There are always updates happening. So earlier when we were trying to use Google Meet during the COVID time, it was different. Now Google Meet has got a lot of features, a lot of new things. You can control audio, you can mute the audio of participants, you mute the video of participants. You can you can fix with the participants, number of participants. You can record the meeting. You can change the background. There are a lot of options now added. So some attendance marking also can do. So these things were not there when Google Meet was introduced. These advancements and new plugins were added uh, day by day when based on the requirement and feedback of the customers or the users. So of course, the decision making also can be done faster when you have this technology and innovation. So why we have to do this? Why we need the innovation? So previous innovations are replicated. Innovations create new value and profit, and it margins get squeezed. That's why we need it. That's why we go for innovations. So now let's look into the steps and innovation process. We have to watch a small video. Let's watch a small video.
In the Intelligent World 2030, digital government adapts to people's livelihoods. A dynamic and multidimensional labor force, blending human insight with robotics, AI, and more, becomes a key factor in production. People's focus shifts beyond material wealth, and digital means achieve digital equity and fairness, as well as taking control of the metabolism, the very health of the earth. New connectivity, new computing, new ecosystem. These build the foundation of the Intelligent World 2030. New connectivity. G-based communications technologies enable ubiquitous connectivity and all-domain perception. New computing, from silicon computing to optical computing and quantum computing, from all-flash to DNA storage. An open computing ecosystem enables pervasive intelligence. New platform. The ongoing accumulation of industry experience into a converged digital platform, which can be inherited, ultimately enabling digital innovation in all industries. New ecosystem. The SAPO-based collaborative ecosystem provides more comprehensive customer-oriented commercial solutions. Welcome to the Intelligent World 2030. Intelligent, green, and resolutely people-oriented.
So your world is going to have a lot of innovations happening in the next 7 years. So now we are in 2023. Think about 2030, where there are going to be having a lot of innovations in terms of technology in different fields. That can be agriculture, a business, or medicine industry, education industry, can be anything. There are going to be a lot of technological advancements. So the innovation step starts with inspiring, where you have to inspire a problem and have to work on the solutions. The second one is you have to involve yourself to finding out the solution for that particular problem. This is the second step. And third, you have to work on the design. So whatever the problem is, you have to sketch on the solution and create some designs that can be helpful to understand your problem in a better way, because we know pictures, images gives you a better view. And whatever the methods you have to try to adopt it and give an appropriate solution for your problem. So these are the important steps in the innovation, where this innovation should connect people. So we were talking about connections in technology. It has to reach the people. That is called as connection. So whatever you're working, that has to reach the people. That is connection. That is the fifth step. So computer science is designing computing devices and programming them. It can be a hardware or a software, or an electrical device, or an automobile or a mechanical device, or whatever. This computer science is going to be a part of all the technologies, all the methods, all the disciplines. So hence we can use this computer science in various domains and fields. It has a bigger role in life, human life, to play in our daily routine. So we know cell phones has replaced a lot of things. We don't have an alarm clock. We don't have a watch to check the time. We don't have radio now. We don't want a television. So all these things are available in your phone. If you want to watch a video, use your phone, not the television. If you want to listen to a song, use your phone, not to a radio. If you want to set the time and alarm yourself, just use the phone. If you want to measure your body temperature, if you want to measure your steps, number of steps that you're walking daily when you're going for a walking, All these things, you want to measure your heartbeat, all these things you can use your cell phone to do it. A smartphone is doing it. So it can be a computing device. Only thing is you have to use it in a proper way, in a better way. So just look into the image given here. So this is a device that can be added on you. It can be a headband. This headband can be worn. You need not have a cell phone to look for navigation system. Just wear this headband. This will connect you to find out the route. So the Google Map or whatever, the navigation system, it will tell you where you have to go. If you're going for a new city, maybe you're traveling to a different country, you don't know where the places are. Maybe for a project or for job or for a trip. It can be a travel trip. You want to explore the country. Just wear the band. This band will take you wherever you want to go. So this is a better navigation system. It will be a guide and support when you are a stranger in a new place. So what kind of devices that you have to work for? There are a lot of problems happening in your daily life. If you want to find out a solution using a technology, you can think in an innovation manner. You can apply your ideas and bring out the solution. So everyone would have thought it definitely in your life. I wanted to bring a solution for this problem. I used to think. So if you wanted to bring a solution to a problem, just innovate it. Okay. So it can be in any field, any domain. It can be arts or science or game design or movies or whatever. There are a lot of fields. I mentioned only few fields here. There are a lot of fields and domains. It can be of any field. So if you wanted to help, you can use these computers and you can find out solution for the problem. It can be a connection. So see the simple example. You have your house, the smart home sensors. So in your house, if you wanted to sit somewhere, maybe you're sitting in the living room, if you wanted to control your bedroom, if you're upstairs, if you want to check what's happening in the kitchen, if you wanted to check who is at the door or in the car, you can find out who's standing outside. He can be a good person, he can be a robber, he can be a thief, he can be a murderer, whatever. You can sit in your place and find out who is standing. You can respond to their questions. He can be an annoying neighbor. You need not go and stand in front of him and answer him for the questions. Just sit inside and interact with them using the voice system or the CCTV camera. High-end computer vision can be used. So you can do all these things by connecting all the systems using the Internet of Things. So the technologies can be helpful really for your daily routine, daily life, and make things simple. So if you wanted to solve a problem, maybe if you want to solve a crime, be a cybercrime officer. So there are a lot of cybersecurity problems happening, cyber crimes happening, cyber threats happening. So in order to secure information, you can help. So this is one type of technology where it involves a lot of innovation, where you have to work and find a solution. Definitely that's going to be very useful for the people. So a lot of digital threats happening. Yeah, from bank accounts, there are many money laundering are happening. Monies are being stolen. Digital values are being stolen. So the cybercrime, if you work and find out a solution, that can really help people. Another example, if you want to become a model, just look into this computer, design it. You draw a design in a computer. In what way the dress should be, just give print. That computer will connect to an hardware, and that actually prints a complete dress. Okay, you can see on the system there's a design. The same design is printed here on the cloth. So the fashion is very simple now. In the same way, you can design a car, a house, anything that can be available in future. So to interactive media, there's always a change in innovation happening. We could see it. So what is technological readiness level, TRL? Every time there is a change happening in the technology, that is not going to be a simple change or a sudden change. That involves a lot of phases. You can see different phases. It can be research or development and deployment or whatever. So it has to start from the first level in finding out a solution for a problem where it involves innovation. and you go for step 2, 3, and so on. There are different steps. You have to develop, work on it, and finally you can go for deployment and make it available as a product for the people. Now let's look into the different levels for technological readiness. There are 9 levels we have. The first level is the basic research, where you have to do a basic research for the problem and find out what are the technology is required to formulate. That's the second step. And third step is you will find out the proof of concept, how well the technology can help you to find out the solution. And fourth is it going to be feasibly available, feasibly implemented? And the fifth step is what are the other technologies can be used and how you can develop or improve your status. And the sixth step is viability, whether it's viable, the product or we are working or the innovation you're working, and how far this commercially can be made, the commercial transition you have to check. And finally, you can technological demonstration, you can do it after deploying. And the last step, once you complete all these things and ensure that your product is fine, your product is having some better idea, your product is having some usefulness, and it can be used for the people, it can be available to serve the society, make it commercial, and that becomes a product. Your idea becomes a product. So that involves, that has to have some innovations and inventions. So from idea to a better product, it involves a lot of steps. So this scaling of TRL, technological readiness level, has a scaling of 1 to 9. A quick and small video to understand the technological readiness level.
Technology Readiness Level, TRL. Technology readiness levels are a method of estimating a technology's maturity. So, what are the TRLs? TRL 1. The basic principles are observed and reported. To help you understand in simple terms, I'll use the example of a tire. So one day you're playing around in a lab and it hits you. You come up with a new synthetic rubber compound. You report it and start investigating. Well, what's next? TRL 2. This is where invention begins. The basic principles have been observed, so practical applications can be formulated. In the case of the rubber, this rubber could be used for vehicles' tires. TRL 3 is the proof of concept. Analytical and laboratory studies are required to see if the technology is viable. The rubber is tested for strength and forming capabilities to prove it's suitable to be made into a tire. TRL 4, laboratory testing of a prototype component. Here, you test the rubber to see if it has appropriate wear characteristics. TRL 5, laboratory testing of the integrated system. The rubber is used to construct a prototype tire and tested on a wheel. TRL 6, a prototype system demonstrated in an operational environment. The tire is mounted on a wheel and tested on a rolling road. TRL 7, the design is virtually complete and tested in a real environment. At this point, the tire is tested on a vehicle on the road. TRL 8, proven to work under its expected conditions and certified to be used. The certification will allow the tire to be used on the road. TRL 9, the system has successfully proven to function and is ready for commercial deployment. The tire has been tested through a life cycle to ensure it is safe for use. Above TRL 9 is introduction to the market. The product is launched commercially. These are the technology readiness levels brought to you by.
So these are the different levels. We saw with an example how a tire, earlier the tire which are just wheels made of stones, wood, and so on, the progress has happening. Now we have the technological advancements from petrol engines, from motor engines, diesel engines, and so on. Now we have e-bikes and so on. So this is how the process technological change is happening. So these are the innovation drivers, how it can increase your competition, bringing advancements in technology, change your life, workspace, and increase the customer's expectations and become globalization. So this is the future predictions for innovation and future innovation. So we know where there's a will, there's a way. That was an old saying. Where there's a will, there's a way. Now where there's Google, there's a way. Because the navigation system. So wherever you're traveling, you need not worry about the routes and navigation. Just rely on Google Map, which will help you to direct you to your destination. So this is a technology which we are using in our daily life. So there are a lot of changes happening in Google every day. There are new Google products. So Google Meet is a new product 3 years back. So there are new products happening in Google, new plugins, add-ons are happening in Google. So that's a real-time solution that gives you user satisfaction. So this has innovation and technological readiness changes happening. We know ChatGPT. So it is an open AI. So I hope you would have used the ChatGPT. It gives problem for all the solutions. So this is an application technological advancement in artificial intelligence. So to conclude, the technological changes happening every time. That is not going to happen all of a sudden. It has a lot of phases, a lot of changes, a lot of levels. We have to adapt. We have to be compatible, understand it, and travel with the technology, and ensure to make those technology useful for your life, that is for our life and for people life. So service can be going hand in hand. To serve others, to serve ourselves, we can bring out solutions for all the problems and make use of the technology and build a better nation in future. So thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers who have given me the opportunity to share a bit of information in this conference. Thank you very much. And thanks to all the participants for their patience hearing. If you have any questions, you can ask. Thank you. Over to the organizer.
Thank you, Dr. Vignesh, for your comprehensive exposition on technological readiness. Your insights into the evolving innovation landscape were truly enlightening. I request Dr. Preetham Singh to present a digital token to Dr. Vignesh.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have the privilege to hear from Professor Sandeep Gangrade, a distinguished academician from SAM Global University, Raisen, MP. Professor Gangrade's intellectual prowess extends over 23 years of teaching, industry, and research experience. Today, he will delve into a thought-provoking topic, printing inks, the silent killer. We anticipate an eye-opening exploration into the less discussed aspects of our everyday life. Over to you, Professor Gangarde.
Thank you, madam. First of all, a very good morning to all of you people present over in this conference. Okay. I am very thankful to the organizers for allowing me to give my talk on the topic that is printing inks. Okay. So, sir, shall I start the things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, what the time I am having with my
45 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. So, without wasting time, I feel that I should talk to you people related to the things what I want to deliver to you people. Okay. Today I have chosen my topic for the printing inks. I hope that all of us are being aware that about the printing inks. Okay. But some of people just think about printing inks as just being a printing inks, nothing else. Okay. Since from our grown up, we are in continuously touching with the books. Okay, so since from childhood we are touching inks by our fingers, and directly indirectly we are licking the inks. Okay, and what the printing inks are, they are the highest carcinogenic agents. The components, the material which we are using in the manufacturing of printing inks, they are highly carcinogenic in nature. Okay, and one of the most fascinating and the devastating facts about the things is like that it is one second industry globally which is creating a huge pollution all over entire globe or all over the world. Okay, and in our Indian continent or in India, we are not having any kind of specific parameters related to the components what to be used in inks. Okay, I personally got so many troubles by these factual things, and after going through that, I decided to go have a deep research on that particular field. And I have written more than 5 to 6 papers in this field, and some of my contributions has been directly gone to the concerned authorities, and they are planning to formulate some rules and regulations related to the manufacturing and related to the use of the inks. Okay, this is one of the part which I want to discuss. The second part is the users. Users means we the people, we are using the inks. Okay, similarly, there in our economy, the printing industry comprises of billions of turnover in the year annually. Okay, there are so many peoples from lower scale to the higher scale, from lower industries to the higher industries, those who are dealing or directly indirectly dealing with the manufacturing or processing or printing, because we are actually developing economy, and the printing plays a very important in overall development of economy in all the aspects whatsoever it is being there in. Okay, so again, thinking of just a printing inks, it's not a just printing inks. We'll have to discuss so many aspects, we'll have to discuss on so many topics which are directly or indirectly involved in the industry. Okay, so saying the topic, it's not related to only manufacturing process, it's not related to only the user process, it's a continuous process. I just want to recall all of you that if I'll ask all of us that what the technologies we are aware of the printing therein. Okay, some of us says ki yaar, we are not aware of, only we are having information related to only one or twice of the printing technologies. Okay, but the market has been changed drastically from last 10 to 15 years. There has been enormous changes in the industry. Now everybody wants a fast and quick drying inks, and if we want to have a fast or quick drying inks, then what the major thing is, we'll have to use the solvents. Okay, and all the chemistry fellow knows that solvents like thinners, who are alcohols, okay, they are very highly injurious to us. They can create huge number of medical problems to each one of us, directly or indirectly. Okay, so my duration of working on the printing inks, I visited so many printing ink industries, those who are manufacturing the printing inks, or those who are involved in publications of materials or printing of materials. Okay, so when I visited there, I have seen that there has been no norms related to the use of solvents there, or related to the problems they are facing. They are facing the problems, but they are not aware of anything. Okay, they are not aware of the things that why the problem is being there. I have meet with a person more of age, you can say 50 to 55 age. Okay, and when I am talking to him, he is continuously coughing or woofing. I have asked him that why the problem is being there with you for that particular purpose. He told me that may be possible due to the changes in the climatic conditions I am getting this problem. Okay, but when I have visited the industry, then I have seen that the problem is not due to the climatic conditions. It's due to the solvents which they are using, because they can mix with the air, and the person either using that area or belonging to that area, they all are breathing the solvents. Okay, so this is creating a problem to them. I consulted one NGO and we have done their complete CBC, that means complete blood count test, and the results are very drastic to be known that the person is having so many troubles in the blood sample, and he is not aware of that why the trouble is being there and what for the trouble is there. Okay, so I suggested them that what the parameters they can use to overpower or to lessen the problems therein. Okay, they have welcomed me over there. I have given them some suggestions. They have initiated the things over there. Then the problem slowly is going to be eradicated. But again, we will have to educate our society, educate our users, educate ourselves that what we will have to do. Okay. Similarly, when I have visited there, I have seen that the major problem is the time. Okay, either if we are going for having some kind of visiting cards or some kind of marriage cards printed over there, okay, then what we expect from them? No, we want it from today or we want it tomorrow. We want a fast printing, sir. You will provide us the fast printing so that we can distribute it to the concern on the time. Okay, so I feel that every time when you open a marriage card, okay, or a greeting card or visiting card duly printed, you always, we all of us have always known or seen that there has been a very peculiar smell. Okay, and in continuously touch with that, then what will happen? Okay, giving one more example to you people, all of females in our homes, they are using thinners for the removing the nail polishes, or we are using the thinners for cleaning of the materials or for the dry cleaning purposes. Okay, what the thinners are ultimately, just taken an example that if anybody in your family is using the thinner, then obviously you will feel it completely that something mishappening is there, or some specific type of peculiar smell is there, and you will feel not from your skin, you will feel it from your nose only. That means you are inhaling that particular solvent, and the solvent is going to mix in your body through air or something else. Clear? So when I talked with all the persons therein, I feel that there has been a very need to educate the persons that you will have to wait for the thing. And I have discussed the problem statement with you, but what the solution statement is? Okay. So, in the same way, if we will go to the printers and we will ask them that, okay, you will take your time, okay, in delivering the things to us, then they will use the not the organic inks, they will use the natural inks. What the difference between natural inks and the organic inks is, natural inks are not quick drying in nature. They will take a little bit time to dry out. Okay, but when we will move further more, then they are very less, you can say, less harmful to us as well as for all of the users. Okay, so again, this is our duty. We can do the things in a proper way so that the system will develop in its own way. If we will pressurize the printer, or if we will pressurize the system for the fast drying inks or the fast working outs, then obviously the person will use more solvents. Okay. And if we think about the environmental conditions, then obviously the use of excessive solvents is very, very harmful for the environments also. Globally, if you will search anywhere, then you will just think that what the contribution printing industry is going or giving in creating environmental pollutions. You will see that at the start of my talk, I have already told you people that printing industry is one of the most industry which is creating heavy pollution all over across the globe. It is the second industry which is creating huge pollution, environmental threats. Okay. And we people are not aware of the things. Generally, we talk related to some of the water problems, air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution. But what about this? Okay. This is related to each and every one of us. Taking a very simple example, again, I am briefing you people. Suppose there has been a gathering of more than 50 people or more than number of people in a space. Okay. In that room, if I will spill out the thinners, then what will happen? It will equally impact each and everybody present in that room, irrespective of his health or mental conditions. Okay. It will equally harm all of the persons, but the reaction on the body, it may be upon dependent upon the person's health hygiene. Okay. So saying this particular thing means that all of us are combinedly or individually getting hurt from these all of the solvents or all of the solvents which we are being using in the inks. That is the one part. Okay. Moving to the other part, the demanding changes. Okay. Now the person demands a very big or very high glock inks over there. Okay. Printing ink all over, you will see, my dear, you are seeing the printing. I request you to just see nearby you people. You will find so many things are there which are through which there has been use of printing over there. I'm having a register in my hand. The main page is being again printed over there. It's very glossy in nature. That means metallic inks are there. Daily you people are reading newspapers. Previously the newspapers comes with only black and white. Now what you are seeing there, everything is colored over there. Means again there has been a huge amount of inks using in these platforms. Okay. And what they are using, they are not using the eco-friendly inks. They are using or they are mixing the inks with heavy or carcinogenic solvents through which they can get the product in a very specific time. Okay. And all of us want a high glow with a low expenses. Okay. Low expenses means, again, low expenses means that person will have to acquire for the higher machineries. And my dear friends, in printing industries, still there only since from the introduction of the printing technology by Gutenberg in approximately 1805. Later on, the development being done from in the China, they are using some blocks printing over there to tilt it. There has been enormous changes, but the technology of printing inks has not been changed very drastically. Reason behind that thing, all of you people know that the industry is being, to set up an industry, you required a very huge amount of investments over there, because the cost of the cost of machinery is very high. It goes in crores of rupees. So it's not a feasible deal that if I have started a printing industry using rotary press printing mechanism, and I will introduce some other mechanism over there, how it can be possible if I have invested so huge amount in that particular industry. Okay. So we will have to develop a process in respect to the things what we are having at present. Okay. Why the problem statement has not now become the more crucial? Reason behind that thing is the printers, they don't want to change. Why they don't want to change? Because they have already invested a lot establishing the industries. They have invested a lot in establishing industries as well as procuring of heavy machines over there. Okay, so what they will have to do, they will have to manage all the things therein. Okay, so only the part which we can do is to educate the persons to safeguard themselves against the harmful impact of inks or solvents, to educate and impact us, that is the society, to take care of all the things whatsoever we can do. Okay, saying a very simple example, if I will say to you people, daily morning we people wake up in the morning. Okay, and how many of you people are there, those who wash their hands after reading the newspaper? I feel none of us will do like that. Okay, but just think about the things, that is the industry, is the inks what you are touching, they are the safe? We are having a nice cup of tea in the morning along with the toast, along with the biscuits, or along with the breads, or everything what we are doing. Okay, but what ultimately we are doing, we are consuming the inks directly or indirectly. Okay, and you can say that the portion which we are consuming is very low, but my dear, every day we are doing that thing, na? So ultimately the problem statement is very big, though it is not discussed anywhere in the society, though we are not taking care for the things in the society, but the problem statement is again there. So we all will have to take initiative for that. We will all have to educate the society. Okay, generally I feel that whenever you roam here and there in the market, or we are eating some samosas or something else, or in the morning breakfast, what you have seen, that they people are serving the things in a newspaper. Okay, and we are taking a high advantage of the things, like it's very delicious, yeah, but what the again we are taking along with that samosa or along with that poha, what you are taking in, you are taking in, or you are consuming the inks also. Okay, so again the things is therein, the thing is like that ki we will have to be live with that particular problem statement. Okay, and we will have to changes ourselves, we will have to educate our society to have some better solution for that, so that we can have time. So during that time we can develop some new processes, we can develop some new ink concepts, so that it can be worked out. Okay, since from my working last from 6 to 7 years in the field, I am continuously working in development of printing inks as well as the development of printing technologies. I have met with a lot of printers or the companies which are manufacturing the machineries also, and we are discussing them to have a better solution for the things. And I'm glad to inform you, all of you people over this platform, that we have formulated a very good type of ink which is actually 100% natural in nature. Okay, and we are using vegetable oil in manufacturing of that particular inks. Okay, so it's being a very, you can say it's my work that I am developing that particular thing. But again the problem what we are facing is the quick drying process. We want to make the inks in a very quick drying manner. So that is being a very big challenge in this industry, to formulate or to develop that ink. Okay, through my work I have done a lot of research in this field, and one of my research has been published in international journal also, and there has been a very good comments from there, that yes sir, we can do the things in that particular way also. Similarly, one ink manufacturing industry, a very big manufacturing industry, they have consulted me, sir, that we want to develop ink as you people are doing, as you people are saying that we will have to develop this particular thing. Okay, I have write to the government of India also, that we should have some measures, or we should have some regulations for manufacturing of inks there, as well as along the use of solvents there also in the inks. Okay, so I am continuously being in touch with a lot of NGOs, and through them I am educating the persons, the printing industry, the printing houses, those who are dealing with the 24/7 working on the printings. Okay, there are huge number of houses there in that. So this is the problem statement we'll all have to discuss. Okay. Similarly, one of the major impact of this problem is in one more aspects also, that is the recycling. I hope that all of you people are aware that it is again being a very big problem statement for us to recycle the paper. And what the biggest problem in recycling of paper is, what, my dear friends? It's related to the only the quality of recycled paper what we are getting there. Okay, so again the problem is about the inks. Okay, to justify my statement, I am asking you to just take a simple example over at your home only, taking help of your child's or your brother sisters, so that we can educate them also. Ask them to soak a bunch of papers, that is newspapers, in a water. Okay, it will convert to paper pulp in a short period of time. Okay, ask them to soak a fresh paper, okay, a fresh paper, a white paper, in a water. Then you can see that there has been a lot of difference between the color properties of a newspaper, in which there has been lot number of inks has been used, in comparison to the white paper pulp what we have got afterwards. Okay, so in recycling of paper, again the major problem is related to inks. Okay, what we will have to do, that is the again major problem. And my dear friends, when I started working on this, I am very glad to know that so many societies, so many industries, they are consulting to me, ki sir, what the problem we are facing and what are the solutions for that particular problems. One industry from Nepanagar, they have consulted me related to that, ki sir, we are facing a lot of troubles in getting the paper recycled, as the quality of paper, recycled paper we are getting, it's not up to the mark as we are using. So it has been seen that, just think about the things, that if when we are in the schools, then the cost of copies is just, you can say, 5 rupees, 10 rupees. Okay, or just don't go very far away, just think about 2-3 years ago, the cost of copies is again 15, 20, 25 rupees. Now if you will go to the market, then what is the cost of the copies which we are getting borrowed for us or for our children's also? It's being, you can say, just doubled out in the last previous 2 to 3 years. And if the trend will continue, then what will happen? Again, think about next 5 years, it will cross just thrice or fourth times the cost. If the copy is coming in 2019, it's being 25, now it's being 50, in 2025 or 26 it will cross 200. Okay, again, when we talk related to the recycling of paper, then we will have to talk environmental conditions also. We will have to talk environment. Deforestation is the major problem which we are facing nowadays. And what the deforestation is done for? Okay, it is done for industrial uses of woods also, as well as for the manufacturing of papers also. Just think that manufacturing of paper or using of trees for other purpose, what the major part is there? My dear, the major part is for the manufacturing of papers. Okay, so just think that how a simple problem statement is going to be get resolved or going to be get consulted with so many spares of the things. That is the real problem statement. Okay, so again, when I meet with the peoples, I educated them that not to waste paper, not to waste a single piece of paper, my dear. And through this platform also, I request all of us to just take care for the things, not to waste a single pinch of paper, not to waste a single pinch of paper. Okay, try to recycle the things. Generally, what we think that what we can do in this matter? Yes, we can. We all of us can do the things in the matter. Suppose you will meet with any hawker who is serving food on a newspaper. You can ask him and educate him that what the health problems they are causing. What the problem that it is causing to the person, those who are directly consuming that ink, directly or indirectly. Okay, and that is, you can say, a silent killer. Okay, the inks are the silent killer because none of us are aware that what the problem is being generated and how to resolve that things. Because again, if a problem means to only for the one person, he can resolve the things, but this is the problem which has to be taken care from all of us, not from a single person. Okay, all of us will have to take utmost care so that we can resolve the problem and we can better formulate the things so that our future generation can be safe about all that things. Okay, similarly, I have taken so many things in my talk. Like if we start with that, we have discussed with individual health policies, we have discussed with the alignments, what the printing inks they are creating in ourselves, in our body. Talking with the recycling of paper, we have taken another aspect, that how it is being creating environmental problems to us, how it's being a challenge for us to develop a new technology for recycling of paper. Okay, again, recycling is a process which has been taken in consideration maximally by all of us in all of the spheres. Okay, suppose just think that municipalities or nagar nigams, what they are doing now, they are recycling the garbage, they are recycling the solid waste, they are recycling the liquid waste, whatsoever being taken from there, and through the process of recycling they are generating the CNG. By selling that CNG, they are generating the profits. Okay. So just saying now the garbage, it's not a garbage, is not garbage. It's a recycling process. And we are making profit from garbage. Okay. Similarly, if we visit any kind of categorized market, which whatsoever in your area, you will see that there has been a lot of market, billions of market for that particular recycling process. And in recycling process, again, the recycling of paper contributes a very, very big amount of area in that particular thing. Okay, because this is a thing which is being generated daily from all of the houses. Okay, suppose you have opened a soap case, then again what the things is, the cover is again the paper. If you have open a toothpaste case, then again the covered paper is the paper, either in the form of cardboard or in the form of a pure paper or in the form of the fresh paper. Daily if you write something, daily if we are getting the printing inks to be used through printers, we are using a fresh paper, but after getting printed, the fresh paper is fresh? No, it has been gone wastage due to the incursion of inks on that paper. So whenever that particular stuff goes for a recycling process, obviously there has been a problem in recycling of that particular concept. Okay, so again, this is another important aspect that what we will have to discuss or what we will have to do furthermore to rectify the problems. Okay, being a researcher, all of us always searches for the new fields to be gotten researched, to be worked out with, so that we can do something best for the society, something best for the environment, something best for our nation, so that we can utilize the maximum wastage. Utilization of wastage is more important as concept as compared to something else. Okay, because what we think is wastage may be possible that through some scientific things or through scientific problems or through scientific thinking, we can use or we can create a huge impact on the society related to that. Okay, so this is one more aspect. Another aspect talking to the problem statement is related to the one's health. Okay, even when I have visited so many industries, I have seen that there has been no kind of, you can say, educating to them that what the inks are and how they are getting harmful to them, how they are creating problems to them. We are just using, or the person therein, they are just consuming the inks, they are just using the things. They are just using the solvents, heavy solvents, volatile organic solvents, but they are again not aware of the things that what we people are doing. Okay, simply example, if you will ask your family members that do you know that what the thinner is? Okay, I hope that all of us knows that what the thinner is. It's a highly volatile compound. Okay, and it has been highly used for sedation also. You have seen that so many of number of people are taking sedation for that particular thing. That means if we will be continuously in touching with the solvents, okay, obviously they are creating some kind of health problem to each and every one of us. But again, we are not aware of that. Our family members, like our female members in our family, they are using the nail removers. Okay, I am seeing some of the female faculties over here also, those who have joined over there. We are using the nail removers there in the, okay. But what have you ever think that what the components of we are using? They are highly volatile in nature, my dear friends. Okay, and we are using very heavy chemicals in manufacturing of inks. Okay, suppose you have seen that there has been a two type of packaging available in the market. One is very simple in the black and white content, and the other one is very attractive, using huge colors, using very attractive colors. Okay, so what we are using in a plain packing, we will not take that. Why? Because it's yaar acha nahi lag raha, ye acha nahi lag raha, it's not looking good. Okay, but when the packaging is good, then obviously arey why, if the packaging is very good, then obviously the product is very good, we'll go for that. Okay, but there has been a huge difference between black and white and colored inks. If you are using high glossy inks, then what the thing is you are using heavy metal inks over there. You are using heavy metals over there. We are mixing the metals in there. Okay, and during my course of the talk, I have told you that the recycling process is there. Okay, so what will happen if we will have that corrugated box to be get recycled? Okay, so along with that inks, the heavy chemicals again mixed there in the water. And what the industries are doing, they are just swallowing, or they are just lefting over the wastewater to the nearby lakes or ponds or in the rivers, again contributing heavy huge amount of high chemicals or huge amount of heavy chemicals to be gone there in the pond or lakes or in the river bodies. Okay, there has been no norms in our Indian government or in our printing industry related to the what we can say proper disposable of wastage going on from the or getting out from printing industry. Okay, again saying very simple example, you can do one thing. It's a very simple example, even you can try it at home, but you will have to take a very care about performing this experiment. Take a very simple corrugated box over there or any kind of paper over there and normal paper over there, and apply some thinner on that paper. Okay, you try to burn that particular piece of paper. Okay, please take your dissertation in doing that particular experiment. You will find that the paper which is being coated with the thinner, it got instance, you can say it's got instance fire. Okay, and it will get more fast burning as compared to normal paper. Okay, that means what is happening up, it is creating it's being a, why this problem is being there, because the flash and fire point of all the solvents are being very very less. Okay, so when we use these solvents in the manufacturing process or printing industry, then due to the continuously moving of the printing parts or moving of the plates, there has been a huge increase in the temperature. And when as soon as the temperature will raise to that particular point, if we will if we will use the solvents, then again they can easily be involved in the air, and we breathe the things to them. Okay, so just think that what it's being a very very big and drastic problem to all of us. and we are not aware of the things. We are taking it कि यार ठीक है ना, चल रहा है, सब जगह चल रहा है. We are not having any kind of problems. Okay, just think about that. Our fathers, our forefathers, they are still very healthy in nature. And if we think about ourselves, then again, we are not in that much health condition as our fathers or forefathers are there. Okay, so if the thing is at that time, then what about our future? And why the problem is coming, my dear friends? It is again coming not due to the unhealthy living of ourselves, not due to the practicing of all the healthy practices what we are doing, but it's coming due to the problems of which we are not directly or indirectly connected with us. Okay, suppose taking a very simple example to brief you all about the what I want to say is, if your residence is near to a printing industry, okay my dear friends, if it's your residence is near to the printing industry, then obviously you will feel the same amount of chemicals as the person who is working in the industry. You are sharing the same air atmosphere with them. Okay, so it is creating the same problem to the person directly involved therein, and as well as with you people. Okay, to explain you more in the concise way, just think, if you are moving in a very green area or you are moving to the very hilly area, then obviously sorry, everything is there. But when we are moving through an industrial area, then what will you people think? You are always having something, or even the person indulging with you people, they will say, sir, there has been some problems. There has been some problems there, and like we are having some peculiar smelling over there. So again, what is that? If everything is normal, then our body will automatically tell, yes, everything is normal. If a single piece of paper is burning in your house or nearby your area, or somebody has littered up the garbage over there, obviously we will feel through our nose or through our respiratory system that yes, something is being there, something problem is there. That means it is not good for us. We will have to take care for that. Similarly, same is the with conditions with the printing inks, my dear. Every time when you open a newspaper, or you open a magazine newly printed, or you open a newly printed wedding card, then obviously you will see, or you will think that the things are there. Okay, so through my talk, I try to educate or try to have a blow whistle for the things that what we will have to taken care for the things. Okay, and I am always open to all of you people to discuss further on this process. There has been a lot of criterias, a lot of exposure. We'll have to again work out the things. A lot needed to be done scientifically, a lot study to be performed in the field. Okay, so I'm stopping here myself so that we can further discuss related to your queries or related to some other discussions, whatsoever you people want to their end. So again, I am very, very thankful to the organizers, especially to Naveen sir. He is being very well known to me since from so many long time, and we have done so many research work together with him. Okay, and I am very thankful to all of the participants to come and again to gather on this platform so that we can discuss so many things therein, so that we can educate our society. Okay, so that we can develop some remedial parameters for the things we'll have to develop. And my dear friends, through this platform, I heartedly request all of you people just to educate the society related to the ill impacts of inks, related to the harmful impacts of inks. Okay, so that at least we should take, or we should tell each one of us that by we are not saying you to stop reading newspaper, we are not saying you to stop doing anything else, just to take care of yourself only. That is my main motto of today's talk. Okay, thank you very much, Pritam sir. Thank you very much, Naveen sir. Thank you all of you participants for listening me. Okay, now if you are having any kind of queries, you can easily ask me, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gangrade, for that profound exploration into the world of printing inks.
Thank you,
Your
ma'am. Thank
lecture
you.
has indeed awakened us to the hidden implications of commonplace items in our lives. Now I request Dr. Pritam Singh to present digital certificate to Dr. Sandeep Gangrade.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Pitam, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our final speaker for this session is Dr. Arpana Parihar, a formidable force in the field of disease therapeutics and diagnostics, working as a woman scientist at CSIR AMPRI Bhopal, MP. Dr. Parihar has consistently pushed the boundaries of biomedical engineering. She will be sharing her insights on healthcare management employing advanced diagnostics, a topic of utmost relevance in our current times. We look forward to your enlightening words, Dr. Parihar. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Very good morning, Dr. Preetham and ETRD team for giving me this opportunity to present my insights over the prestigious platform. And uh, can you, is my screen is visible here? Hello? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, so today's topic of my talk is healthcare management employing advanced diagnostics. And I'm Dr. Arpana Parihar, working as a DSC Women Scientist at CSIR M3 Bhopal. Today I will introduce about the latest advanced technology, which we are like they will have power to revolutionize the field of diagnostics and healthcare management. So first of all, I will start with some basic introductory overview. What these diagnostic modalities or techniques are actually they are aimed to detect. So when we are talking about the healthcare system, these technologies or techniques approaches they are meant to detect, analyze. Analyte can be anything. It can be environmental origin or biological origin or chemical origin. So there are various types of techniques which can be used to detect these analytes. Uh, Analytes can be a pollutant or contaminant such as pesticides, heavy metals, antibiotics, which are present in air, soil, and water or environment, or it can be a disease, infectious agent, which is present, which affects human health drastically. The screening and detection of these hazardous chemical and small molecules is very crucial in order to prevent the environmental pollution and thereby several diseases, which are actually just because of these hazardous material or infectious agents. Conventional technologies such as HPLC, GCMS, LCMS, or we can say ELISA, RT-PCR, or PCR, they are used to detect these several kinds of analytes which are present in food, water, soil, or in case of patients in hematological serum samples. So these are some examples of conventional techniques and which we are using, but all these conventional techniques have certain limitations, such as they are costly, they need expensive instrumentation, centralized lab facilities, skilled personnel to actually analyze the data, and the result outcome is very much time taking. In contrast to these, recent advances have introduced certain advanced techniques such as LIFA, that is lateral immunoflow assays, CRISPR-Cas9 system, and advanced biosensor-based approaches, which have potential to overcome drawbacks of these conventional techniques. So there are actually we can categorize these diagnostic approaches into three categories: advanced, conventional, and antigen antibody based. Conventional techniques, let us talk more focus, let us talk about disease diagnostic modalities. And conventionally, we all know that CT scan, MRI, PCR, RT-PCR, and certain hematological tests, we are frequently using these tests to detect the infectious conditions or other pathophysiological conditions in the body. However, these techniques, as I already said, that these techniques need centralized facilities. They are expensive, need bulky instruments, skilled personnel, and they involve tedious sample processing, which restricts their uses in remote and low resource setting areas. So let us talk about certain more advanced techniques such as biosensor-based lateral immunoassays, CRISPR-Cas9 systems. They are in fact cost-effective. Their response time is very quick. They generally provide results within 30 minutes, or some of them can provide results in 1 to 2 minutes. Such as LIFAs. I will talk about some commercially available biosensor-based techniques in my later slides. Let's first start with some basics. What are the biosensors? Actually, biosensors are the analytical devices which are used for the detection of analytes. Basically, in biosensors, there are two components: a physiological component and an electronic part. Coupling of these two components actually provide us a physicochemical detector, which actually gives us the output. So, when analyte, any kind of analyte, an infectious agent, and heavy metal, and pollutant, and toxicants, when test, it can be a pesticide, antibiotics, nitrates, phosphates, etc. When they bind to their biological components, such as it can be the biological component can be enzyme, antibodies, nucleic acid, whole cells. When they bind to their with their respective analytes, they produce a certain kind of signal. The signal can be in the form of optical or in the form of light. It can be a mass-based, the binding of analyte with their compatible biocomponents may produce a mass change. It can be a magnetic type of signal. It can be an electrical current change or temperature change. So based on the type of signal the process generated, there are several types of signal transducers, which nowadays are actually helpful for fabricating various types of biosensors. And these biosensors are clinically used for disease diagnosis, for screening of environmental pollutants, for assessment of food quality, etc. So this is the overview how a biosensor works. When a specific analyte binds with a biorecognition element or biocomponent, which can be a molecularly imprinted polymer, antibodies, enzymes, a whole cell nucleic acid, or isomers, or we can use starch here. The binding of these analytes to a biorecognition element produces a signal in the form of electric current, optical signal, or in other forms like mass change, temperature change, etc., which can be amplified and detected digitally, and we can get the quick response in this case. Biosensors actually offer several advantages over conventional techniques, such as They are cost effective, high rapid, they provide rapid and early detection of disease. Even proper so symptoms appear is possible using biosensors and diseases such as in recent pandemic usage and applicability of biosensors with much momentum and there are several commercial kits available in the market for detection of COVID-19 antigen or antigen patient serum. Researchers are also in developing kinds of other sensor techniques which will be available in the future to detect various disorders such as a range of disorder I can say within cancer as well as non-oncological pathophysiological conditions. So these biosensors they are physical and if we can say we can use at that type of patient so they can use that for care right and so we also name them as point of care devices. This is the typical setup which we are using in our lab. This is a setup for electrochemical biosensor. Basically, it contains 3 electrode systems, a reference electrode, which is made up of ETRD-23, a counter electrode, which generally it is made up of platinum or gold, the working electrode where we fabricated our output. And these 3 electrode system is connected with a potential state, which we can couple it with our laptop or mobile, which produces a signal in the form of either cyclic voltammogram or differential pulse voltammogram or in the form of impedance spectra. Different types of working electrodes are available in the market. We can use silver, gold, platinum, glassy carbon electrodes, or most recently the screen printed electrodes, that is SPE, or indium tin oxide electrodes, that is IJIRG. These working electrodes are fabricated in such a way so that they can be specifically employed for the detection of a specific analyte. Let's move towards a working principle of electrochemical biosensors. Actually, in electrochemical biosensor, as I already explained you, there are 2 components: a biorecognition element or biocomponent, and a transducer. Recognition element generally interacts with the target analyte, as it can be seen in the diagram, and it generated a signal. And the transducer, electrical transducers, transform this binding, that is the chemical change, into the electrical signal and reduce the Faraday current in the Faraday cup present in the sensor after antigen binding. And these electrical signal is further amplified and converted into the digital analog signal, which we can read out. So by using these electrochemical biosensors, we can detect any kind of electrolyte or antigen or bacteria, viruses, or biological molecules such as cholesterol, triglycerides, glucose, urea, antigen, or pathogenic agent, DNA molecule. These actually, biosensors provide several ideal features over conventional techniques, such as these sensors provides a wide range of detection of wide range of detection from low to high substrate concentration. So we can quantitate the concentration of analyte present in our sample. They generally exhibit higher sensitivity and selectivity. In fact, in presence of several interferent chemicals in the solution, they are able to detect specifically their target analyte, which we fabricated the sensor in such a way that it is highly specific and selective towards the target analyte. Rapid response time to variation of analyte concentration can be a best feature of these ideal biosensors. They have higher shelf life as compared to the conventional approaches such as ELISA and PCR. These sensors are generally robust and can be used in various environments ranging from higher pH to lower pH, and there is no effect of change in temperature over the signal readout. So basically, these sensors are they provide high sensitivity, high selectivity, quick response time. They can be multiplexed. We can actually detect simultaneously more than one analyte in a sensor, and the process is known as multiplex, where in certain conditions such as in oncology or cancer disorders, more than one factor is responsible for the disease, and measuring of more than one factor simultaneously can produce a holistic overview of that disorder, and it can be helped in therapeutic decision making and further management of the disease and healthcare and a particular healthcare condition. So these biosensors, they are actually cost effective. Nowadays, paper-based biosensors are also available in the market, which are simply disposable and easy to use. Any layman can also use these sensors. So from where it all starts, in 1956, Clark has first invented an oxygen electrode which sensed the oxygen, and actually it indicates us about the hypoxic condition and the concentration of oxygen in an environment. And after this, the first commercial biosensor was produced by Yellow Spring Instruments for the measurement of glucose and certain kind of bacteria. Then first SPR, that is the surface plasmon resonance immune sensor, has been discovered in 1983. In 1982, first surgic optic-based biosensor has been introduced in the market. In 1987, blood glucose biosensor, Medicines and Expectat has been introduced in the market. Biacor invented SPR-based biosensor, and it came in the market in 1990. And blood glucose biosensors launched by LightScan Fast Test has been introduced in the market in the year 1998. And in the present time, there are companies and researchers are working to integrate these biosensors with the Internet of Things enabled platforms, so that the data can be easily gathered and communicated, and the cloud-based platform provides ease to access the patient data over a wide range of hospital and community, so that one can alert the person about the pathophysiology of disease and symptoms of the disease, and the healthcare management can be efficaciously done using these Internet of Things enabled biosensors. So this is all the history, basic principle, and how electrical sensors are applied, and we see how one can enhance the efficacy, selectivity, and sensitivity of these biosensors, so that one can detect a femtomolar level of analyte, and which can be helpful for early detection of such conditions. So invention of in the field actually help to fabricate more sensitive biosensors. These nanomaterials have been widely used to fabricate a variety of biosensors, which are being used for clinical diagnostics of cancerous conditions. Where carbon-based nanomaterials actually they have been widely used for a wide range of applications, which include biosensing, biomedicine, electrode fabrication, electrocatalysis, energy storage, conversions, and etc. These carbon exceptional physical, chemical, electrical, optical, and mechanical properties, which can be exploited to enhance the in the actually these carbon nanomaterials they comprise nucleic components produce and analyzed, and they can be combination with highly specific aptamers, antibodies, or molecularly intrinsic polymers can be potentially used to increase the selectivity and sensitivity of the sensor to detect varieties of analytes. There are various types of nanomaterials which can be, say for example, carbon-based nanomaterial can be categorized in various categorized in different types, such as fullerenes. They come under the 0D dimension, 1D, 2D, and 3D materials, generally comprises of carbon nanotubes, graphene, and nanodiamonds, respectively. And we can produce these carbon-based nanomaterial using top-down approaches or bottom-up approaches, and various techniques such as arc discharge, electrochemical exfoliation, laser ablation, and implantation, hydrothermal, sorbothermal, ultrasonic techniques, and microwave assisted synthesis can be employed to synthesize these nanomaterials. Why we are using these nanomaterials or nanocomposites for fabrication of biosensors? Actually, these nanomaterials, they provide high specific surface area for binding of analytes and biorecognition elements over the surface of the sensing sensor. They are biocompatible, that is non-hazardous generally, and they are highly conductive and they can be used for a wide range of doping purposes. They provide various functional groups for binding of analytes such as amine, carboxylic acid, sulfide groups, and sulfhydryl groups, and hydroxyl groups for immobilization of biomolecules. They can be effectively transfer the charge to conjugated backbones. They provide high chemical stability, electrochemical activity. They are actually they provide high absorption capabilities, which we will discuss in later stage. They the electron communication is high when we use the nanomaterial for fabrication of biosensor, and negligible swelling in both aqueous and non-aqueous solution compared to organic polymers is feasible when we consider the hydrogels for fabrication of certain specific types of biosensors. So basically, these nanoparticles, they have wide range of application in healthcare, industrial, environment, biomedical, food, and electronic settings. These are a simplistic overview of how nanomaterials and biosensors can be used for the diagnostics of cancerous and non-cancerous or infectious diseases. They can be successfully used for bioimaging purposes, therapeutics for designing specific targeted therapeutics for a particular disease condition, and for the development of diagnostics. These are certain examples of commercially available POCT, that is point of care testing devices, which are available in the market. And we all are very well aware about the glucose sensor, which I mean to say, everyone has seen in their either in their home or in their neighborhood, how people are using simple glucose strips or a biosensing device to measure the glucose in the case of diabetic patients. So this is actually based on this is a type of robust enzyme sensor where glucose oxidase enzyme is immobilized over the sensing working electrode area of sensor. This is the sensing chip, and it converts actually glucose, it oxidizes glucose into the gluconic acid and H2O2, and this H2O2 interacts with the counter and reference electrode and produces protons and electrons. And this tiny electronic current is amplified and actually it provides converted into the digital signal, and we can easily access estimate our blood glucose level using this commercially available glucose sensor. Another example, the glucose sensor is an example of electrochemical biosensor or enzyme sensor which is present in the market. Another example is optical sensor, that is a pregnancy test kit. It actually detects the human chorionic gonadotropic hormone in the urine, and this is actually calorimetric based LIFA test, that is lateral immunoflow assay. When we put the sample in the sample compartment, the sample flows inside the strip and gives the two bands, color bands, which indicates the positive or negative test. And this is a very good example of calorimetric based lateral immunoflow assay. And recently, various COVID-19 kits are commercially available, which are either based on electrochemical platform or an optical based system. These kits are generally they are able to detect the COVID-19 antigen and antibodies present in human serum within short period of time. They actually provide results within 2 to 4 minutes or in 30 minutes time period when compared to the RT-PCR test where we get the results in 1 or 2 days. And it is these tests are much cheaper as compared to the RT-PCR platform. And we can see they are highly user friendly. Anyone can use these at home, and but no one can use the RT-PCR at home. The instrument itself costs around 20 to 30 lakhs, and it needs expert analysis and expert handling and centralized facilities to perform the RT-PCR test, whereas biosensing based platform can be used anywhere, everywhere, and they are cost effective too. So this is the typical examples of examples of certain biosensor based on their biorecognition element. We can call them DNA biosensor or APTA sensor, enzyme biosensor. Like we have seen the example of glucose biosensor, hormone biosensors, cancer cell biosensor, which we can use to detect the cancer cells, matrigel biosensor, stem cell sensor to detect the stem cells in the patient's sample. Here, these biosensors can be used to detect the regenerative, to detect the various infectious agents or pathophysiological agents in the patient's serum, and these sensors can be successfully employed to monitor the drug, to monitor the disease continuously within a specified time period, a stipulated time period, I can say more specifically. And we can also employ these sensors to screen the drug efficacy in research laboratory conditions, to screen the stem cells, to see the efficacy of certain regenerative medicines. So we can employ these sensors for a wide range of medical applications, and we can use type of technique, differential pulse voltmetry type technique, or impedance spectroscopy. These analyze. So there are actually what we are going to monitor. This is such a simplistic schematic where I have shown what kind of samples we can use to detect the analyte. We can take nasal swab, throat swab, sputum, serum. That is minimally invasive type of samples can be taken to screen the infectious agent. What kind of infectious agents or biomarkers we can more specifically name them by as biomarkers? Um, we can detect genomic, transcriptomic, genomic based, I mean to say DNA based or transcriptomic, that is the RNA based analytes, or proteomics, for example, PIA, HER2, etc., genes or metabolomes such as bilirubin, biliverdin, hemoglobin, myoglobin. We can detect these type of analytes using in the patient samples using a certain specific types of biorecognition elements, which can be antibody, enzyme, aptamer, or molecularly imprinted polymer. And when these analytes interact with the biorecognition element, we can get a signal in the form of electrical current, optical signals such as calorimetric fluorescence or surface enhanced Raman spectroscopy or surface plasma resonance spectroscopy, or we can also couple these with a microfluidic platform where nano or microliters of fluid can be manipulated and used for the detection of more miniaturized, multiplexed, or portable platforms. So the field of biosensing is actually a very vast, and to sum up all the information and within certain stipulated time period is tough, but I tried my best to show you all how this all can work, and we can relate them in our daily routines where we are using these sensors um, on routine basis. So let us focus on certain specific condition as my work is specifically focused on detection of certain specific biomarkers associated with cancerous conditions such as breast cancer or oral cancer. So these biomarkers such as SIA, carcinoembryonic antigen, BRC1, NCF7 HER2, or MUC1, IL6, IL8, CA15, 3, they are actually, once we can detect these biomarkers, we can estimate the pathophysiology of a particular disease condition or cancer condition in a patient, in a particular patient. Unfortunately, the present conventional techniques, diagnostic devices which we are using for monitoring the cancerous condition, they are having several drawbacks, such as they are very costly. If a person wanted to go for a biopsy, it would take around uh, 50 to 1 lakh to perform a single biopsy test, and the result may come in a week or two, and by that time the person's condition may get worse, and this disease could spread throughout the body. And additionally, these conventional techniques are not helpful to detect the disease in its early condition. And to cure a cancerous condition, early diagnostics and healthcare management is necessary. By detecting the disease condition in its earlier phase, one can prolong the patient's survival, and a better healthcare management or therapeutic intervention can be provided to a person. So these biosensors have capacity to rapid and accurate detection of biomarkers associated with the cancerous condition in biological fluid, and they are minimally invasive. Like in case of biopsy, it is a invasive process where a person took out a part of tissue from the body and analyzed it under the microscope for identifying the cancerous cells. So biomarkers, as I already explained you in my earlier slide, that biomarkers can be a genomic, transcriptomic, proteomic, metabolomic, or phenomic type. And by integrating all these types of biomarker and incorporating them with various databases, one can get a holistic view or overview of that particular disorder which we are interested to target. So as so far, there are 10, you can see the top 10 types of cancerous conditions and mortality and incidence rate in your right hand side bar graph. And actually, cancer is the leading cause of death worldwide, and breast cancer is the second most cause of death among females worldwide. And conventionally, mammography, ultrasound, CT scan, MRI, and tissue biopsy are main diagnostic modalities for the detection of these breast cancer condition, and they are very costly, as I already explained. And biosensors actually, since they are cost effective and can be used at patient bedside or at point of care setting or under low resource setting, they have huge potential for implementation in current healthcare scenario. And so it is expected, as per market statistics, that by the time of 2030, by the year of 2030, the market of biosensor would shoot up till 127 USD billion. And several countries and several researchers are working towards the development of more specific biosensors for specific cancer biomarkers such as HER2, EGFR, etc. There are certain extended application of biosensors apart from the simple glucose monitoring and determination of pathogenic molecules. One can also detect toxic substances, airborne bacteria, environmental pollutants, and organophosphates. And we can employ these biosensors for routine analytical measurements of analytes and drug residues in food adulteration we can detect using these biosensors. And we can use these biosensors for drug discovery, evaluation of biological activity of new compounds, and protein engineering purposes, and for other innovative areas too. These are certain publications of our group, recent publication of our group in the field of biosensing and detection of cancerous biomarkers associated with breast cancer. Okay, these facilities are available in CSR Embry, and we are using techniques to fabricate effective biosensors. One can see a great future using these biosensors. So actually, these biosensors can be easily coupled with a smartphone. They can be integrated with artificial intelligence based platform, and they can be coupled with the Internet of Things, and ease of integration, wireless communication, their scalable fabrication, their easy operation, effective data storage, rapid data sharing, and rapid analytics. These all facts make them a valuable tool in current perspective for healthcare management and diagnostic applications for humans. Thank you so much. Once again, any questions are welcome. And with this, I would like to summarize my talk, and over to you, organizers. Thank you so much, organizers, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It was a really engaging session. Thank you for your efforts. Now I request Dr. Preetham Singh to present a digital token to Dr. Parihar. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now, thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite our esteemed session chair, Dr. Vatsala Pawar, to share a few words. Her insights and wisdom have been the guiding force behind this enriching session. Ma'am, may we request you to share your thoughts?
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Iktarana ma'am. Good morning to all of you. I'm audible
Good
to
morning,
you.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
So we are happy to hear, and we welcome all the participants here. And I hope all are here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. And I request all the participants be ready for their presentation. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am.
You serve as a beacon of inspiration as we transverse through the real.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. As we proceed further, let's once again express our heartfelt gratitude to our speakers, Dr. Vignesh, Professor Gangrade, and Dr. Parihar. Your presentations have left us with much to ponder and learn. Also, a huge thanks to our session chair, Dr. Vatsala Pawar and Dr. Pankaj Srivastava for their invaluable insights and guidance. Remember, an investment in knowledge pays the best in interest, as Benjamin Franklin once said. So, let's keep this flame of knowledge burning bright as we move forward in our quest for learning. We will now proceed with paper presentations. Dear candidates, you have a maximum of 6 minutes for the presentation. Kindly manage to conclude on time. Our first presenter of this session is Rajkumar Rate with the topic Memorial Stones of Junagadh, a preliminary study. Rajkumar.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Hello. Yes. Present.
You are audible. Kindly present.
Rajkumar Rathe, you are not audible.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
1 second, sir.
Hello, are you facing some problem?
Yes, sir. I'm going to present my PPT, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, is it visible, sir? PPT is?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes.
Kindly move to the full screen. Yes, it's visible. You may proceed.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rajkumar Rathe from Odisha. And first of all, I extend my heartful congratulations to, first of all, I congratulate everyone and also thankful for the opportunity given by IJIRG for presenting our research paper in a global manner. And my paper is Memorial Stone of Junagadh. And Junagadh, it is the one of the city of Kalahandi district of Odisha. And Kalahandi, one of the backward district of uh, Western Odisha, and it is belong to the K. Also, we know the as a KVK region. But if you compare in a cultural point of view, then it enriched with so many sculpture, art, tradition. And Junagadh is the former capital of Kalahandi state, which was known as Kantara, Mahakantara. And the first reference of the first epigraphic reference of Kalahandi we find in the Ilhabad pillar inscription of Samudragupta, where this region was called as Mahakantara. And during his southern invasion, Samudragupta defeated the king of Mahakantara called as Vyagra Raja. And from that period onwards to up to medieval period, so many so many dynasties ruled over in this region. And this region was called as Kantara, Mahakantara, Karunda Mandala, and the dynastic like Nala, Kalachuri, Sovansi, and the governments, they rule over in this region. And for a territorial expansion, there was a frequent war between these dynasties. And the memorial stone always represent military art tradition. And as we know that the memorial stones are especially the memorial stones are installed, or it was raised to commemorate the dead, especially those who died in the battlefield, and especially those who sacrificed their life for their country, for their society. And even some of the memorial stones are also raised for women, especially those women they sacrifice their life for their husband. And types of memorial stones. Memorial stones are basically in three types: hero stone, sati stone, and nisiddhi stone. The hero stones, it was erected specially for the male person, those who sacrifice their life, especially whether he was a soldier, king, or etc. And especially we found different themes like cattle red, self-immolation, etc. And the second category is sati stone, and the sati stones are erected especially for the women, those who especially sacrifice their life after the death of their husband. And especially sati stones also two types, sahagamana and anugamana. And the third type is nisiddhi. And in my especially in southern India, we found this nisiddhi type of memorial stone, and especially it was raised for the memory of the Jaina monk or ascetic, those who sacrifice the life by practicing that salekha rituals. But in Junagadh region, this type of stone is not there. Especially we found sati stones and hero stones. Then let me start my topic, especially origin of memory stones, and especially the tradition start from Vedic period. Especially the Stapada Brahmana describe about erection of monuments, which is called as tumulus, and the earliest literary evidence is Tolkappiyam of Sangam literature, where we find the raising of hero stones. And from that period onwards, for the memory of that hero, these memorial stones were erected. But in tribal regions, we have evidence of memorial post, especially made of wooden. In the tribal peoples like the Kon, the Gond, and the Gadava, they still practice in this tradition. Then let's start my topic, the memorial stone of Junagadh. It was basically divided into two categories, sati stones and hero stones. First, let me some few examples. This is as we saw that this is the one of the biggest sati stone of Junagadh region, and the iconographic feature likes female palm with Bengal, the symbol of sun and moon also there. But in this memorial stone, we only found the symbol of sun, and the worshipping of linga. It was the basic iconographical feature of this memorial stone. And here we found that three human figure are there, and in the center we found a male figure, and in the side there was two female figures are there, and they sitting in Anjali Mudra. And the Anjali Mudra always shows the devotion, respect of the tradition, whether their devotion toward the sati system or devotion towards their husband. And worshipping Shivalinga is one of the important feature of these memorial stone tradition, especially as we know that the first wife of Lord Shiva, who Sati, Devi Sati, and he sacrificed her life for her husband when her husband Shiva was insulted by his own father Daksha Prajapati. And from that time period onwards, this system was started, and especially the word Sati derived from that epic tale of Daksha Prajapati and Sati and Shiva. And similarly, this type of sati stone we found in the region, like, and this is the two sati stones near that region. And in this sati stone, in the left hand side, we found that similar type of iconographic features are there, and the female palm with bangles, symbol of sun and moon are there. But the most interesting sati stone in Junagadh region we found in the Someshwar temple complex, and here we clearly found that a person holding a bond stick, and he tried to he was going to burn that lady who was who is going to sacrifice herself. And in that memorial, so in the Sati stone, we clearly saw that the Sati stone, the the sacrifice pictures. And this is one of the rare stone we found in Junagadh region, and where we found the image of a person who holding a bond stick, and the ladies who going to sacrifice herself in the memory of his husband, and the symbol like sun and moon is there. Then this is another Sati stone, and here we found the symbol of sun and moon in the upper portion, and in the upper portion we found the female palm, which was in Abhay Mudra, and that Abhay Mudra symbolizes the protection. And obviously due to negligence of and it was also worshipped as Bhairava. The Sati stone worshipped as Bhairava by that by the local people. Then this is another Sati stone, and during my field work, I looked at this Sati stone, and here we clearly saw the picture of the two female and a male person in the center. The symbols like sun and moon also is there, but in the upper person is damaged. And but by if you observe that the symbol of a female palm is there, and they are in Anjali Mudra position. And this is other Sati stones of Junagadh region. And in the middle Sati stone, we clearly saw that the chemical paint are put in that Sati stone, because the people do not realize the importance of these Sati stones. Then hero stone, and this is the one of the inscribed hero stone of Junagadh region, and this hero stone taken from the renowned scholar S.S. Panda, and this Sati stone, this hero stone, especially it was also called as hero cum Sati stone, because when he found the iconographic feature of a male person holding shield and sword, and also having the symbol of female palm, then we call it as Sati hero cum Sati stone, as per Rumila Thapar is mentioned. And the inscription, which was deciphered by one of the renowned epigraphics of Odisha, Snigdha Tripathi, and as per his version, this is a spy. It was called as Guptachara, and he was died in Junagadh region, and in his memory this Sati stone was erased. And this one another inscribed hero stone.
Raj, please conclude, as your time is over now.
Yes, ma'am. And this is another inscribed hero stone, which was found during my survey, and still it is not disappeared. Then some of the hero stones are there, and in my concluding part, I must say that especially the hero stone tradition always represent warlike incident. But if we check the social concept, then we found that most of the Sati stone found in a Shiva temples, and it shows that they recognize or they practicing Saivism. Then also we found a Sati stones, two female ladies are there with a male person. Then it clearly says about the practicing of polygamy. Then the symbol of sun and moon, it shows that as long as the sun and moon is there, the name and fame of these Sati or hero is the last one. And the Abhay Mudra, it always represent protection, it represent fearlessness and also peace. So, but the sad thing is that the most of the memorial stones of this region was by local people, and they worshipped as local god like Bhairava, Chandi, especially the god worshipped Chandi. Stone was worshipped as Bhairava, and even Stone worshipped as Sunny. And so through this, I try to visual the nature of this, especially the socio-religious concept of this heroes' memorial stone, and also try to how these cultural art lost importance when it mingle with when it is with the local tradition. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Raj. I have a theory regarding your presentation. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One thing I want to know,
Yes.
these stones, the sati stones and the different kind of stones, are they man-made or they were you found them in the Junagadh?
No, ma'am. It was already man-made. Obviously, it was ancient period. Those the basic time period is 12th century.
Okay,
The epigraphic
thank you.
record, especially, and most of them belong to Kalachuri and Ganga period.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Rajkumar.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next participant is Haris Arkum with the topic Optimizing the wear properties of epoxy-based composites reinforced with AI203 nanoparticles and metal wires using DOE techniques. Haris Arkum. Haris, are you there?
Ma'am, everybody, this is Ajit Verma. Ma'am, I'm presenting this Mr. co-author of Hari Circumscriber. I'm presenting on his behalf.
Okay, sure. You can continue with it.
Oh, okay, ma'am.
Dear participants, you have only 6 minutes for your presentation.
Hello, ma'am. I'm audible. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, thank you for the participants for giving me this opportunity to present this paper. My not visible. Dear participants, my topic is optimizing the wear properties of epoxy-based composite reinforced with Al2O3 nanoparticles and metal wires using DOE design of experiment techniques. So, first of all, introduction. This study investigates the mechanical properties of an epoxy-based composite materials reinforced with aluminum dioxide, aluminum dioxide nanoparticles and especially metal wires, and use a design of experiments and machine learning techniques to optimize its attributes. The epoxy resins composites (ERCs) are a widely used class of materials in various industries such as automotive, sports and recreation, aviation, marine, civil, biomedical, and others. The incorporation of reinforcements into the epoxy resins matrix enhances the properties of the resulting composites, making it suitable for a diverse range of applications. So, the reinforcements improve the tribological, that means frictional wear resistance properties, and mechanical properties of the matrix material, resulting in superior performance characteristics in the composites. The synergetic effect of the reinforcement and matrix results in a structure that is stronger and more durable than the individual components alone. Natural fiber reinforced composites are an area of research interest due to their biodegradability, abundance, low density, cost effectiveness, high toughness, and specific characteristics. Overall, this research provides valuable insight into the use of aluminum dioxides, nanoparticles, and metal wire reinforcement for improvement of the mechanical characteristics of the epoxy-based materials. So, background of the study. This study aimed to investigate the mechanical properties of an epoxy-based composite material reinforced with aluminum dioxide, nanoparticles, and metal wires. So, the aluminum dioxide nanopowder was characterized by SEM and used in volume ratio of 0 to 5% to create composite 5 to 100 nanometer nanopowder. AN models were trained on the resulting data to predict the tensile strength of the composite under different conditions, with mean value absolute error 5% and 10% for the training and tests respectively. The result demonstrate effectiveness of the machine learning in predicting the mechanical properties of composite materials and optimizing their design. For this purpose, I have several research, especially the Lalit Rankoji's research paper of 2022. I was really inspired by this experiment with titanium dioxide with epoxy-based reinforced studies. So, what I have done here, I have used metal wires to compensate that aluminum dioxide material with 10 mm metal wires. This research provides valuable insight into the natural fiber reinforced composites are an area of research interest due to their biodegradability, abundance, low density, cost effectiveness, high toughness, and specific characteristics. However, poor fiber material connection and significant moisture absorption limit their use. Nevertheless, fill epoxy with various fillers and curing the mixture and combine superior chemical and physical properties of both the epoxy and the fillers. The novelty of this work lies in the use of metal wire reinforcement along with aluminum oxide nanoparticles to enhance the tensile strength of the composite. The study also employs artificial neural networks to predict the mechanical properties of the composite, which is a novel approach in this field. Next. Current engineering application requires materials that are stronger, lighter, and less expensive. Epoxy is a commonly used matrix material in the field of composite manufacturing due to its ability to form strong bonds with the fiber, low cost, and ease of acquisition in the form of resin. This study aimed to investigate the effect of incorporating metal wire and aluminum dioxide nanoparticles, filler materials on the mechanical properties and wear characteristics of the composites. The Taguchi approach was employed for the experimental design used in a matrix for 4 parameters with 4 levels. The primary focus of the study was on mechanical strength, with further analysis utilizing machine learning tools for predicting the machining capability of the developed composite and optimizing method for adjusting these properties. Scope of study. Research efforts put in place to resolve these problems are most channels towards selecting the right choice of reinforcing material. This is an indication that the reinforcing material plays a significant role in determining the overall performance of the components. Considering the number of published articles while preparing this review, it was observed that 3 different approaches have been adopted to improve the performance of MW's metal wires. The first approach involved finding the alternative and cheaper reinforcement in the development of MW. This method aimed at providing a solution to problem posed by high cost and limited availability of conventional epoxy reinforcement. Objective of the study: to find the enhanced mechanical and tribological properties of epoxy composite after L2O3 reinforcement, L2O3 nanoparticle reinforcement. To evaluate the sliding wear parameters according to AS/20 G9917 standards, to investigate the epoxy, the materials I have selected the epoxy LY grade and the hardener is HYN51 for their enhanced mechanical, thermal, and anti-corrosion properties. Let's see. Research questions and hypotheses. This is the microstructure, electron microscopic structure of the nanoparticle L2 and refined with image processing software IJIRG.
Mr. Ajit, please wind up.
Methodology: the Taguchi method was used to create an experimental matrix for the study of the mechanical and wear behavior of composites. 4 levels of each variable were chosen for L16 orthogonal array and Minitab 18 statistical program were employed. The results were evaluated using the signal to noise ratio, and smaller is better quality measure was taken into consideration for the L2O3 and M metal wire reinforcement composite. The final expert table was present in table 5. Let me see. The epoxy, the material specific for the fabrication of composite is epoxy LY5 is the local vendor for. I have covered this substance from local vendor in Jaipur. Hardener by N15 nanoparticle L2O3 approx 50 and 100 nanometers. Reinforcement I use metal wire of 0.2 mm size. Okay. Physical properties of the epoxy resin and its the density of L556 is 1.20, viscosity 10K to 12K, and the flash point about 200, and ultimate size is 82 megapascal. Similarly, HY 0.97 to 0.9 gram per cc, 10 to 20 megapascals, and flash points above 180 degrees, and ultimate strength is 50 megapascal. The study says that the optimal L2-3 nanoparticles volume ratio should be within the range of 0 to 0.5%. SEM is used to measure the grain size of the L2-3 nanopowder. The introduction of nanoparticles significantly improves the tensile strength, particularly when combined with metal wires. The use of artificial neural networks (ANN) allows the prediction of the composite tensile strength with a mean absolute error of 5% for the training set and 10% of the test. The result indicated that the 5% of L2O3 nanoparticle had the most significant impact on the wear, while the influence of metal to wear rate was minimal. So this is the tribological property enhancement. So what my paper want to demonstrate. Overall, this studies highlight the potential of utilizing metal nanoparticles and metal wire reinforcement in the development of composite material. The results demonstrate the significance of optimizing the volume ratio of L2-3 nanoparticles, and the impact of reinforcement on the mechanical composites. So, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Dear audience, your questions are welcomed.
Mr. Ajit,
Yes, ma'am.
have you compared this the epoxy which you have formed with some standard?
Yes,
The
ma'am. From the previous research paper I have referred to, that is only means analytical. Ma'am, I have conducted experiment, but the data I have referred is only analytical.
You have mentioned you have not mentioned here the comparison with the standard.
Yes, yes, ma'am. I know, ma'am. There is an narration and preparing slides.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Ajit. Our next participant is Ms. T. Keleselvi with the topic A Study on Different Types of Operators in Hexatopological Spaces. Ms. T. Keleselvi.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Is my screen is visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it is visible.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, all. I'm T. Kaleselvi, research scholar under the guidance of Dr. Sindhu, ma'am. Here my topic is about different types of operators and hexatopological spaces. These are my presentation overview, which consists of abstract, introduction, preliminaries, and then hexa interior, closure, exterior and interior operators, and the hexa operators relationships, and then conclusion. Here is my abstract. Here the aim of the work is to concentrate a new definition of hexatopological spaces and to investigate the relationship between the associated topologies. Here are few of my keywords. Then topological concepts has many applications in our real life situations. Initially, the single topology is extended to bitopology by Dr. Kelly, and then tri by Cover, quad by Mukundan, and penta was by Mohammed Shankar Khan and Gulzar Ali Khan, and hexa was by Dr. Avi Chandra.
Participate. Kindly show your slide in full screen mode.
Yeah, it's in full screen only, sir. I'm presenting in my mobile.
Because the screen is not full visible. Okay. Please try once again on your side.
Yes, yes, I kept in full screen only, sir.
Oh.
It is visible in full screen.
Okay, continue.
Okay, thank you, sir. Then my reference paper by Avi Chandra introduced the notation of hexa open topological spaces, also studies some types of functions and hexa topological spaces. These are all my preliminaries, which are the basic definitions for my paper. Here let X be a non-empty set which consists of tau 1 up to tau 6 topologies on X. Then the subset of hexa open is called A belongs to the union of 6 topologies, which means tau 1 union of tau 2 up to tau 6. Here the example, let X consist of the 6 elements. Here that I define the 6 topologies. Here the hexa open sets, which is the union of all these 6 topologies. Then the vice versa for closed, which means the intersection of the all 6 topologies. The example is shown below. Then a set X with 6 topologies is called the hexatopology. Here I define the set X, the example, let X be the element. Here from these I define the 6 topologies which contain the topological definitions, and then here I given the hexa open sets and hexa closed sets also I given here.
You can
Then
skip these definitions.
yes, yes. If x comma tau is a topological space, then a set A content and X is said to be open if A content in tau. The example is given below. Then for closed, if x comma tau is a topological space, then a set A content in X is said to be closed if A complement belongs to tau. The example is shown here. The next, for interior of a set, let x comma tau be a topological space and let A content in X. The interior of A to be the set, interior of A, which consists to A belongs to A. There is some neighborhood of U of A such that U content in A. Then let x comma tau be a topological space and let A content in X. Here the interior of A is an open subset of X content in A. Also the largest open subset of A, which is if U content in A is open, then U content in interior of A. For closure set, let x comma tau be a topological space and let A content in X. Then A complement, which is equal to x belongs to capital X, any neighborhood U of X contain a point of A. Then X here, let x comma tau be a topological space and let A contain in X. A is a closed subset containing A, and also the smallest closed subset containing A, which is C, is a closed subset with A content in C and A complement content in C. Then here is hexa interior closure and the exterior frontier operators. Let x comma tau h be the hexa topological spaces and A content in X. The interior H of A is defined by the union of all the hexa open sets contained in A. Here the interior H of A is equal to union of all the hexa open sets. Then for closed, let x comma tau h be a hexa topological spaces and A content in X. The closure H of A is defined the intersection of all the hexa closed content in A. That is, closure of A is equal to intersection of all the hexa closed sets. Then let x comma tau h be the hexa topological spaces and A be a subset of a topological space. Then the hexa exterior point of A is a complement of A. That is hexa open set G such that X belongs to G, which content in A complement. Then we can say exterior of H of A is equal to interior H of A complement and also interior H of A. Then a point X of a topological space x comma tau h is said to be a hexa frontier point of a subset A of X if and only if it is neither hexa interior nor hexa exterior point of A, which is denoted by frontier H of A. Then the properties, let x comma tau h be the hexa topological space. Let A content in B content in X, then interior H of pi is pi, exterior H of X is X, interior H of A content in A, interior H of A content in interior H of B, interior H of A, which is equal to interior H of A. And then for closed H of pi is equal to pi, closed H of X is equal to X, A content in closer H of A, closer H of A content in closer H of B, closer H of A equal to closer H of A. And then then the union of interior H of A and interior H of B content in interior H of A union B, and then vice versa, interior H of A intersection B, which contains an interior H of A intersection of interior H of B, and then closure of A union B, which contain in union of closer H of A and closer H of B, and then the intersection of closer H of A and closer H of B, which contain in interior H of A intersection B. And then for exterior, here the exterior H of X is equal to pi, exterior H of pi is equal to X, exterior H of A is equal to A complement, exterior H of A is equal to exterior H of the A whole complement, A content in B, which implies exterior H of B content in exterior H of A, interior H of A content in exterior H of A, the union exterior H of A union B equal to the intersection of exterior H.
Please conclude the session.
Yes, ma'am. These are all my relationship between the operators. Then here I conclude the properties of a hexa open, hexa closed, hexa interior, hexa closure, exterior and frontier. Further, we decide to investigate the relationship between the general and various hexa topological spaces. These are all my references, ma'am. Thank you.
Is there any example of hexa topological space?
Sir?
Hexa topological space example. You have example any?
Yes, sir. Once again, I share. Here the exotopological spaces, the
Example.
definition 3. Yes.
Not the
Here
definition.
so example, here the example 3.3, let x is equal to topology. From that topology we can define tau 1, tau 2, tau 3, tau 4, tau 5, tau 6.
Okay.
We can define universal set. In that universal set, we define 6 topologies is called the exotopological spaces.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Klaiselvi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next presenter is Ms. K. Syamala Devi with the title A Review on Role of Traditional Knowledge Systems in Biodiversity Conservation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, my topic is a role of traditional knowledge system in biodiversity conservation. Indigenous people actively participate as partners in conservation of biodiversity, and local people places are home to biodiversity. Traditional knowledge is the body of information that different societies throughout the world have accumulated over time. Traditional knowledge of animals, plants, soils, and landscapes for the sustainable use of resources, traditional resources management with an appropriate set of tools, techniques, and practices, social institutions or organizations for coordination, cooperation, rule making, and rule enforcement, and finally environmental perception, and gives meaning to social behavior, and all considered as roles of traditional knowledge system for biodiversity conservation. Right. Here I'm going to talk few points about the objectives, only very few. World scenario with respect to the biodiversity conservation, a small case study, Indian scenario, then conclusions and future scopes for my project work. Biodiversity is the variety of life on earth. It is
Please
crucial.
switch to full screen.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, now, okay, ma'am?
Good. Yes.
Okay. Biodiversity is the variety of life on earth is crucial for the functioning of ecosystem and the well-being of humans. This paper explores the role of traditional system in biodiversity conservation and highlights the lesson that can be learned from the development of more sustainable and equitable conservation strategies. Traditional knowledge is the knowledge, practice, and innovative means used by the indigenous and local communities to reach varied objectives. It is also known as ethoscience or stock of knowledge. The main over here, there are some ways that traditional knowledge can assist and contribute. One is the identify the metrics to assess the current state of ecosystem services, biodiversity, and cultural well-being. Set of various thresholds to encourage various levels of management interventions to reserve the decline in biodiversity, etc. The main objectives are conservation of biological diversity throughout the world. The second is sustainable use of components of biodiversity, to identify the role of traditional knowledge system in biodiversity conservation and use of traditional knowledge system in ecological balance and sustainable use of local resources. When come to the world scenario, Here, the variety of species on Earth or the biodiversity is essential for ecosystem health and human welfare. Indigenous and local communities have been developing sustainable practices for centuries, and traditional systems of biodiversity conservation provide important insights into these practices. When come to the Convention of Biological Diversity, that is CBD 1992, is the international legal instrument for the conservation of biological diversity, the sustainable use of its components, and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of utilization of genetic species. And it has been ratified by 119 nations throughout the world. A legal framework for the conservation of biological diversity, the sustainable use of its components, and fair equitable sharing of the benefits arising from the utilization of genetic resources. And the second one is the Article 8GB, 8J of CBD, Convention of Biological Diversity. It talks about the parties are required to respect, preserve, and promote the wider application and equitable sharing of benefits resulting from Indian traditional knowledge systems. And the third one is LINKS. LINKS stands for Local and Indigenous Knowledge System. Local and Indigenous Knowledge System program of UNESCO. It is one of the program of UNESCO of 2002, encourages the integration of local and indigenous knowledge into global climate science and policy processes. In recent science policy, science fora on topics like biodiversity assessment and management, climate change assessment and adoption, natural disaster preparedness, and sustainable development, etc. LINKS has played a significant role in ensuring that local and indigenous knowledge holders are their knowledge are included. And the fourth is in situ and ex situ conservation. It is nothing but conservation of biological species within the site and also outside the site. Next is a small case study with regard to the traditional forest management system of Indonesia. And based on the understanding of Indonesia people, right, regional ecosystem, many indigenous communities of Indonesia have created traditional management techniques. For example, the Dayak people of Western Kalimantan have a history of practicing agroforestry, which entails growing crops and trees simultaneously in the forest and selectively harvesting trees for fuel and building materials. By doing this, the community needs have been met while also preserving the forest biodiversity. And here it has been divided into four aspects. One is the status of Sungai Uti customary forest. Second is customary laws of managing of customary forest. Third is Sweden cultivation system and cultural benefits. When come to the one of the point of my paper is when come to the Indian scenario, I'm focusing only on a few points. One is the Biological Diversity Act. India has a lot of traditional knowledge that is related to biological resources. In texts of Indian medical system like Ayurveda, Unani, and Siddha, as well as in oral and unrecorded traditions. This traditional knowledge is both coded and uncoded. Generally, we call it as Ayush. Ayush stands for Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, and Siddha, and Homeopathy, are collectively known as Ayush, are officially recognized and in ancient holistic systems that have been significantly advancing healthcare. To address this system, Ministry of Human and Family Welfare has a separate department called as Ayush, which was elevated to an independent ministry in November 2014. Biodiversity Act of 2002 was passed by the Indian Parliament to protect the country's biological diversity. This law was passed on 5th February 2003. The act represents India's initial effort to legislative biological conservation. There are few components of Biodiversity Act of 2002. One is that the control over the nation's biological resources at central level. The second is to restrict or control the resortation collection. And third one is conservation of threatened species. Next, there is a amendment of this bill of 2021. N number of amendments have happened in Biodiversity Act of 2002. The main intention is to boosting the Indian medicine system. It enables local communities to use the resources, especially those with medicinal values like seeds. With these bills, farmers are urged to cultivate more medicinal plants. The preservation and management of species in their natural habits is also known as in situ conservation. One more point is with regard to the geological indications of goods. Geological indications is a sign used to use on products that have a specific geographical origin and possesses qualitative or reputation that are due to that origin. For example, Cafe D of Colombia and Bordeaux of France, Camto Prepper of Cambodia, all these are at different countries. When come to the geological indications of India, one is Darjeeling tea. It is the first geological indication of India in between 2004 and 5. Second is Palani Panchamitra of Palani town in Tamil Nadu. And third is Taruru beetle leaf of Kerala. Then TKDL stands for traditional role of traditional knowledge digital library is a safeguard traditional knowledge system for different integrated by patenting the outside parties. Right? It is a joint project of the Department of Ayush and the Council of
Madam Prakriti, ma'am, Prakriti asking us some question. Prakriti? Prakriti?
No, ma'am. You can continue, ma'am. You can continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Continue.
Thank you. And when come to the traditional agricultural practices, here agroforestry have been used in India for centuries. Agroforestry involves the growing
Dear
crops
ma'am,
and
please
trees.
conclude the session.
Yeah, 1 minute, ma'am. Last one more slide is left. That's ma'am. The growing crops and trees together, and it's beneficial for both environment as well as farmers. And it is one of the traditional medicinal knowledge. Right, indigenous people and local communities have developed a deep understanding of different plants, which have been passed down through generations. And my conclusion is traditional knowledge system is a very important aspect of biodiversity conservation and should be preserved and strengthened for benefit of present and future generations. Thank you.
Any questions, please?
Ma'am, have you studied any case study of your research about biodiversity?
Actually, one fine day I was referring with regard to the biodiversity conservation to give a seminar to my students. So I thought of the topic is very very essential, and it was quite interesting, sir. I went through and I collected some information. I'm not doing much research on this topic, sir. The students asked about to give more examples with regard to the biodiversity conservation. I referred in internet. I got this in complete information through internet only, sir, and I refer some books from the library of my college.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
One more thing I want to ask.
Yes, ma'am.
Allopathy has taken the market, right?
Yes,
so
ma'am.
how you will commercialize these medicinal plants, the valuable medicinal plants of traditional use?
Ma'am, for immediate relief, most of the people are going towards the allopathy, ma'am. But till date, people have belief on Ayurvedic and also homeopathy, ma'am. There are no side effects with the homeopathy, as we all of us know. And with regard to the Ayurvedic, we should not take the combination of Ayurvedic, allopathy, and homeopathy side by side, ma'am. But still, people are there, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Dr. Brindavan Mishra with the title Assertion of the Tribal in the Kingdom of Sambalpur in Early Modern Western Orissa.
Thank you, the organizer. I will be very brief. I will start 12:10. I will wind up 12:15 or at best 12:16. Very good afternoon to everyone. It is one afternoon because the temperature is soaring everywhere. So in my presentation, basically I have 6 to 8 slides. So I will wind up within 5 minutes. And basically it looks about a region that is Sambalpur, situated in western part of Orissa. Particularly my area of study is 16th to 19th century. As I am a historian, so I'm not a scientist at all. So basically, I am just look about the relations with the society and culture on one hand, And the other hand, I'm trying to figure out the contradiction between the tribal group and non-tribal group because of this involvement of external factors like the Britishers and as well as other state apparatus. Having said that, this paper is all about the assertion tribal in the kingdom of Sambalpur in early modern Orissa. What is my argument? Just a minute. Sorry, I cannot move. There is some technical.
No, sir. Continue.
No. I cannot moving to second slide. That's a problem.
Okay.
That is some.
Only some.
Yeah. That's the.
Sir, you just press the up and down key.
It's not working, sir, from my end. Maybe some.
Sir, use down key in the keyboard.
No, it's also not working.
Scroll down of mouse key.
Just a minute.
Scrolling.
No, scrolling and nothing is working, sir. I don't know. Anyhow, I will go for the example. Not a problem. So just I minimize this screen and I'm just looking my presentation. Okay. So anyhow, so yes, I just kill my 1 minute. So anyhow, so the point over here is what is my argument? In the argument, basically, I try to argue about the regions. I mean, why and the manner the tribal they started a revolt against this caste Hindu kingdom of Sambalpur in early modern Orissa. Basically, when you look the established some kingdom of Sambalpur, initially the tribal and non-tribal very good relationships. But in certain time, because of external, internal factor, what we can find, the tribal were pushed back from the mainstream by the state. So that's lead from their, what I can say, retaliations against the state. In this sequence, but one interesting part is that when the state wanted to impose Hinduism, quote unquote, over them, they said that no, we have our own tradition, own things, and they believe in Tantricism, and they never wanted to be main part of this main discourse. Now, what is the problem and hypothesis of my area? So if anybody know about the state formation in Orissa in general, then basically from 4th to 12th century, we can have different sub-regional state like Mathara, Salabhava, Bhumakara, Samavansis, and Gangas. And prominent historians like Harman Kulke and others, they say that it's the first stage of state formation in the Orissa. And basically the Ganga dynasty built up this great Konark and the Jagannath temple. They said that it is the culmination of the first stage of state formation in Orissa. Basically, my argument starts from here. I look at Orissa from 16th to 19th century in a different angle, and I argue that with the culmination of the Ganga dynasty, okay, it is the first stage of state formation in Orissa, but the second stage of formation started with the two regional dynasty. For instance, this we can say the Chauhan of Sambalpur and Bhoi of Khordha. And this particular my area of research on Chauhan of Sambalpur. And what happened initially in the 14th century, they have started their kingdom in western part of Odisha, but at the end, in the middle of 16th century, we can find that it's a division between these two groups. Then the elder groups moved to the Sambalpur and established kingdom over there. Coming back to the Sambalpur over here, this areas, if you look geographically, it's highland of Orissa. Highland in the so it's not related to coastal belt. Its share is bounded to the present Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand state of India, and somehow it also related to the present Andhra Pradesh. And here, maximum tribes were Bijal, Gond, and Sahara, who dominated this area. However, the kingdom and the king, they belongs to the what I can say upper caste. Rather than the Chauhan. This is the offspring of Chauhan. They moved to Western Orissa and they established this kingdom. But initially, we can find this quote unquote the Kshatriyanization, Rajputanization, and somehow the Brahmanizations. But in later stage, when the state vociferously intervene over this area, we can find a contradiction. In that contradiction, what happened in both specifically in 19th century or late 18th century, 19th century, we can find the involvement of the state more specifically. What happened? There is two agricultural communities, those migrated from Chhattisgarh, that is locally they call it Agaria and Kulta, and they started to penetrate the hinterland of the tribal, and they forcefully occupied their occupational land. When they forcefully occupied their occupational land, we find there is a tremendous options down between two different groups, and that leads for the retaliation of tribal. when they travel retaliated, they culturally, socially, and politically, they retaliated against the state. Culturally, they say that we are superior culture, like not from the belongs to the royal house. Socially, say that no, we are not at all. We are not going to believe in the high caste Hindu Varna society. And culturally, they say that they know this complete figure out them some of the Brahmanical notion and Hinduism. So this is all about my presentation, and as I promised, I finished my presentation within 6 minutes. Thank you. Hello.
Hello, any questions, please? Thank you, sir.
This is one question from my
Yes.
side. Actually, you have studied this tribal area, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you gone through that area, or you have communicated with those people, the tribal people there?
I belongs to that area, ma'am, but I stay educated from Delhi and Japan. So, but basically my childhood spent over that area, and during my field study, I used to stay over there, that area, for years and years. Every year, I spent 3 months over that area for my field work.
Okay, that's why I wanted to know that how deeply you know them.
Yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir. Our next participant is Miss M. Deepika with the topic A Cyclic Coloring and Corona Product of Some Graphs. Miss M. Deepika. Miss M. Deepika.
No problem, I think this is from there.
Okay. And our next participant is Miss Madhu Toshniwal with the topic Green Method of Synthesis, Some Biological Active Heterocyclic Derivatives Incorporating Benzothioazole moiety.
Good morning, everyone. I'm audible?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So now today's my topic is green method of synthesis of some biologically active heterocyclic derivative incorporating benzothioazole moiety. So the green chemistry is the design of chemical products and processes that reduces or eliminate the use or generation of hazardous substances. Green chemistry applies across the life cycle of a chemical product, including its design, manufacturing, using, and ultimate disposal. And it's also known as sustainable chemistry. So in this synthesis process, I have used the concept of green chemistry. I'm taking a heterocyclic compound. I've taken a heterocyclic compound containing nitrogen and sulfur heteroatoms are used for material in drug research. Being a heterocyclic compound, benzothioazole finds use in research as a starting material for the synthesis of many bioactive structures. Several benzothioazole derivatives have been used against cervical cancer, antifungal, antibacterial, anticonvulsant, anti-inflammatory, anti-tumor, anti-tuberculotic, anti-allergic, etc. So the title compound shall also be synthesized in the microwave irradiation technique using ionic liquids. Results shall be compared by conventional method in the microwave irradiation technique, and all the synthesized compounds were characterized by elemental analysis and their spectral data. So the synthesis of imidazobenzothiazole derivative by taking the reaction by taking the reaction of 2-amino 4,6 substituted benzothiazole, which is taken in the 0.01 mole, and haloketones and haloester were carried out under microwave irradiation at the respective conditions using Na2CO3 and TBAB as in tetrabutyl ammonium bromide as an ionic liquid. The reaction was monitored by TLC, silica gel TLC. The progress and completion of reaction was monitored. The reaction mixture was cooled up to room temperature and separated product was filtered. By using dry ethanol, the product was recrystallized and TBAB is recovered. Materials and method, all the general procedure reagent grade chemicals were used without further purification. All the substances and solvents were used as received. All the melting points are taken in open capillaries and uncorrected. The purity of the compound was checked by TLC, and the data, spectral data, are taken by IR, NMR, etc. Fast atom bombardment mass spectra were recorded at room temperature. The accelerating potential was 10 kilowatt. The elemental analysis of the compound was performed on elemental analyzer. And the resultant discussion, the synthesis of compound was carried out by conventional method as well as under microwave irradiation technique. It is noteworthy that the reaction takes time to 6 to 12 hours in conventional method was completed within 10 to 20 minutes for 2-amino 6 substituted benzothiazole by using microwave irradiation technique, and yield was also been improved. So the conclusion is this: at above synthesis scheme, we use tetrabutyl ammonium bromide as ionic liquid and microwave irradiation technique. This leads to considerable saving in reaction time, increases the yield of compound, and it's energetically profitable. So result shows that ionic liquid are efficient, microwave absorber and recover, so minimizes the waste disposal problem. I'm very thankful to the principal of Government Women Engineering College for providing me the research opportunity, and my supervisor, Dr. Arun Parekh sir, for the references. Thank you.
Dr. Madhu, I have a query regarding.
Yes, ma'am.
You have prepared this, or you have synthesized these materials by the microwave assisted as well as the traditional method, right? Both methods you have utilized.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you compared all the properties or some few properties only?
I have compared, ma'am, 4 or 5 properties.
Okay. Were there any variation in the results, or almost they were same?
No, ma'am. Drastically changes in the results.
So how you can say that we have synthesized the same thing from the both methods?
We can synthesize the same things by both the methods, and we get qualitatively far better result by using microwave irradiation technique.
Okay.
Madam, which type of instrument used for elemental analysis in your work?
Yes, sir.
Which type of instrument used for elemental analysis?
Yes, sir. The elemental analyzer. This is carried out in MNIT Jaipur.
DLS techniques.
Yes, sir.
DLS. Ma'am, you have not seen the graphical results. How I analyze the work is correct or not correct?
So the work is analyzed by NMR and mass spectra, which is not. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. But your result. Okay, everything. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Madhu.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Miss Sulekha Tripathi with the topic Hydroponics, a key to revolutionizing agriculture. Sulekha Tripathi. Miss Sulekha Tripathi. Is she there? Okay. Our next participant is Mr. A. Maleshwari with the topic Impact of Variable Viscosity, Nonlinear Thermal Radiation, and Irregular Heat Source on Non-Darcy Hydromagnetic Convective Heat Transfer Flow past a stretching surface filled with AI2O3 water nanofluid.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
And my screen, ma'am?
No, your screen is not visible.
Now, ma'am?
Yeah, it is visible now.
Good morning to all. I am Maleshwari, research scholar under the guidance of Dr. B. Srinivas Reddy, Associate Professor, Yogavema University, Kadapa. And today, my topic is impact of variable viscosity, nonlinear thermal radiation, and irregular heat sources on non-Darcy hydromagnetic convective heat transfer flow past a stretching surface filled with aluminum oxide water nanofluid. We analyze the combined influence of nonlinear convective and irregular heat sources on non-Darcy convective heat transfer flow of aluminum oxide water nanofluid past a stretching sheet with variable properties. Using similarity variables, the nonlinear partial differential equations are converted into ordinary differential equations and are solved by using finite element method with quadratic shape functions. From this analysis, it is observed that primary velocity, temperature enhance secondary velocity with viscosity parameter. Nusselt number grows decays for higher values of viscosity parameter. Higher the strength of the space or temperature, dependent heat source leads to a depreciation in the flow variables. Keywords: aluminum oxide, water, nanofluid, stretching sheet, nonlinear thermal radiation, finite element method, irregular heat sources. Nanofluids. In modern engineering and technology, the consumption of energy resources has become a prime interest due to its progressive significance in industrial systems. Nonlinear thermal radiation. The study of nonlinear thermal radiative fluid flow passing over a stretched surface is an area of potential interest for the researchers due to its applications in many engineering and physical processes. Some applicable areas of such process are solar power technology, nuclear plants, air propulsion devices, combustion chambers, and chemical process at high operating temperature. Particularly, the thermal radiation effect plays a vital role in controlling the heat transfer process at the polymer processing industry. Several authors have been in investigations, Hussain et al., Anand et al., Rupalakshmi et al., and Mahantes et al. Variable viscosity. In most of the studies, the viscosity of the fluid was assumed to be constant. In the effect of variable viscosity is taken into account, the flow characteristics are significantly changed compared to the constant property case. Convention flow in nature and engineering phenomena requires that viscosity and thermal conductivity of fluids vary with temperature. For instance, the viscosity of dry air at 100 degrees centigrade is 21.94 into 10 to the power of minus 6 kg per meter per second, while at 200 degrees centigrade. Non-Darcy. The non-Darcial forced flow boundary layers from a very important group of flows, the solution of which is of great importance in many partial applications, such as biochemical problems. Investigate the impact of non-linear thermal radiation and irregular heat sources on convective heat transfer flow of aluminum oxide water nanofluid past bilinear stretching sheet. The transferred boundary layer equations which represent the flow, heat, and mass transfer are solved numerically using finite element method with quadratic interpolation functions. Mathematical formulation. Consider the study three-dimensional viscous incompressible laminar magnetohydrodynamics boundary layer flow of a nanofluid posture stretching sheet through nanofluid saturated porous medium filled with water-based aluminum nanofluid situated at Z is equal 0. The coordinate system is chosen such that UPW be the velocity components along XYZ directions. You have to see diagram here. Concentration boundary layer, thermal boundary layer, and porous medium UP. Momentum boundary layer X and Y directions. We also consider a constant magnetic field of strength V0 in the Z direction. The flow is caused by the stretching of the sheet which moves in its own plane with the surface velocity x, where a stretching rate is positive constant. The stretching surface is maintained at a uniform temperature TW, and these values are assumed to be greater than ambient temperature T infinity. Under the above assumptions are governing equation describing the momentum and energy in the presence of nonlinear thermal radiation and irregular heat sources. Take the following form. Here we have to see Ruslan approximation. The equations are momentum equation and energy equation and continuity equations. These are, and we have to take thermophysical properties of water and nanoparticles. We have to see the table pure water, copper, silver, aluminium, what we take the values from. The finite element analysis with quadratic polynomial approximation functions is carried out along the axial direction of the wall. The behavior of the velocity temperature profiles has been discussed computationally for different variations in governing parameters. The Galerkin method has been adopted in the variational formulation each element to obtain global coupled matrices for the velocity. The temperature in course of the finite element analysis. Galerkin method is used to convert the partial differential equations or matrix form of equations which result into 3x3 local stiffness matrices. All these local matrices are assembled into a global matrix which is by substituting the global nodal values of order 1 and using inter-element continuity and equilibrium conditions. In solving these global matrices, an iteration producer has been adapted to include the effects of pretended parametric variations. The iteration process is continued until the desired convergence is gained. We have to take parameter values, Hayat et al. Values, and what I took the present study values, discussion and numerical graphical analysis. The numerical computations are conducted for different values of the parameters that describe the flow characteristics in aluminum oxide, water nanofluid, and the results are illustrated graphically. A representative set of computational results are presented in figures. The thermophysical properties of water and nanoparticles are shown in table. The comparison of present results with the results reported by Hayat et al. Is made and found good agreement, which is shown in table 2. These are the graphs I drawn from the Hayat et al. And my present study values. To find these are graphs. This is the table chicken fraction and Nusselt number values in table 3. The conclusion: three-dimensional flow heat transfer of aluminum oxide water-based nanofluid over porous stretching sheet with variation in viscosity is studied in this analysis. The primary velocity distribution elevates, secondary temperature declarates to the higher values of phi in aluminum oxide water nanofluid. It is worth to mention that the heat rate improve in aluminum oxide water as the values of phi increase. Increasing values M, K, B1 accelerates the temperature of the fluid. These are the references what I studied and wrote paper. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all.
Why you are applying this finite method on this equation? Is less
Sir,
computational?
sir?
Is less computational or?
Yes, sir. Sir, your voice is not audible, sir.
Why you are applying this method? Finite difference, finite method.
Yeah, yes.
Why?
We have several methods. So I took finite element method.
You can use any other method on this.
Of course, sir.
Their comparison part is missing.
Yes, sir.
Maleshwari, can you tell me which type of parameter used in a water and nanoparticle for measurement of thermophysical properties?
Yes.
What is the parameter of water and nanomaterials?
Aluminum oxide.
Have you studied?
Yes, yes.
Can you tell if you are comfortable?
Yes, sir, I'm comfortable.
Maleshwari, you plotted some graph in which software?
Yes.
Graph, you dropped some graphs in which software?
It's soft.
Maleshwari, I suggest.
MATLAB, sir.
MATLAB? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Maleshwari,
Yes, sir.
you are a research scholar.
Yes.
I'm suggesting your slide is a very lengthy.
Yes.
And it's not for a presentation.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Your presentation should be short and straight forward lines. Must text in your slides. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you for sessions.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Our next presenter is Mr. Arvind V. Sarode with the topic Investigation of Structural Dynamics of Polymer-Induced Drug.
Hello.
Mr. Arvind. Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. The screen is visible to you, sir. To you, ma'am.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So, first of all, thank you very much for all the organizing team for giving me this opportunity to present my research work over here. So, my title of research work, which I'm going to share with you, is Investigation of Structural Dynamics of Polymer-Induced Drugs. Friends, as you know, means applications or uses of organic compounds or say biomolecules or say polymer or even drugs also, it depends upon the properties and property changes with the structure. Therefore, a study of structural properties is the key component to know before its applications. Present work aim at the structural dynamics of polymer-induced drugs, as polymers have wideband applications that also includes in a drug delivery system. polymer-drug interactions have a large effect on the rate of release of drugs from a polymer matrix. Polymer that can physically interact with the drug may sustain the release of the active substance. Here, for present work, we used ibuprofen, which is a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs and can be used by millions of people worldwide. What are the techniques available for the study? Molecular interactions and structural dynamics, we can study through a variety of techniques that is available present today. One of the technique is UV visible, then FTIR, then through NMR also we can study the molecular interaction between solute and solvents, and even dielectric spectroscopy, and many more techniques. Advanced technology is techniques are available. For the present investigation, we used dielectric spectroscopy. Actually, dielectric spectroscopy is nothing but a tool in which a pulse of high frequency electromagnetic radiation incident upon a sample that gets reflected back and gives information in the form of electrical signals, which on further analysis gives the structural information about the sample under study through dielectric parameters calculated or obtained, such as complex permittivity, static dielectric constant, relaxation amplitude, or we can say strength, relaxation time, and dipole moment, and other dielectric parameters are also available. Here, if you see, the techniques we are using means a broadband spectroscopy. It covers a range from 10⁻⁻⁴ to 10⁻⁴ hertz, but specific methods are available to work to employ in specific frequency range. Here, time domain reflectometry techniques that works just about 10⁻⁴ to 10⁻⁻10 hertz. Particularly, this range is known as the microwave frequency range, and many other techniques which we can employ below this frequency range and above this frequency range also. So through this technique, what we did means the present aim of this work is to study concentration and temperature dependent structural dynamics of drug-induced polymer through dielectric relaxation spectroscopy. What frequency range we employed, that is the 1 gigahertz to 30 gigahertz, and temperature range we employed below room temperature up to 278.15 Kelvin. And using this, we have studied static permittivity, means all these are the dielectric properties or parameters. Among these, the static permittivity, static dielectric constant, relaxation time, and dipole moments, and even we have included a correlation factor in our study. I will introduce brief about the technique that we employed for this present work, the time domain reflectometry. As you can see over here, the photograph where we are getting means incident and reflected pulses. If you bombard on the sample, then information in terms of electrical signals we can obtain. So first pulse, it is the incident pulse, as you can see over here. The upper one is the color which is pink, and the lower one which is greenish color. So the incident pulse, you can see it is the purple color, and the reflected pulse, as you can see here, which is just below this. So these electrical signals, which we can further analyze in order to get complex permittivity spectra. Let us give brief explanation about this TDR working principle. Here you can see means a TDR sampling module, and we are sending one incident pulse to the sample. And from sample, we are getting two pulses, means one with sample and another without sample. So these two samples, so we have to further fed to the digital serial analyzer over here, and then through computer we can analyze the things. And after analysis, we are getting complex permittivity spectra, as you can see over here. So these spectra at a different temperatures and different concentrations. After getting pulses, means after converted it into means a frequency domain using Fourier transform. So this kind of pulses, the upper one it is known as permittivity, and the lower one it is called dielectric loss. So for all the different possible concentrations of PVP and this ibuprofen, IBP, we have obtained the spectra as you can see over here. And this spectra we have further analyzed by using this Harvilic-Nizami equation, which you can see over here, in order to get different dielectric parameters. So among this, the first dielectric parameter we have obtained, that is the static dielectric constant. So as you can see over here, means for pure or say aqueous PVP, polyvinyl pyrrolidone, without inducing IBP, means ibuprofen, the graph or spectra you can observe over here, means we can see over here. At room temperature, it is showing some low dielectric constant, and as we increase, means lower the temperature, static dielectric constant gets increased. Similarly, here for aqueous PVP, static dielectric constant increases towards higher concentration. And after inducing ibuprofen, the dramatic changes we can obtain here. Initially for aqueous PVP, static dielectric constant, it is increasing, but after administering drug, static dielectric constant for all the concentrations and temperature, it starts decreasing like this. And even for higher concentrations of IBP, as you can see over here. So all spectra, it shows a little bit of fluctuations in dielectric constant. So this dielectric constant for aqueous PVP, as I have mentioned over here in first figure, found more than that of pure water, and become almost constant, or we can say higher concentration at if you increase higher concentration, it is almost constant for further increasing PVP concentration.
Please conclude your talk.
Okay, sir. So the second parameter we have studied, that is the relaxation time. So here also means for all the used concentrations and temperature, relaxation time, it is it seems to be increasing. What is the reason behind increasing relaxation time towards lower temperature and towards higher concentration? Means drugs and aqueous polymer, it gets interacted with each other. As a result, for the rotational motion of water molecules, large barrier, or we can say hindrance, is offered by the system, and that is why relaxation time it gets increased. The second parameter or next parameter, dielectric parameter, we have incorporated in our study, that is the correlation factor. So correlation factor we have calculated by using this equation. This equation is known as Kirkwood-Froelich equation. And this is the spectra you can see over here. The G factor, it increases also with concentration as well as towards low temperature. The condition imposed by this G is that when G is equal to 1, means we can say that there is no correlation or no interaction between solute and solvent molecules. And for G greater than 1, we can say dipole of solute and solvent molecules, they get aligned parallel to each other. And for G less than 1, we can say anti-parallel alignment is there. So in all the cases studied over here, G value, it looks greater than 1. And we can say that parallel alignment between dipoles of solute and solvent molecule is taking place. This is the table which we have incorporated the G values along with G mu square values. And finally, I will come to the conclusion. So after studying all the dielectric parameters, the overall conclusion is that the system so far as the pharmaceutical process, including design, synthesis, extraction, purification, formulation, absorption, and distribution, in body fluids, its concern is more stable at low PVP and low ibuprofen concentration and towards lower temperature. So this is the overall conclusion of my study. Thank you very much for your patience. Hello.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Arvind.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
I have a query.
Yes, sure.
What's the principle of dielectric spectroscopy?
Actually, madam, when electrical field is applied to a sample, it involves molecules as well as say atoms. So after imposing such a systems to exposure like a strong electromagnetic field, dipole of that system gets perturbed. And when dipole gets perturbed, the structure gets different, and that information you can obtain by means of studying these dielectric properties. So basically, everything it depends upon the how dipole moment gets perturbed.
Okay, so if the molecule don't have dipole moment, then this spectroscopy will not work over that.
Yeah, because polar and non-polar systems are there, molecules are there. So particularly means non-polar system is there, means there is no that much effect. Means dielectric spectroscopy is not that much helpful.
It will not be there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir and ma'am. Our next presenter is Ms. Komal B. Kawara with the topic Dielectric Relaxation Studies of Indole in the vicinity of DMSO in the GHZ region.
Good morning, ma'am. Is this visible?
No, it's not visible yet.
Now?
No. Yeah, it is visible now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Komal Kabra. My presentation topic is dielectric relaxation studies of indole in the vicinity of DMSO, that is dimethyl sulfoxide, in the gigahertz region. So here I have studied dynamical and structural properties of indole, that is heterocyclic organic compound with DMSO, and I have calculated different dielectric parameters such as dielectric constant, relaxation time, dipole moment, Kirchoff factor, as well as thermodynamic properties like free energy, entropy, and enthalpy. And I have studied this molecule in the gigahertz region using time domain reflectometry, and the frequency range is 10 megahertz to 50 gigahertz, and the temperature is from 0 degree, that is 273 to 298 Kelvin. So this is the block diagram of TDR, and this is actual experimental setup in our laboratory. Here you can see that there are mainly there are three types of TDR, that is sampling oscilloscope, sampling module, and temperature controller system. So the main function of sampling module is to generate the step pulse, and the generated step pulse was carried out through coaxial cable, which having the resistance of about 50 ohm, and the generated step pulse then interact with the sample, and it sent back again to the sampling oscilloscope through the coaxial cable, where the data is stored. So we are getting here two types of pulses. Here you can see there are two types of pulses. The first pulse is without sample and another pulse is with sample. So After getting these two pulses, all the data is stored into the computer, and with the help of USB cable or any external device, we take the data for our analysis. And while analyzing the data, we use different softwares like Turbo Basic and Origin. Now, for calculating and the data which we found it in the frequency form, and for converting the data into the time domain form, we use Fourier transform. This is the Hurwitz-Nigami equation. From this equation, we calculate different parameters such as dielectric constant, relaxation time, and here you can see the two parameters alpha and beta that are nothing but the distribution parameters. And depending on the values of these two parameters, we can analyze our data in three different types of models. That is Debye model, Kolkol model, Cole-Davidson model. In case of Debye model, here if we plot the graph of dielectric permittivity versus dielectric loss, we get perfectly semicircular arc, and we did not get the values of alpha and beta in Debye model. In case of Kolkol model, we get the value of alpha distribution parameter, and again we get the semicircular arc, but the center lies below the x-axis. And in case of Cole-Davidson model, we get beta distribution parameter, and the graph, that is the spectra of permittivity and loss, is little bit skewed type of nature. So here we have selected the sample indole, which is heterocyclic compound, and which is made up of one benzene ring and another is pyrrole ring. And the solvent we used is DMSO, that is dimethyl sulfoxide. First, this is the permittivity spectra, which is drawn with respect to frequency for dielectric loss and dielectric permittivity. Here we can see that we got two types of relaxation peaks. First peak is at low frequency side and another peak is at high frequency side. The low frequency side peak belongs to solute molecule, and the high frequency side, this relaxation peak belongs to DMSO, that is solute molecule. The first parameter which we have studied is dielectric constant. Here we can see that for both the process, that is low frequency and high frequency process, dielectric constant found to be decreasing with increasing concentration, as well as with increasing temperature, dielectric constant decreases. This is because there is decrease in solute-solvent interaction. Therefore, the dielectric constant decreases towards higher concentration. In case of relaxation time, for both the process, we found that the relaxation time increases with increasing concentration, and with decreasing temperature, relaxation time increases. This may be due to towards higher concentration, there is large hindrance to the...
Kindly conclude.
Okay, ma'am. Towards higher concentration, there is large hindrance to the reorientation of indole molecule in the surrounding of DMSO, and also towards higher temperature, due to thermal energy, there is hindrance to the rotation of molecules, and the relaxation time decreases. Sorry, increases. Another parameter which we have calculated is Kirkwood factor G. G factor gives us the information about how the molecule is, means the correlation between the molecule. If the G is greater than 1, we found that there is a parallel correlation between neighboring molecule. If G is less than 1, it means there is anti-parallel correlation, and if G is equal to 1, it means there is no correlation. Here we found all the values of G are less than 1, it means there is anti-parallel correlation. Another parameter which we calculated is dipole moment. Next, different thermodynamic parameters, that is entropy, enthalpy, free energy, we have calculated. The first parameter is free energy. For all the studied system, we free energy of activation was found in the range of 2 to 4 kilocalorie per mole. And in case of high frequency process, it is in the range of 2 to 3 kilocalorie per mole, and in case of low frequency process, it is in the range of 3 to 4 kilocalorie per mole. And here we can see that free energy was found to be increasing with increasing temperature and concentration too. This is because due to thermal agitation, dipole requires more energy in order to attain equilibrium. And in case of high frequency process, the value of free energy is in the range of 2 to 3 kilocalorie per mole, which is suggested for the cooperative relaxation. And the lower values of free energy are associated with the free rotation of monomers. Now, this is entropy. For low frequency process, entropy is in the range, for means both the process, entropy is found to be negative, but in case of low frequency process, it found to be less negative compared to high frequency process. It means that the system which we are studying is ordered. So the conclusion of this work is, here we found two relaxation processes, high and low frequency. High frequency process is associated to solvent, that is DMSO, and low frequency process is associated with solute molecule, that is indole molecule. And dielectric constant is found to be increasing with increasing concentration for both the processes. Also, relaxation time is found to be increasing with increasing concentration. Free energy of activation was in the range of 3 to 4 for low frequency and 2 to 3 for high frequency process. And the entropy is found to be negative, that is the system is ordered. I am very much thankful to my research guide, Dr. Sarodey sir, and all my colleagues, and thank you to the team of ETRD 2023. Thank you, sir.
The virtual stage is open for questions. Is there any question? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Our next participant is Dr. Shadab Ahmed Khan with the title ETA Dual of Some Double Sequence Spaces. Dr. Shadab Ahmed Khan. I think sir is not here. Our next participant is Yirga Zimmer with the topic Parametric Studies on the Interference Effect of Rectangular Footing of Finite Element Modeling. Our next participant is Miss M. Suguna. The topic of her presentation is New Approach Towards Different Types of Biquasi Ideals in B semirings and its Extension. Miss M. Suguna. Our next participant is Miss V. Srilatha Devi, and her title is New Algebraic Structure for Diophantine Q Neutrosophic Sub-Bismarine of B bisemmering. Miss V.
Yes, very good
Srilatha
morning.
Devi.
Yes.
Yes.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes. Shall I present this?
Yes, please.
Yeah, one second. Yes. Can you all see the screen?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, okay. So very good morning. Today my topic is on new algebraic structure for diaphanine Q neutrosophic sub bisemmering of bisemmering. So I'm doing research in Savita University, Chennai. So in today's topic, I'm going to talk about introduction, definition, numerical examples, theorems, and references. So coming to introduction part, so I'm doing on fuzzy algebra. So it's a small introduction about fuzzy. So the fuzzy set, he was the person Zadek who introduced fuzzy set. So and this in particular, I'm going for neutrophobic fuzzy subset. And to know about neutrophobic, we need to know about what is intrinsic fuzzy set. So intrinsic fuzzy set was introduced by Atanosov in 1983. It is just means membership which has both the truth as well as false. So that's so we create the category of mu a of x plus mu a of x is less than or equal to 1. So mu stands for the membership function and nu stands for non-membership function. So these are the definitions we're going to see. Fuzzy set, neutrophobic fuzzy set, intervalued neutrophobic sets, Q, fuzzy sub-bisummering, intrinsic sub-summering, intrinsic Q, fuzzy set, level set, and all this follows. So everyone knows about fuzzy set. Fuzzy set will be based on the membership function. So here A will be the set of all x comma mu a of x, where this mu a of x is nothing but a membership function. It's all under the universal set. Under a fuzzy set, a particular topic, it's based on my topic, is neutrophobic fuzzy set. What does mean neutrophobic fuzzy set is? It is a set of A such that x comma mu a of x, eta a of x, mu a of x, all this, where this mu a of x represents degree of membership function, eta represents degree of indeterminacy, and nu a of x represents non-membership function. Very important condition in neutrophobic fuzzy set is sum of all this should be less than or equal to 3. So you can see here, when you add all these 3, the answer should be less than or equal to 3. Interval value neutrophobic wills, everything will be the same, only that will be some particular interval lies between 0 to 1. So you can see here mu a of x, eta a of x, nu a of x is all lies between interval 0 to 1. We have a numerical example for this intervallic neutrophobic set. So how we take this intervallic neutrophobic set? So we have assumed the suppose 3 sets x1, x2, x3, and we taken the capability x1 as the capability, x2 is the trustworthiness, x3 is price. So taking all this, we find the degree of good, degree of indeterminacy, degree of poor. In the sense that degree of membership, degree of indeterminacy, degree of non-membership. So you can see all this, and these are how we give the intervals will be of this form. That is the first one will be for membership. The next one will be for indeterminacy and non-membership. So in this particular problem, it will be for good, neutral, poor. So coming to the topic of fuzzy sub-summering. So to know this, we define this definition. We take a set to be S operations with S plus dot. We take this as the semi-ring. So what is the condition for it to be sub-semi-ring is we should have this set A H of eta theta plus eta q star is greater than or equal to A H of theta q star A H of eta q star, and then same way we take for the next set also with operation plus and now with operation multiplication. Next, intrinsic Q fuzzy set. Based on this fuzzy sub-semi-ring, we go for this intrinsic fuzzy set. Is again a intrinsic fuzzy set only. We have only the notation as Q here. So we take the mapping of x to x cross Q to 0 to 1 and other set to be x cross Q to 0 to 1. What is the condition? As we said, the intrinsic fuzzy set should be less than or equal to 1. So some of these should be less than or equal to 1. So this definition, we will be using this definition for theorem. So for proving the theorem, we make use of this definition. So how do we state this definition is we take two sets, intrinsic. So we take the intersection of these two sets. How do we find the intersection of these two sets will be set of all theta, minimum of these two and maximum of these two. When you go for union, it will be the opposite way. First will be the maximum, second will be the minimum. Next, we have the level subset. We take the set Q.
Please conclude.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so this will be the level subset, and I have the Cartesian product. This Cartesian product definition we'll be using for theorem proving. So Cartesian product will be defined as two sets. We are taking H cross I. So how do you find this truth value will be minimum of that? I is indeterminacy. Indeterminacy will be addition of these two divided by 2, and F will be falsity, will be again minimum of that. So again, fuzzy sub by submeaning, we have three conditions to be satisfied. A normal sub submeaning, we have these three conditions to be satisfied. Homomorphism, homomorphism, we take a mapping phi to be from S to a T, and we have these three conditions to be satisfied. Very important is diaphytin Q neutrosophic. This is what is our topic is about. So diaphytin in the sense is it combines with neutrosophic, and we end up with this condition: 0 is less than or equal to mu A of all this. Mu A of n, eta A of n, nu A of x, all this will be degree of truth, membership, indeterminacy, and falsity. Some of these should be less than or equal to 2. So these are theorems we have in our paper. So arbitrary intersection of a family of diaphytin Q neutrosophic sub bisubmarine is a diaphytin Q neutrosophic. This is what in definition we have proved. So the proof follows from that particular definition. And we have taken two sets intersection Cartesian product. You can see here the theorem says H and I are any two diaphytin Q neutrosophic sub bisubmarine. Then H cross I is a Cartesian product of these. Again, this follows from the definition. We have this Morse theorem, and this is the theorem based on the homomorphic, as we define the definition of homomorphic. So we have the theorems based on this, and the proof of these theorems follows from the homomorphic definitions. And these are my references. Thank you.
Any questions, please? Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Miss M. Suguna with the title New Approach Towards Different Types of Biquasi Ideas in B semirings and its Extension.
It is visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. I'm Suguna from Savita University, Chennai. My topic is about a new approach towards different types of biquasi ideas in B semiring and its extension. So this is my abstract. Here I am introduced two types of biquasi ideas in B semirings, which is left one and right biquasi ideas. Here we define some definitions, which is one regular and two regular, one biquasi ideal and two biquasi ideal. Earlier in the existing papers we are discussed, they have discussed about only ideas and semirings. Here what is the difference is, here when we coming to B semirings, here full of only we discuss about weak one right ideal and weak one left ideal, same as weak two right ideal and weak two left ideals. So these are the abstracts. We have to discuss about these things. So these are my keywords, which is generalized one biquasi ideas and generalized two biquasi ideas. I am referred many authors which define that semirings and B semirings. Comparing that, I have defined theorems with the suitable examples to strengthen my research. The objective of the paper is to define the various biquasi ideas in B semirings. Now I am going to demonstrate the generator of the single element and the subsets of the biquasi ideas in B semirings. So what is the intersection of weak one right ideal and with weak one bi ideal? I am giving the answer by giving the example. So these are the preliminaries for the definitions, which I am in the semirings they have defined with the two operation, one is addition and multiplication. Here I am defining two operation, which is min max and max min. Min max is defined by star 1 and max min is defined by star 2. These are the definitions of weak one right ideal and weak one left ideal, same as weak two right ideal and weak two left ideal. So the subset of A of is called weak one ideal if it is both weak one right and weak one left. These are the preliminaries, and where then we go on to our topic, which is type 1 biquasi ideal of a B simmering. So the intersection of weak one right ideal and weak one bi-ideal is neither a weak one right ideal nor weak one bi-ideal. I am giving this example for defining type 1 by quasi-ideals. The definition of generalized one right by quasi-ideal is Q star to S intersection Q star to S star to Q. I am defining the operation with a max min is contained in Q. So the subset Q of S is called the generalized one left by quasi-ideal. The same Q star to S star to Q intersection S star to Q is contained in Q. This is what the right by quasi-ideal and left by quasi-ideal. So the lemma is given the generalized one right by quasi-ideal is a one right by quasi-ideal and it's also a closed under star one. Suppose that Q is a generalized one right by quasi-ideal, it's closed under star one. Have defined the lemma by using the definitions. Since Q star to Q is contained in Q, Q star to is S. So finally, I have concluded the dilemma that Q is a one right by quasi-ideals. So I am giving the remark. Every right by quasi-ideal is a generalized right by quasi-ideal. When we are discussed about generalized right by quasi-ideal, it may not to satisfy the closure property. Just Q star to Q is contained in Q. So I am giving this example. The remark is a right by quasi-ideal is a generalized right by quasi-ideal. But what is the converse part is the generalized right by quasi-ideal need not to be right by quasi-ideals. I am considering the simmering S comma star 1 star 2 under two operation, which is star 1 represents the min max and star 2 represents the max min. I am taking the simmering 4 cross 4 matrix and I am taking the Q matrix, which is also a 4 cross 4 matrix, which satisfies my remarks. I am considering that S star to Q is somewhat value and Q star to S is I am getting 4 cross 4 matrix. So when I am taking this intersection, I am getting that 4 cross 4 matrix, but it is not contained in Q, which I am satisfying the theorem. When I am going to write by quasi-ideal, it is contained in Q. This is what the example which satisfies the remark. See, same like that. Every one quasi-ideal is one by quasi-ideal, but the converse part need not to be true. The every by quasi-ideal need not to be one quasi-ideal. I am giving the theorem which is Q star to S intersection Q star to S star to Q is contained in Q. So again for the left by quasi-ideal,
Dear
I am
ma'am, you are
proving this.
requested to bind up now.
Okay, ma'am. So finally we are coming to conclusion, which we have in the earlier existing papers we have discussed about simmerings with the normal operations addition and multiplication. I am discussing to the hyper by ideas using by quasi ideas. So these are my references. Thank you.
Any question, please? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dear candidates, you have a maximum of 6 minutes for your presentation. Kindly try to wind up on time. Our next presenter is Miss P. Prakati with the title Analysis of MM1 MWB Queuing System of Encouraged Arrival with BR. Miss P. Prakati.
Yes, ma'am. Whether my screen is visible for you?
Not yet. Your presentation is not visible yet.
Is it visible now, ma'am?
No, it's not.
And whether it is visible now?
Not yet.
Okay, let me try. Ma'am, are you able to see my screen now?
Yeah, it is there now.
Yes.
You can start with your presentation.
Yes, thank you. A very good afternoon to the team IJIRG and all the dignitaries and fellow researchers gathered virtually. This is Pragati here, the research scholar under the guidance of Dr. K. Julia Rosemary ma'am from the Nilla College for Women, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. And my presentation is titled as Analysis of MAB1 Multiple Working Vacation Queuing System of Encouraged Arrival with Breakdown. So in generally, this is one of the type of the queuing model I have constructed, and with this considered queuing model, I aim to find out the expected queue length. In general, for any common people to understand, we can simply say that wherever we go or at whatever situation we are in, if a service is provided by one or more server, if the customers are waiting to get attended or get served by any of the server, there may arise a situation of existing queue. So suppose if the customer is waiting for a longer period of time to get served, he may leave the queuing system feeling disappointed for waiting such a long time. So thus, in order to reduce such an unpleasant situation and in order to know how much duration a customer needs to wait in the queue to get served is calculated by the term expected queue length. So that is the abstract of my paper. So in the MAB single server multiple working vacation queuing model, I aim to calculate the expected queue length of the considered model. In general, you can imagine this situation in the case of movie theaters, medical clinic, restaurants, pharmacies also. Why not even today, now in this conference also, many of the fellow researchers are waiting behind us to present their work. Here in this case, we can say that it is a single server queue, and there is only one Google Meet link provided for every one of us to present our work. So initially it was A.K. Erlang in 1909 who has laid the foundation of findings in queuing theory, and many other researchers also contributed their part, and many new concepts in queuing theory was later developed. One among them was the concept of vacation in a queuing system. Here I have considered the concept queuing model of MAB single server MWV, that is multiple working vacation queuing system of encouraged arrival with the breakdown. So few notations I have explained, so which I more likely need to explain. So in any of the queuing system which is following the Kendall notation, the first capital in MAB1 MWV, the first capital M denotes the input process. That is, for a queuing system, the arrival rate of customers will be denoted by the parameter lambda. In a particular time, due to some specific reason, for example, there may be an increase in the arrival rate, that is denoted by the term encouraged arrival rate, and it is denoted as lambda of 1 plus L. For easy to understand, during the festival offers, the customers will be going for shopping at some increased rate. That is, we can say that as an encouraged arrival rate. And in MAB1, the second MAB denotes the Poisson output with a general bulk service rule. What does this general bulk service rule denotes is the service will begin only if there exists minimum of A customers and the maximum of B customers. For example, this session is the time mentioned for this session is from 11:20 to 1:30 p.m. means the session can begin only if there exists minimum of 1 or 2 researchers to present their paper, and with the maximum limit not more than 20 researchers. If it is exiting behind 20-30 researchers, means then there will be a chaos. So this output process undergoes within the mentioned batch time. So there may be a breakdown also, or a pause in the session if there arises some network issue, or if a person needs to present as absent. Obviously we'll be moving on for the next person. Still a timely breakdown that is occurring in the queuing model is denoted by the breakdown parameter. Breakdown parameter is here beta I have mentioned. the time rate at which the service is provided is denoted by mu, and the service provided during the vacation period is denoted by mu v. For example, that is after 1:30, that is, it is mentioned as a lunch break. If there is one or more person to finish their presentation, the session may extend, and that is denoted as the working vacation. If you are working in the break time also, it is known as a working vacation. In general, the queuing system which we comprises is of three, it will be considering of 3 periods. First period is ideal state, that is the server will not start his service. The server will be waiting for the customer to enter, that is the server will be in the rest state. As I've already said that the queuing system follows general bulk service rule. If there is less than a customer in the queue, the service may not begin and the server will be in this rest state. If the desired batch of customers, that is 1 to 20 customers, has arrived, then he will be beginning his service. If he, that is his regular busy period. If suppose he is working in his vacation period, that is break period, then it will be denoted by working vacation. I have defined here the steady state of system size equation, among which the first 2 denotes the ideal state. In the rest state, what is the system condition? The third and fourth equation denotes the working vacation condition of the system, and fifth and sixth equation denotes the regular, in his normal busy period time, how he is working, that is denoted in the fifth and the sixth equation. So our aim is to solve this steady state equation and find out the parameters of VQ naught, VPN and IRN. So VQ is nothing but the working vacation parameter, and IR is nothing but the ideal state parameter, and BP is nothing but the busy period parameter. So our aim is to solve this system of equation and find out the values of the parameter. So thus the concept of forward shifting operator is introduced to solve the steady state equation, and we arrive at the characteristic equation. So we have arrived at a root, and the VQ value is obtained by using the Rouchy's theorem, that is VQN is equal to ZV per N into VQ naught. Also for the fifth and sixth equation, that is the busy period condition, also the same process is being continued. By using the Rouchy's theorem, we arrive at a value of VPN is equal to XZ power N plus YZ V power N into VQ naught. So here we don't know the values of X and Y. What is that X and Y? So here I have defined from the derivation itself, we have got the values of Y, but X and it is not unknown. So using with the further simplification, I have arrived at the values of X and Y. Thus we have after further simplification using Rouchy's theorem and so on, we have arrived at the values of VQ.
Dear ma'am, you are requested to bind up the session.
Yes, yes ma'am. VQN, VPN and IRN values, that is the solution we have arrived, and our aim is to find out the performance method, that is mean queue length, how much time a customer needs to wait. If the suppose the queuing system is existing in this case, then how much a period he needs to wait, that is known as the expected queue length. In order to calculate the expected queue length also, that I have derived this derivation. So that is the objective of my presentation, and we have arrived at it. So thus I have considered the MJP single server multiple working vacation queuing model, which is having an encouraged arrival in the regular busy period state. Also there may occur a breakdown condition also. So if it is the queuing system is performing in this case, we have calculated the steady state solution. Also the expected queue length also we have calculated. So that is my work, and this is my reference. I have a few references I've picked, and that is what my work is. Thank you for the patient listening. Ma'am?
Any question? Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What are the initial conditions of the queuing model, MMQ model? You have to discuss it.
So the initial conditions are that I've described in the steady state equation. The first two is nothing but in the ideal state. If ideal state means that I or not denotes that there is no customer, the server is in its rest state, then there will be no customer. IRN denotes that there are n customers, still the server is in this rest state. That is the condition for first two equation. For third and the fourth equation is we are considering the working vacation. The server is in his working vacation, then still he is ready to work in his vacation period, but there is no customer. That will be denoted by VQ naught. The server is working in the working vacation, but there are n customers available. That is denoted by VQN. And the last two equations, nothing but in a busy period. In the busy period, if no customer comes, it is a BP naught. If in the busy period, if n customers come, that is a BPN. Comprising all these together, I have created the steady state system size equations.
Is there any breakdown condition?
Sir, I can't get you. What is? Can you repeat it, sir?
Breakdown condition.
Breakdown condition. Here I am considering the breakdown may occur only in the busy period. I have considered the breakdown may occur. The encouraged arrival is also occurring only in the regular busy period. Also, when there are more than expected customers arrive, there may arise a situation of breaking down. So I'm considering if that breakdown also arises in the regular busy period, then how can we derive the solution? That is the case I have considered.
This is only used for customer services.
No, sir. For easy to understand, I'm saying that for customer service, you can consider in wireless model also.
Okay, good.
It is more likely with the real life example, so I'm mentioning it as a customer.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dear candidates, now you have a maximum of 5 minutes. 5 minutes for your presentation. Kindly try to wind up on time. Our next presenter is Miss Lydia P. Her topic is Performance Study of the MWV queuing system with heterogeneous arrival.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. I am Lydia, doing my PhD under the guidance of Dr. Julia K. Rosemary. Today, I will be presenting MMAB single server multiple working vacation queuing model with heterogeneous arrival. This is the outline of my presentation. Introduction. In this model, service provided under General Bulk Service Rule. Initially, General Bulk Service Rule analyzed by natives in 1967. Working vacation introduced by Survey and Finn in 2002 for MM1 model. During vacation, the server entirely stopped providing service. But in working vacation, the server offers service at lower service rate. In our study, we analyzed the MMAB single server multiple working vacation with heterogeneous arrival. For this model, we derived the steady state equation, performance measure, and some other characteristics. Next, methodology. In this model, customers are arrived to the system in heterogeneous process. The arrival rate follows the Poisson distribution with the parameter lambda V1, lambda V2, and lambda V3. Service rate follows the exponential distribution with the parameter mu. Under working vacation, the service provides lower service rate with the parameter mu V. The server processes the customer in batches. Each batch contains minimum A number of units and maximum B units. Suppose customer waiting in the queue less than A, the server takes a vacation with the parameter eta. Next, the number of customers in the queue at time t, j of equal to 0, the server is idle on vacation, and j of equal to 1, the server is working on vacation, and j of t equal to 0, the server is busy on vacation. And these are my steady state equation for this model. Use the steady state equation. We can calculate the steady state probabilities. From our steady state equation, consider equation number 4, which gives the homogeneous difference equation of the form lambda v2 plus mu v qv b plus 1 minus lambda v2 plus mu v plus eta e into qvn equal to 0. This homogeneous equation gives the solution of the form qnv equal to rvn into q naught v. And similarly, we can consider a non-homogeneous equation from our steady state, equation number 6. This gives the solution like this, Pnp equal to Z r power n minus this term. And we can write it as Pn equal to Z r power n plus Z star Rv power n into Q naught V. Z star we can denote it as eta Rv divided by lambda V3 Rv minus 1 plus mu Rv 1 minus Rv power B. Now we can calculate the values for RIN. For this, we can consider the equation 1 and 2 from our steady state and substitute the PBN value and QVN value, and we get the final answer like this. RIN equal to this term. From this equation, already Z star is known and the unknown terms Z and Q naught V. For this, first we can calculate Z. Consider our equation 5 from a steady state and substitute the PBN value and the QVN value. After simplification, we get the Z value. And equation 12 to 16. 12 to 16 gives the steady state probability of this model. And the unknown value QV naught we can find using normalizer condition and calculate the values. Summation n is equal to 0 to infinity QVN plus summation n is equal to 0 to infinity PBN plus summation n is equal to 0 to a minus 1 RIN equal to 1. Substitute the QVN value, PBN value and RIN value. We can find the unknown value QV naught and QV naught like this term. Next, we can find this performance of measure for this model. The mean Q length of the this model is denoted as LQ. Then LQ of the form, equation number 17 gives the LQ of the form like this. And these are some characteristics of this model. The probability of server in working state and the probability of server in regular busy period and the probability of server is idle. And these are the characteristics. Then conclusion, in this model, we analyze MMAB single server multiple vacation model with heterogeneous arrival, and we derive the steady state equation and mean Q length and some other characteristics. And these are my references. Thank you.
Lydia?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
What is the system of heterogeneous process?
So heterogeneous process, the arrival rate is different from idle state and working state and busy state. 3 states are the arrival rate is different. First, idle state we can consider lambda V1 and working state lambda V2 and the busy period lambda V3.
What will the queuing size, queue size?
So?
Size of queue in your paper.
In idle state, the size of queue and the system are same. In working vacation and busy period, the size of queue and systems are A less than or equal to X less than or equal to B.
And from 1 to infinity?
No, sir, A to B, the limit A to B, minimum A and the maximum B.
Is it only for the server?
Yes, sir. Not a server, single server model, sir. This A to B is an arrival.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir and ma'am. Our next presenter is Dr. S. Farhat with the topic Deciphering the Relevance of Emotion for Language and Linguistics in Indian context?
Thank you, Dr. Ektarana. Greetings of the day to the dignitaries on this virtual platform and other participants here. If the chair permits, can I give the oral presentation rather than the PPT?
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. My paper is this deciphering the relevance of emotions for language and linguistics in Indian context. So the aim of this paper is to bring out the relevance of emotions that constitutes in language and linguistics that finally decides the behavioralism of a human. It draws the content by considering three perspectives. The first, the conceptualization of emotions, same link to the expressions of emotions, and grounding of the language. When it comes to the conceptualization perspective, it discusses the research of emotional lexicons like the nouns, verbs, adverbs, and also including the prepositions as well. And next, when it comes to the, if we take the emotions, takes place on all the linguistics levels: phonological, morphological, lexical, syntactic, as well as the figurative language, which includes metaphors and metonymy. The third level is grounding of the language in emotional reference, where this is the deciding factor of the human behavior, both ontogenetically and phylogenetically. So, not only the content words, the list is associated with the words of 8 emotions to deal with my paper: anger, fear, anticipation, trust, surprise, sadness, joy, disgust, in two ways: negative and positivity. The entire paper also studies our 4 hypotheses. An emotion is in a conceptual category, which is populated with instances and tailored to the environment. And thereby it is linked to each instance of emotion is constructed with the brain's functional architecture to the domain core. So here the language and linguistics, as we all know, they are more neurolinguistics and also social linguistics, which we can also decipher this relevance and exclusively in the in Indian context. So unlike the study of the visual and auditory processing, the study of emotions that I have taken as a part of my survey as well as my study, the emotional laden words and as well as the affective processing. Affective processing is a sentimental processing because words do not have immutable meanings or the stable affectivity, because the meanings and affective connotations are internalized, constructed, and later negotiated in any other context. So this I have given in an emotional potential where a text or a word can be captured, especially in Indian South Indian context. I have taken many words which are very common to the South Indian languages. Like when we call in the in terms of nouns and verbals, the two active action verbs are taken as a part of the study, which has been given an emphasis on intonation, accentuation, and speech of emotional analysis. For this, I like to just give a context of what Alexander has said: I came, I saw, I conquer. So the active words like saw, came, saw, conquer. Again, it depends upon the person's, brought up, its environment, his heredity, one's heredity, and his education. Whatever the education he's brought up. These states again into two modes. I have divided that state into two. Emotive vocabulary is one thing, where is the use of words that comes under the emotive vocabulary. Like if you take love, it also states with hate. If you say good, it also states with bad. So affective items are also there in my paper, where I have brought a few words in a colloquial sense, and as well as mostly at the colloquial sense, and expletions also, because it is the expletions that drives the human beings out of emotions, the tantrums and the rants, things that we share with the humans. So lexical, syntactic, as I have stated above. as well as it is also, the paper also discusses us about the basic emotions as we look into the psychological factors of an human, which drives his behavior manner. And this I have divided again into 4. The first one is antecedent, next is signal. I mean, antecedent is nothing but the events or the situations that cause for the given emotion. The previous one, the signal is a psychological method that a human uses to express an emotion. The words that like sadness, tears, that are the signals out of which the response is given, and this is the response that make my paper to study. Antecedent, signal leading to responses, and how he responds with his both language by use of linguistics. I have already mentioned my paper also gives us the all the accentualization and also the pronunciation, the phonological pattern in this. And next comes with relevance to this response is the coherence. Again, it comes under EQ, emotional quotient, where how coherent one behaves in any situation. So the basic emotions are dealt in my paper. The words, for example, like we can also say like shit expletions, and how this is used with a lot of accentuation or not. Aversion words, spider. I mean, some are averred to the spider, some are averred to the death, and how they react, and what is their response, and coming to their coherence level. So this I have determined, taken these a few of my survey as sample collections to the from my university that I teach, determining the similarities and intensities that I have taken. Later, I have displayed the intensity of lexicons by giving out few words to them and expanded the same lexicons with them. And they again related to this with their psychological features and their cognitive knowledge. Cognitive knowledge is again we can go back to their level of schooling and how they can come out, and taste and appreciation and the fashion on which they are. So this is how the whole paper is divided into, and mostly it is the condition status based on. Finally, I conclude that the entire paper is based on the conditional status of South Indian languages with on par with the English language, because without English we just can't form a sentence in day-to-day conversation. So condition status based on the physical, psychological conditions like desire, arousal, violence, anger, and how these are being coherently implemented in the day-to-day discourses is what my paper about. So thank you to the team IJIRG for giving this opportunity. Thank you, Chair, Dr. Vatsala Power, ma'am. Thank you.
Any questions, please? Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next presenter is Miss M. Deepika, with the title of her paper, A Cyclic Coloring and Corona Product of Some Graphs. Ma'am, it's a request to you to please bind up your presentation in 5 minutes.
My slide is visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all present over here. The topic that I have selected is acyclic coloring of double triangular snake graphs. The outline of my presentation is preliminaries, acyclic chromatic number of double triangular snake graph, corona product of double triangular snake graph and path graph, neighborhood corona product of double triangular snake graph and path graph, extended neighborhood corona product of double triangular snake graph and path graph. The preliminaries that I have discussed. First is graph. Graph is usually denoted as a non-empty set of vertices and edges. Next is double triangular snake graph. Consists of two triangular snake graphs that have common path. And next is chromatic number. Chromatic number is the smallest number of colors needed to color the vertices of a graph G, so that no two adjacent vertices share the same color. Next, the operations that I have used here is middle graph and Karana product. Middle graph of a graph G is defined with a vertex set V of G and U of G where no two vertices are adjacent. If and only if they are either adjacent edges of G or one is a vertex and other is an edge. Next is Karana product. Karana product of two graph G1 and G2 is defined as a graph obtained by taking one copy of G1 and n1 copies of G2 and then joining the ith vertex of G1 to every vertex in the jth copy of G2. Next is neighborhood Karana product, which is defined as which is obtained by taking one copy of G1 and n1 copies of G2 and joining every neighbor of ith vertex of G1 to every vertex in the jth copy of G2. Next is extended neighborhood Karana product, is obtained by taking a neighborhood Karana product of G1 vertex of ith copy of G2 to every vertex of jth copy of G2. Here is the result that I have obtained by using these definitions. And first heading is acyclic chromatic number of double triangular snake graph. If n is greater than 2, the acyclic chromatic number of middle graph of double triangular snake graph with 3n plus 1 vertex and 5n edges is 7. Next is Karana product of double triangular snake graph and path graph. For n greater than or equal to 2, the acyclic chromatic number of Karana product of double triangular snake graph with path graph is 3. Next is acyclic chromatic number of Karana product of path graph and double triangular snake graph is 4. Neighborhood Karana product of double triangular snake graph and path graph. The acyclic chromatic number of neighborhood Karana product of double triangular snake graph and path graph is 4. For extended neighborhood Karana product of double triangular snake graph and path graph is 6. And this is my presentation, ma'am. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
As we conclude this session, let us carry forward the knowledge and insights gained here today to create a sustainable and innovative future. Together, we can work towards building a world that embraces eco-friendly practices, harnesses the potential of advanced materials, and fosters a deep sense of responsibility towards our environment. Thank you once again for joining in this session, and we look forward to your continued engagement in future events. Together, let us strive for a sustainable future where innovation, knowledge, and environmental consciousness go hand in hand. We break for lunch now, and let's meet at 2:15 Indian Standard Time for the next session. Stay tuned.
अभी एक्सपर्ट ज्वाइन नहीं हुए ना?
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and our virtual audience joining us from all over the globe. I am Dr. Ekta Rana, and it is my honor to serve as your moderator today. We are privileged to have in our presence an accomplished academic Dr. S. Farhad as our session chair. Dr. Farhad, an associate professor of English at KL University, brings with her a wealth of knowledge and 2 decades of teaching experience. A trailblazer in women's studies on Afro-American and Black British literature, Dr. Farhad's contributions extend to organizing international webinars and conferences, leading the department and serving key administrative positions. Her selfless dedication to uplifting underprivileged women through the Mitra Service Society is a testament to her character. We are fortunate to have her guide us in today's session. It is my honor to introduce session co-chair Dr. Shiva Soni. Dr. Soni is currently working as an associate professor in GNU Jaipur. She did her doctoral degree from APS University, MP, India in 2015. She is a dynamic researcher and she has published more than 45 research articles. She is involved in various conferences and seminars as a session chair, keynote. Dr. Soni received Young Scientist Award in the year 2022. Her areas of interest are cosmology, plasma psychics, space psychic physics. I warmly welcome Dr. Soni and Dr. Farhad. Now, let's proceed to presentations. Our first presenter is Mr. Miss Shriya Lakshmi Panda, with the title Eco-Pioneership, a Viable Way for Sustainable Economy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
First of all, thank you for giving us opportunity to present in this global conference. Thank you to all the organizer. So my topic is ecopreneurship, a viable way for sustainable economy. So as we can see that there are 3 spheres of sustainability. First one is environmental. Second one is, 1 minute, ma'am. First one is environmental. Second one is economical. And third one is my voice is audible or not, ma'am?
It's audible.
Third one is economical. So as we can see that there is a picture there that one is a light movement bulb and one is LED bulb. So as we can see that the light movement bulb is now dead, grossly inefficient, and no longer will a filament illuminate our ideas. So LED uses far less power consuming and it is more efficient as compared to the light bulb movement. That means what? That means LED is more efficient as compared to the light bulb which uses the filament at that time, at the previous time. So it tells us that if a part of entrepreneurship, we must shift our focus towards ecopreneurship, which is the environmental entrepreneurship. That means we'll do entrepreneurship, but we'll consider environment together to do entrepreneurship. So who is an ecopreneur? The word ecopreneur comes from combining 2 words. First one is eco and second one is entrepreneur. So an entrepreneur whose business efforts are not only driven by profit, but also they concern for the environment, they are known as ecopreneur. Means they take environment with them while doing entrepreneurship and while earning profit. So now we'll talk something about entrepreneurship also. As we know that a business which conceives a new business opportunity assumes personal risk to transform that idea into reality, thinks outside the box, and brings together the money, people, and technology. That's what we know known as that's what we called as entrepreneurship. So the objective of the study is to find out the various factors affecting entrepreneurship in India and to assess various opportunities and challenges of ecopreneurship in today's business scenario. So these are some review of literature which is done by me. First one is the Stalteger. In this paper, they considered the 5 dimensions of ecopreneurship. First one is environmental goals and policies, ecological range of products and services, market share, sales growth, and reaction of competitors. The main advantage of this framework is that to provide self-assessment and opportunities for improvement. The second review of literature is by Ken Roth. So he has given that there are 3 important elements to achieve success in ecopreneurship. First one is eco-innovation, second is eco-commitment, third one is eco-opportunity. Eco-innovation means that we should provide innovative solution to solve our environmental problems. Second is eco-commitment. Eco-commitment means creating and implementing policies that will help to create commitment towards focusing on the green activities. Third one is eco-opportunity. Opportunity means it provide innovation that will help to solve the opportunities for innovation that will help to solve the environmental problems and that will help to achieve the sustainability in business. So there are some factors affecting ecopreneurship in India, that is lack of reliable information to ecopreneurs. Second is no networking among ecopreneurs and innovation intermediaries. Third is poor knowledge about environmental and technologies, like that is research and development. Then unavailability of funding, poor access to consumer markets, no clear policy on government procurement of green products, product disposal cost, there are high product disposal cost, and scarcity of natural resources. As we know that the resources are degrading, the resources are degrading with the passage of time. So there is a scarcity of natural resources also. So there are some opportunities of ecopreneurship. First one is finite resources. First one is finite resources. Finite resources means that the human societies and the business which operate within the substantial consumer of natural resources, both organic and non-organic stocks, are limited in their capacity and are finite resources which cannot be recreated. Second is growing population. As the world population is supposed to be expanded by 50% by 2050, and with it becomes an extraordinary growth in consumption. In emerging countries, this expansion of population has been doubled by fast growth of income. This allowed people to expand their consumption of everything from the meat to dairy products, computers, cars, refrigerator. Although the part of consumption is essential for relieving poverty, in many nations, the high consumption world affluent consumers can have negative impact on ecosystem. Next is natural resources degradation. As we know that today economies act as a linear system, most material and energy are taken from the natural environment, put into brief a useful life, and then become waste in the atmosphere, on the land and water. As a result, pollution take a large toll on human and ecosystem health. In many cities, level of SO2, NO2, and suspended particles exceed the healthy limits recommended by World Health Organization. Then biodiversity loss. The scale of human economy has grown so large that there is no longer room for the species in arc. The rate of takeover of wildlife habitat and species extinction are fastest than they have ever been in the human history. Then sustainable development and
Actually, we
entrepreneurial opportunities. Yes, ma'am.
try to complete your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sure. Then some eco-friendly initiatives are there like PCRA, Petroleum Conservation and Research Association, and Life by Innovative Ideas, Panasonic Eco Ideas, Eco Wheels, Tata is going green, eco-friendly paints, eco shoes, and many more. There are some challenges to ecopreneurship also: lack of awareness and knowledge for startups regarding environmental issue, lack of funds on the part of people, lack of training and skill development, lack of incentives on the part of government, who is not coming forward to help the new ecopreneurs. Then lack of information, business advisors, lack of sufficient information relating to ecological issues. There are many barriers like that to which are challenges to ecopreneurship. So last is conclusion. Conclusion says that ecopreneurship is a blend of meeting consumer requirements, taking with environment goals. So with the threat of global warming, it is extremely important to grow eco-friendly initiatives should be the responsibility for all, not only the business persons, but all. Recycling paper, metals, plastic in the safe, environmentally harmless manner should become more systemized and universal. Organizations should have also responsibility to make the consumer understand the need and benefits of the green products. So there should be continuous redesign, re-engineering, and innovation should take forward for making the ecopreneurship a successful one. Thank you.
Yes, Priya Lakshmi, that was a very comprehensive presentation throwing out the need for eco-friendly entrepreneurship. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next presenter is Mr. Karale Ravikant, with the title of his paper, The Electric Study of Polymer Alcohol Mixtures Using Spectroscopic Technique. Dear participants, you have a maximum of 6 minutes for your presentation. Kindly try to bind up your presentation on time.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
May I audible, madam?
Yeah, you are audible.
My screen is visible.
Yeah, it is visible.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Karale Ravikant Rao, and my today's presentation topic is dialectic study of polymer alcohol mixture using spectroscopic techniques. Presently, I am working under the guidance of Dr. A.V. Sarojay sir in School of Physical Sciences, Swami Ramanand in Marathwada University, Nanded. Now, aims and objective of my study is that I have studied the structural and dynamical properties of PVP alcohol mixture. In that case, I have calculated certain dielectric parameters such as permittivity spectra, dielectric constant, and relaxation time of the solution. And here, in order to determine all these thermodynamic, dielectric parameter, I have used an instrument that is time domain reflectometry in the frequency range of 10 megahertz to 30 gigahertz and at a room temperature. And in this case, we have used the various concentration of solute molecule. Next, this is complex permittivity spectra formula that is equal to epsilon prime minus j into epsilon double prime. In this case, first is epsilon prime. It is static permittivity, which will indicate how much energy is stored in the material from an external applied electric field. And second part, epsilon double prime, we call it as dielectric loss, and it will show that how much energy is lost during that process. This is Hurwitz-Negami equation, which is used to calculate the various dielectric parameters such as static dielectric constant, relaxation time, and other parameters. In this case, here epsilon star, it is nothing but complex permittivity spectra. Epsilon infinity, it is high frequency limiting permittivity. Epsilon naught is a static dielectric constant. Omega is angular frequency. Tau is a relaxation time. And in this case, alpha and beta, both are the distribution parameters. Now, before going to discuss the result which I have obtained, I would like to introduce something about PVP and that alcohols. PVP, it is nothing but polyvinyl pyridine, which is obtained from the polymerization of N-vinyl pyridine. And PVP has some special characteristics. It is biocompatible, non-toxic, non-ionic, and it is temperature resistant. It has large number of applications in pharmaceuticals, medical, biology, due to its soluble nature in water and other alcohols such as methanol, ethanol, and polar solvent. PVP is also used in drugs delivery system due to its molecular structure and its high capability of solubilization. It has wide variety of applications. Now, I would like to here discuss the result which I have obtained from this study. This is first permittive spectra which I have plotted here. Along x-axis, I have taken frequency. Epsilon double prime, it is nothing but dielectric loss, and epsilon prime, it is nothing but static permittivity. This is the permittivity spectra of pure alcohols. This is at 0.25 molar concentration of PVP, and it is at 1.25 molar concentration of polyvinyl pyridine. If you see all these three graphs, we can clearly understand that the static permittivity, it is slowly or gradually decreases as the concentration of PVP molecule increases. And if you are talking about this dielectric loss, this loss peaks as the concentration of PVP molecule increases. This loss again it is shifting to the low frequency side. This is because when as the concentration of solute molecule increases, there is a molecular association between solute and solvent molecule. Due to this static permittivity and the dielectric loss, it is shifting to low frequency side in all cases. Next, it is static dielectric constant. Here I have studied the system at only one temperature, that is room temperature. And in this case, if you see here, this black, red, and all these lines, it will indicate respectively methanol, ethanol, propanol, and butanol. If you see here, the static dielectric constant in methanol, propanol, and butanol, it is decreases towards higher concentration. But in case of ethanol, the value of static dielectric constant, it is continuously increases, because this decrease in the static dielectric constant, it may be due to, as the concentration of solute molecule increases, there is increase in effective dipole-dipole antiparallel alignment. As antiparallel alignment of dipole molecule increases, thus net dipole moment, it will again decrease. Due to that, this static dielectric constant in methanol, propanol, and butanol, it will decrease. But in case of ethanol, this dipole-dipole parallel alignment, it will increase towards higher concentration. Due to that, if you see here, the value of static dielectric constant here observed to be increased towards higher concentration. Again, one more thing is here, apart from this concentration, the total number of carbon atoms which are present in the functional group of solvent molecule, it will play a very important role in case of this dielectric parameter. Because if you see here, methanol, ethanol, propanol, and butanol, it means as the number of carbon atom in the solvent molecule increases, if you see here pure, the static dielectric constant, again it is decreases. Next, it is relaxation time. Here, relaxation time of methanol, ethanol, propanol, and butanol. If you are talking about, first of all, with respect to concentration, as the concentration of solute molecule increases, the value of relaxation time, it is slightly increases towards higher concentration in all solvent molecule. Because if you add more solvent molecule, it will create, if you add more solute molecule, it will create more problem to rotate the solvent molecule, because as the concentration of PVP molecule increases, this molecule will surround the solvent molecule, so that it will create more steric hindrance for the rotation of solvent molecule. And one more thing is that PVP is soluble in case of alcohol, because there is a hydrogen bond between carbonyl group of monomer unit of PVP and the hydroxyl group of solvent molecule. Due to that hydrogen bond creation, it will again create more steric hindrance for the rotation of alcohol molecule, so that if you see here, this relaxation time, it seems to be increased towards higher concentration. Again, in this case, the total number of carbon atoms which are present in the solvent molecule, it will again play a very important role, because with increase in the number of carbon atom in the solvent molecule, you will see here the relaxation time increase. Here, two factors: the solvent total number of carbon atom in the functional group of solvent molecule and the concentration of solute molecule, both will play an important role in the relaxation time. Final, here conclusion of my work is, temperature has a certain effect on the values of static dielectric constant, because towards lower temperature, the value of static dielectric constant, it will increase because towards lower temperature, there is a decrease in dipole-dipole anti-parallel alignment. It means there will be increase in the dipole-dipole parallel alignment. Again, towards higher concentration, the value of static dielectric constant, in three cases, three solvent molecule, methanol, propanol, and butanol, except in ethanol. The relaxation time in alcohols, it will seems to increase towards higher concentration due to the more steric hindrance for the rotation of alcohol molecule. And next one, apart from this one, here I have once again observed that the temperature and the number of carbon atom, both these are also playing a very important role, as the total number of carbon atom in the functional group of solvent molecule increases, the relaxation time also increases. This is the conclusion of my work. Thank you.
That was really an explicit analysis on polymers and extensives, Mr. Ravikant. Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
The virtual stage is open for the questions. Is there any question? Thank you. Our next participant is Mr. Priyank Methani. The title of his presentation is The Properties of Cross-Laminated Timber Prepared from Tropical Hardwood Species. Mr. Priyank Methani. Our next participant is Mr. Arvind Durve. The title of his presentation is Impact of Solar Flares and Geometric Storms on Earth's IMF and Solar Wind Velocity During the Descending Phase of Solar Cycle 24. Mr. Arvind Durve. Our next
मैडम टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम कारण मैं अभी कुछ देर बात कर पाऊंगा मैडम.
Okay.
Sorry.
Our next participant is Mr. Jitendra Kumar Verba. Mr. Jitendra Kumar Verba, are you here? Okay. I think Mr. Jitendra Kumar is not here. So our next participant is Miss Suji Priya A. Suji Priya. Proceeding towards the next one. Our next participant is Miss Manasvi Agarwal. Miss Manasvi Agarwal. And the next one is Jaideep A. Pandya. Jaideep A. Pandya.
Yes.
Miss Sunita Kumari.
Yes.
Jaideep,
Yes,
are
I
you
am.
there?
Yes. 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 Yes.
Okay. You can start with your presentation, Mr. Jaideep. The topic of his presentation is an analytical study on impact of external transportation cost in linear programming problem and their application.
I present. There is a slide. Present. Yes, I am visible or not?
Sir, your screen is not visible.
Yes. Ma'am, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Ma'am, ma'am, hello, hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I present next. I open this and I open. Okay, okay.
Okay, sir. Our next presenter is Mr. Ghanshyam Lal Minaria. The topic of his presentation is First Principle Calculations of Fundamental Physical Properties of Nice Half-Wholesale Thermoelectric Material. Mr. Ghanshyam Lal Minaria. Mr. Ghanshyam. Our next participant is Miss Sujipriya A. Miss Sujipriya A. And the next one is Manasvi Agarwal. Miss Manasvi Agarwal. Sunita Kumari. Miss Sunita Kumari. Mr. Mohammad Farman Ali. Mr. Mohammad Farman Ali. The next one is Mr. Haile BK. Mr. Sanjay Goyal.
Yes, ma'am. Just minutes.
Okay, sir.
Hello. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Just my internet connectivity is so very down. Just few minutes. My screen is visible right now, ma'am.
No, sir, it's not visible yet.
After next, I will be present, ma'am. Just after next. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Our next presenter is Mr. Swad Abdullah Haider Al-Waladi. The next presenter is Mr. Pushparaj Singh. Mr. Nand Kumar Patel. Miss Priyanka Kumari. Miss Priyanka Kumari.
Ma'am, may I
Miss Minakshi.
may I
Yes,
present now?
yes.
I prepared for
Yes, sir, you can.
technical issues solved. My screen is visible. Slide.
No, sir, it's yes, yes, it is visible now.
Slide is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And respected dignitary, namaste. I am currently pursuing PhD in mathematics. My education qualification is MSc with mathematics and with gold medalist, and my name is Jaideep Pandya. I currently pursuing PhD under the guidance of Dr. M.M. Trivedi at Department of Mathematics, Maharaja Krishna Kumar Singhji Bhayan, Bhavnagar University. My research paper and presentation title is an analytical study on impact of external transportation cost in linear programming problem and their application. My research question is what is the impact and effect of the ETC? That means the external transportation cost in transport, and how to reduce it by mathematically. And this is outline of my paper. And abstract, what my objective is to analyze the effect of the ETC on the quality of the logistics activity, and in this paper we analyze it. And the aim of the research is the optimized cost of the transportation, not only specifically but also the also included in the transportation cost. And we measure certain parameter regarding the internal transportation cost, which are isomorphic to each other in the general cases under certain conditions. This is my abstract, and this abstract set the stage for the for a captivating presentation by highlighting the importance of the innovative and collaboration in realizing limitless possibility for future achievement. And this is my abstract. And uh, 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 we normally see that the cost of the production and transportation are mostly commonly measured and maintained in the most industry. But the cost of the internal transport is also crucial element in determining the probability. From the nature of the internal transport cost, we measure the certain parameter regarding the ETC. We compare it, and ETC is determining according to international standards and national policy. We can estimate ETC, but it is a certain things. For example, we buy a fuel of the truck. In that cases, we pay a cost of the production in industry, and it is an internal transportation cost. But in many countries, we also pay a cost for the air pollution effect, and that is the ETC. And the ETC are those connected with moving people or product from the one place to the another place, and that are the not directly supported by person or organization who perform the transport activity. These costs are externalized since there are they frequently imposed on society at large or unrelated parties are and are not taken into account in the pricing or decision making of transport product. And the I did identify the external transportation cost. Therefore, first is environmental cost, second cost, accidental and safety cost, infrastructure cost, land use and urban sprawl cost, and now I move to my main part of the research. That means the material and method. And we take the one problem, primary transportation problem. That means I take the end company A1, A2 up to AN, and this product is moved to the destination D1, D2 up to DN, and AI to DI. Their moving cost is Xij, and so A1 to DI. That means the X11 cost, and supply is a total supply need for our production or for our requirement is B1, and demand respectively CI, and cost and now how to reduce it. So we take the minimize function. Minimize Z is equal to sigma Cij, Xij, I and J running from 1 to up to n respectively. And these are the formula. We formulate the equations regarding this our problem, and we see that we say that this is the internal cost only, not adding the external cost. Now, in the above problem, we consider the cost variable Xij from company AI company to DJ destination, in which included fuel cost, vehicle services charges for transport of product. In 21st century, it is necessary to maintain our environment. So we add the charges related to the situation or effect arising due to it, and are considered in the transport cost, indicate as Yij, and where Yij is the environmental cost, that means the external cost to transport product from the AI company to DJ destination. And the external transportation cost is a variable independent of the supply and demand parameter. But when this cost is added at the time of the solution of the system, for this purpose of not unbalancing problem, we denote the amount of obtained after adding the external transportation cost to ITC by Zij. And this is the total cost is Zij. And there is a new problem related to the related to the ETC. This is the new problem, and the demand and supply is not changing, but our cost is changing. So these are the cost, and this we formulate the new equation regarding this, and the outcome of from my observation or research is that if some variable which are not affected the environment, so by default, for example, we use the green technology. So the environmental maintenance cost is obviously zero. So there is no need, and that variable cost is zero. So totally Zij is equal to Xij. If more than two variable equal, that means the more than two variable are equal in internal cost, then the total cost is maybe equal. And if now we add the more one condition in it, more than two variable are equal, but if one is less than one all other variable, then Zij is equal to Zis. In fourth observation in my that if company I adopt the green technology, then the probability of the allocation for transport of product is more than other company. That means it may be allocated for the transport of product or preferable cases. Yeah, because there is not ETC cost, only ITC cost is. In the assignment theory, when an object is assigned, a path is created, and in this case, the greatest value among the EMC, say YKL, is less than or equal to the value of the Xij, then the path of the assignment of the transport of product is not changed. And if greatest value, if the greatest value among greatest value is less than, then also we see that. And by the northwest corner method, we analyzing more three results. We apply the northwest corner method, and we analyze that only in one case using the green technology does the transport allocation path is changes. We compare it, and even in a situation where environment transportation costs are the same for each company to transport an item at a destination, the original path may be varied. There is not necessary that the path is not varied, and the probability of the variation between the path allocation to the system of the internal transportation cost only and path allocated to the total transportation cost are also high. And the application is a major in every field, I think. The cost benefit analysis, policy development, business decision making, technology adoption, infrastructure planning, environmental impact assessment. I give one example of this application. The adoption of the greener and more sustainable technology can be influenced by the knowledge of the ETC. For instance, a business and policy may be encouraged to switch to electric car or other green technologies that have reduced or no environmental maintenance cost. If the external cost associated with the convenient fuel based transportation are significant. And so my scope of the study is, the aim of the study is what is the impact of the related cost transportation. We know there are the many modes of the transport: car, railway, flight, etc. Uh, 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 so we can expand our study in each mode also. And the second mode, we can compare the characteristics and uses of it. And fourth one, third one, impact of each mode can be differently discussed and compared with its characteristic. We can compare mathematically modeling by using the comparative study, how to reduce ETC in each transportation cost. What is the effect after applied ETC, YKL in the graph? What is the effect in the cost variation technique? What is the effect in the cost affected technologies? And the analysis are one type of the result, and more we expand it. The result of the study indicate the several important findings related to the impact of the external cost on the transportation, allocation of the transportation part. These findings are summarized as follow. And optimal allocation in green technology, variation in we also see that the variation in original path is, the research discover a significant chance of deviation between the path assigned only on the internal transportation cost and those assigned solely on the total transportation cost. This concluded that underlines the need of taking into account total costs, included external factors when making a transportation allocation decision. And second, the impact of the also internal and total transportation. This is my reference.
I think try to conclude your session.
And please tell anyone of the question regarding my topic.
Okay, Mr. Jaideep, despite of your initial glitches, that you have come up with an very illustrious analytical study on impact and viability of external transport costs. That was a good presentation.
Please, I do not understand that. Please tell. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, it's okay. Despite your initial glitches, you have come up with your good presentation. That was nice.
Thank you.
The virtual stage is open for questions. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Now I would like to call Mr. Sanjay Goyal for the
Yes, ma'am.
presentation.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Just a minute, बेटा. एक मिनट तो आप जाओ दफ्तर.
पापा अभी तो इसमें भी क्लास चलती है.
My PPT are visible, ma'am?
No, it's not visible yet.
Just a minute, ma'am. right now are visible?
Not yet.
Just can I log in to another mod,
Your screen
another
is
device?
visible, sir. You can share the PPT.
Yes, now I join to another device. Please just a minute. So any option regarding slides showing ma'am in on the device? I cannot able to see in my PPT. Hello. Hello, myself Sanjay Goyal. Today is my topic on study of solar activity and interplanetary causes with the geomagnetic indices during the solar cycle 24. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
First of content in my PPT. First of all, introduction. Second is our study. Third one are the data sources and analysis. And fourth are the data sources and analysis. And last and concluded. Now, the introduction. The sun's gases are continuously flow with the masses, elasticities, and rotation are the magnetic fields. These motions create a lot of activity on the sun surface, like that the sunspot numbers, flares, solar indices, etc., etc. It means it's called to solar activity. And sometimes the sun surface is very active. The solar activity shows periodically variations from the day to day and thousands of the years in few decades. Sunspots are dark magnetic field areas created in the interior of the sun. They are continuously examined on the solar surface. Sunspot is most reliable parameter to correlation of cosmic ray decreases and interplanetary medium and the geomagnetic indices also. Now, our object for the the study of cosmic ray and their propagation in the effect of the large scale structure of the interplanetary medium, its correlation of the cosmic ray intensity variation through the neutron monitor intensity with the variation of sunspot number and geomagnetic indices and interplanetary magnetic field near the Earth for the period of the solar cycle 24. The whole study based on the data related to we are to take the daily data, pressure corrected counts of neutrons for the cosmic ray intensity from the Olu neutron monitor have been used, but the short-term change from the data has been removed by the method of the trained correlations. That in duration of the solar cycle 24, we are observed the trend last decades to present solar cycle, we are correlated to each other. The day of cosmic ray decreases have also been removed from the analysis to avoid their influence in the cosmic ray variations. Interplanetary magnetic field and geomagnetic indices data have been taken from the OmniWave data sets. Both are the data based on Olu Neutron monitor and OmniWave based data set is the worldwide networking in the world through online. And now, first of all, we correlate to cosmic ray decreases with universal parameter sunspot number as trained as a up and down, it means periodically trends versus cosmic ray decreases. Whenever any incident, any observation, Corpus decreases versus sunspot number. Whenever increase the sunspot number, and with very few years are can examine to Corpus decreases in this duration of the solar cycle. Second graph are also present inter versus FD Corpus decreases versus interplanetary magnetic medium field. So we are observe these is the positive correlation in between interplanetary medium and Corpus decreases. In the duration of the solar cycle 24 is the middle era of the in this solar cycle. Corpus decreases are increases and interplanetary magnetism also increases. It means where the interplanetary magnetic medium are affected on the cosmic ray, that means Corpus decreases event are increases. Now third graph is the third analysis is the versus geomagnetic indices. Is also positive correlation in between cosmic ray decreases during the solar cycle 24. Also, now result and conclusion. Conclude after the observation the trend of solar activity, solar interplanetary and geomagnetic indices during solar cycle 24 follow as. First of all, the sunspot number RZ, it denoted by RZ, interplanetary magnetic field and geomagnetic indices. Two shows are in a solar cycle 24 in last in the particularly trend last solar cycle to present solar cycle is the radically formed. Second one thing in the solar cycle 24 sunspot number, IMF magnetic field and indices also represent the nature of the periodic form. Then found the correlation in between all three parameters is positive correlation in between sunspot number and magnetic field, geomagnetic indices also, but the mean of that the during the periodic there is the large difference between the maxima and minima. Now last is the solar cycle 24 had a smaller magnitude of the cosmic ray decreases in the present cycle through continuous wavelet form. We found that magnetic field and sunspot number and indices also all have the highest spectral variability from the beginning to end of the cycle. And last PPT, we are the acknowledged to organizer and team and I would like to firstly acknowledge to Omni Wave Dataset and Olu Neutron Monitor, Worldwide Networking to providing me data, and also acknowledge to co-authors valuable suggestions, upgrading on my knowledge, and also acknowledge to these global conference, second global conference organizer and team providing us this platform. And last one, the list are my based on paper references. And thank you, organizer team and all participants. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanjay
Okay.
Goyal. That you have really thrown light on the study of solar activities and
Yes.
its different variants in a sequenced manner. That was a good presentation.
Yes.
Any questions from the participant sides? So shall we move on to the other presenter? Okay,
Thank you, ma'am.
right. Shall we move on to the another participant?
Yes. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Miss Sujipriya A. Miss Sujipriya. Sujipriya. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am. Shall I present?
Yes, you can start. And now I request Dr. Shivanshu Badoria to take over the presiding. Yes, please, you continue with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The very nice presentation and the way you presented it was really very appreciable. I appreciate you for the excellent work and I take the charge. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, dignitaries. Myself Sujipriya. I'm working as assistant professor in Sri Krishna College of Technology. I'm also doing research under the guidance of Dr. Julia Rosemary. Today, my title is Analysis of MX-M1 Single Server Multiple Working Vacation Queuing System with Bulking. So here we have a certain contents, abstract, and the system size and expected system size also I find here. And finally, we have a conclusions and the literature survey. So this paper deals an analysis of multiple working vacations so just a minute. Multiple working vacation under bulking. So here the system is single server with multiple working vacations under with bulking. Bulking is nothing but the customer does not join the queue if the system size is a little bit long. In the model, in this model, the customer arrive in batches, which follows a compound poison process, and service time and bulking also follows an exponential distributions. Based on this my scenario, the system examines the performance measures using probability generating function, and finally I complete the term with the decomposition property and the expected system size. This is my abstract of my title. And introductions of my paper: a study of an object or a people moving in a line is defined to be in queue. This is the general part of based on our knowledge, all we know what is meant by queue. So everywhere in real life scenario, everywhere we can see the queues, even in system, everywhere we can able to see this queue. So based on this queuing model, I'm adding multiple working vacation with bulking process in. And basic components included arrival process, service process, departure process, total number of servers discipline, capacity of the queue, and the number of customer being served. This is our general process. Whenever we saw in a queue, this is our general process. It may include this process include with an individual data packets, a patient waiting and a medical facility, banking sector, airport, city traffic, computer communication, computer communication, ticket counter. These are my examples for this queues. This term customer represents the arriving time at T. It requires some service to be performed. Whenever the customer arrives, definitely we need to giving a service for the customer. The customer may be a person, machines, vehicles, parts, etc. So most of the model, the queue discipline follows in first in, first out server process. This is my literature review. So in earlier, Erlang was introducing the concept of queuing system, and then the survey and Finney introduced the concept of a working vacation model. And based on the literature review, this is my model description of my paper. So I'm considering the batch arrival multiple working vacation queue, where the arrival follows a compound Poisson process and service time follows an exponential distribution. So compound Poisson process nothing but the arrival process is a bulk. In a batch, they will come instantly. The size of the arrival group may be a random variable x, and thus threshold value of k, which is less than infinitive. And based on this, I'm define the probability term p of x equal to k, which is gk. And with the help of the term, I'm first and second moments of the random variable capital X with the probability generating function x of z is summation k equal to 1 to infinity to gk z bar k, expectation of xk equal to summation n equal to 1 to infinity to gn in n bar k. This is my component moments term, and my descriptions in this model in the based on this one day I can able to write the steady state equations. Here bulking customers or exponential distribution, as I told earlier. When the system is empty, an arriving customer may not join the system with the probability Q. So the arriving customer, they not join the queue, the person not join the queue, that probability term I taken it as Q, the capacity of the queue. The service state denoted by mu in a regular busy period at time t. The vacation period of service state, it's mu v. In general, the queuing system service rate is mu. Our vacation period service state denoted by mu v. And the arrival rate is lambda. And bulking follows an exponential distribution with the parameter lambda q. So this lambda q is in our model occur only in the vacations. So during our vacation period, we taking a parameter as the exponential distribution with the parameter is pi variant. These are the term N of S denoted the number of system in the customers. J of T denotes the what are the state I consider here, 0 and 1. So 0 is the system working in vacation time. 1 is the system in regular busy period at time t. So Pn of t and Qn of t is the system size probability. The probability of Ns of t. Ns of t is a number of customer occurs in the system. J of t is the state 1, the first state, number of customer and the system occur in the system. Qn of t is number of customer occur in the system in the working vacation period, that I'm representing J of t equal to 0. And steady state system size of the probability, limit n, Pn equal to limit n tends to infinity Pn of t, Qn equal to limit n tends to infinity Qn of t. These two terms should be exits here. So based on the model description, these are my steady state equation, 4 steady state equation I consider. First 2 steady state equation representing for the working vacation model, and next 2 equation 3 and 4 representing my busy period time schedule. So lambda q q0 equal to mu v q1 plus mu p1, lambda q of pi variant plus mu v into qn. N customers occur in the working vacation period, which is equal to lambda q summation k equal to 1 to n q n minus k gk plus mu v q n plus 1 and n greater or equal to 1. Second, third and fourth equation is for the busy period time. Lambda plus mu p1 equal to mu p2 plus pi variant q1, lambda plus mu into pn equal to lambda summation k equal to 1 to n minus 1 p n minus k gk plus mu n plus 1 plus pi variant qn n greater or equal to 2. These are my steady state equation. Based on the steady state equation, I did my procedure with the help of probability generating function. Here we have 2 probability generating function. One is q of z, another one is p of z. And q of z term is summation n equal to 0 to infinity qn z power n. P of z is summation n equal to 1 to infinity pn z power n. And first and second equation, the second equation multiplying by z power n, summing over n greater or equal to 1 and adding up 1 means I will get the probability of q of z like this. And similarly, I'm considering third and fourth equation. I'm doing the same procedure. I will get P of Z. And then I'm taking the probability generating function, the total probability of P of Z and Q of Z, which means the working vacation plus busy period. So probability of multiple working vacation of the bulking system equation is mu v q naught by lambda q z of 1 minus x of z plus mu v z minus 1 pi variant z of z minus 1 of lambda q z z1 of x of z minus x of z1 minus x of z plus mu of z minus z1 plus 1 minus x of z into z of z minus 1 into lambda minus lambda q by lambda z of 1 minus x of z plus mu of z minus 1. And the system size distributions of when I see, so here we need to find the q naught value. So I'm using normalization conditions. I'm find a q naught value. So my q naught term is this, and then substitute this q naught value in our total probability generating function multiple working vacation with the bulking system. I get the term like this: mu of 1 by 1 minus rho by lambda z of 1 minus x of z plus mu of z minus 1 into z minus 1 of lambda q z z1 x of z1 minus x of z plus mu of z minus z1 plus z into z minus z1 of 1 minus x of z into lambda minus lambda q by lambda q z of 1 minus x of z plus mu v of z minus 1 plus pi variant z by the denominator lambda q of z1 of x of z1 minus 1 plus mu of 1 minus z1 by eta pi variant. So my total probability generating functions can be written as like this. So this part is this multiple working vacation with this coincide with the existing model. This is my actual system size. And decomposition property, we have 2 terms now here. One is the actual model, another one is my model term. This is my expected system. So when I'm adding this bulking in the general multiple working vacation queue, the system size move on like this. We have a small changes in this point. This is my term here. Mu of lambda q e of x into z1, lambda q z1 of x of z1 minus 1 plus mu of 1 minus z1 plus lambda of e of x square plus e of x by 2 mu of 1 minus rho plus lambda q e of x expected size, that is our first moment, and the second moment has occurred, minus mu v by pi variant plus 1 minus z1 of E of x into lambda minus lambda q by lambda q is z1 of x of z1 minus 1 plus mu of 1 minus z1 of lambda of E of x square plus E of x by 2 mu of 1 minus rho plus mu v minus lambda q E of x by pi variant plus lambda minus lambda q of E of x square of z1 minus 1 minus z1 of E of x by lambda q z1 x of z1 minus 1 plus mu of 1 minus z. This is my expected size of my multiple working vacation with balking system. And finally, my conclusion. So the studies of analysis of batch arrival multiple working vacation queuing system with balking, the effectiveness of stochastic decomposition properties also analyzed. The system performance is measured. The future research of my queuing model is an heterogeneous arrival rate along with the balking process. And these are my reference. Thank you for the opportunity. Any queries?
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to ask the question to the presenter? Is there anyone who would like to ask the question? Okay, well, now I would take the pleasure to call the next candidate that
Thank you,
left
sir.
earlier.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome, ma'am. You're welcome. Now I would like to call Mr. Arvind Dhurve, who left earlier, who was
Yes,
absent.
sir.
And I would
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon.
My voice is clear?
Yes, your
Okay,
voice
sir.
is
Thank you.
clear. I can hear you properly. Are you ready for the
Yes, sir. Yes,
presentation?
sir.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you
sir.
very
Yes,
much.
sir. I think, sir.
So you will start sharing PPT.
Yes, sir.
Arvind
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
is going to present his paper on the impact of solar flares and geomagnetic storms on Earth, IMF and solar wind velocity during the descending phase of solar cycle 24. So please, Arvind, you are most right
Yes,
here.
sir.
Please start.
Sir, my screen is visible, sir?
Yeah, it's quite visual to all. Oh.
Okay. Sir, my PPT is present.
Yeah.
Okay. Sir, visible. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Thank you,
quite.
sir. Respected dignitaries, I'm Arvind Dhurve, research scholar, Department of Physics. This conference, I present my paper. Topic is impact of solar flares and geomagnetic storm on Earth, intermagnetic magnetic field, and solar wind velocity during the descending phase of solar cycle 24. So these are the outline of my presentation: introduction, solar flares, geomagnetic storm, interplanetary magnetic field, solar wind velocity, and data selection and methodology, and finally result and conclusions. Introduction: the sun is a variable star. The most violent event on the sun surface of the sun is rapid eruption called solar flare. Solar flare are sudden and temporary outburst of electromagnetic radiation from an extant region of the surface. Solar flare is basically a gain explosion on the surface of our sun, which occurs when magnetic field lines form sunspot, triangle, and erupt. So, geomagnetic storm is a disturbance of the Earth's magnetic field produced due to the perturbation in the interplanetary magnetic field. These disturbances are responsible for the sudden impulses in geomagnetic activities. In 1988, observed that the perturbation in the IMF intermagnetic magnetic field play a key role in producing geomagnetic storm, and that IMF is a effective parameter for production of GS. It is observed at Kharayat et al. 2016. Geomagnetic storm are occurs mainly the solar wind transist from the coronal mass ejection and solar flares. And in 1993, Gosselin shows the solar flare play no fundamental role in causing geomagnetic disturbance. But solar flares and CMEs, coronal mass ejections, are part of the same magnetic eruption process. So, Impact of these destructive solar emissions on the Earth's magnetosphere lead to sudden disturbances in geomagnetic field, known as a geomagnetic storm. Geomagnetic storm occur when the interplanetary magnetic field turns southward and remains southward for the prolonged period of time. In other words, the geomagnetic storm is the magnetic reconnection between southward oriented interplanetary magnetic field and southward. So the BZ component and anti-parallel geometry. So orientation of intermagnetic field is transferred by the solar wind, and it is also a very important factor during solar cycle 24. So the north-south component VZ of IMF play a dominant role in determining the amount of solar wind energy to be transferred to the magnetosphere. So the solar wind speed are primarily causes of great magnetic storm, which is a measure of this current. The disturbance storm time DST index has been usually historically to characterize the size of geomagnetic storm. So in this work, geomagnetic storm with DST less than -50 nanotesla are selected during the solar cycle 24, 2008 to 2019 and investigated on a primary basis at the descending phase of solar cycle. Here we have take data from 2008 to 2019. So in this paper is to present the effect of more solar flares and geomagnetic storm DST on the Earth's magnetosphere during data collection and statistical analysis for the possible relation between interplanetary magnetic field and southern north component as well as the solar wind velocity in solar cycle 24. So here the data selection method and methodology. In this paper present analysis, we have selected disturbance storm time DST, interplanetary magnetic field VZ, and solar plasma velocity and solar flare for the period 2008 to 19. And yearly mean values of solar flare are taken from the website www.ngdc.noaa.gov. And the average annual values of DST, IMF, VZ, and solar wind velocity are obtained from the OmniWave data site, omniwave.gsf@nasa.gov. And here we have adopted linear regression method to find the relationship between IMF, VZ, and solar wind velocity and solar flare index and DST. So here result and difference we have plotted some regression graph, linear fit graph between these parameters. Here in this study, we have used DST disturbances storm time and plot the graph between interplanetary magnetic field and found the strong correlation between DST and IMF. Correlation coefficient is -0.88. This is very strong and negative correlation. So after DST, we plot linear regression graph between DST and VZ. So we found a weak correlation, -0.055, and DST, we plot the linear regression graph between DST and solar wind velocity and found the weak negative correlation between them. R is equal to -0.44. We can say moderate negative कह सकते हैं हम. Okay, and second the linear profile for value DST. So DST, sorry, this is the solar flare with interplanetary magnetic field VZ and solar wind velocity. So in this graph, we have seen solar flare and interplanetary magnetic field, the linear regression graph, and we found the strong positive correlation. R is equal to 0.706. Yeah, you can say 0.70. So it is very strong. And solar flare and south, so BZ, the linear regression coefficient here found R is equal to 0.3. One is very weak and positive. So, and finally solar flare and solar wind दोनों के बीच जब हमने correlation regression coefficient यहाँ पे निकाला, so this is very weak and negative. R is equal to minus 0.062. So, and we found the correlation between solar flare and disturbance storm time. Found here a strong correlation, negative strong correlation, minus 0.55. So, in this is the my discussion. So after discussion and graph, we have found that result and conclusion on the basis of observation and analysis. We found the results. We conclude that in the following manner: interplanetary magnetic field is a better indicator of geomagnetic storms with respect to VZ and flow, and we can say the geomagnetic storm is correlated well with the interplanetary magnetic field, better than VZ component of the IMF and solar wind velocity. So the correlation between IMF and DST, so we found here R is equal to minus 0.88. So it is very high and negative. So solar flares and DST are correlated with coefficient R minus 0.55, which is very strong and negative. So solar flare and interplanetary magnetic field are correlated with positively 0.70. So these are the correlation coefficient, so very high and positive. So it is observed that the velocity effect to produce geometric storm. So finally we can say that the sun is the source of energy that produce disturbances in the interplanetary magnetic medium and control the geomagnetic activity. And we can say that the DST has strongly correlated with IMF as well as solar wind. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, organizing team and all respected sir and ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Arvindji, thanks a lot for presenting the nice way of presentation, whichever the field of maths I think was pertaining to. I would take the pleasure to invite the next candidate, Ashish Kumar Meena.
Thank you so much.
Ashish Kumar Meena.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm audible for you?
Yes, yes, you can. And now, please, you prepare your presentation and start sharing your
Yes,
screen.
Sir, my screen is visible right now?
Yeah, it's visible to me.
Yes, sir.
Ashish. Yes.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon to all respected members of IJIRG members and respected all other participants. Myself.
Poster presentation.
Is my poster presentation?
Yeah.
It's a PPT.
No, sir. It's a Word format.
Okay.
But it is counted as a poster presentation.
Sorry, sir?
Your work under the poster presentation as per the record.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So can I present?
Yes, you are requested to please don't take much time because number of presenters are there.
Yes,
they are but you are requested.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Finish your
So myself,
yes.
Myself, Ashish Kumar Meena. I am a research scholar in Department of Physics, Jaipur National University. I have presented the poster on the electron temperature in the E and F region of the ionosphere during daytime. So basically in this poster, I have shown the TC graph in 2014 and 2008. Basically, in 2014, we have 2012. Basically, is a solar cycle 24 is the solar maximum time. Basically, we have find out the two peaks in 2000 and solar cycle 24 is a 2012 time and 2040 time. Basically, we have collected the TC data from the TC data. Basically, total electron contained in our ionospheric. Basically, the height is called the 300 kilometer to 0 to 300 kilometers. Basically, we have find out TC. Basically, the TC data in 2012 in the May to July month. Basically, that time the Earth angle is 20 degree and a half degree. Basically, basically the TC data is depend on the Earth angle. Basically, that time we have taken the TC data on the May to July 2012. We have seen that graph. Basically, the graph is shown that the data is continuously goes down. Basically, in that region, the Earth, in Delhi region, Delhi region facing from summer to the monsoon season. That reason the TC data, the electron temperature should be reduced continuously. We have seen that graph in the May month, in the starting of the May month, the data is too much high. That means the solar flare condition is too much high, and the Earth angle should be also be changes and shifting from the other angle in that region. And basically the height of the oxygen O2 density in separate different height. Basically, the 100 kilometer, the oxygen 100 kilometer, the O2 density is too much high. Basically, we have seen that the 0 to the 100 kilometer, the oxygen density is too much high. But we have go to from a higher state like 150 kilometer and 200 kilometer, 250 kilometer, 300 kilometer. The O2 molecular density should be reduces continuously. We have shown in this graph the O2 molecular density is continuously reduces. Basically, why we are just reaches to the 300 kilometer above the O2 molecular density is too much below. Basically, we have sometimes we heard the news the mountaineers climb to the mountains. They have taken some oxygen cylinder to be moved from the Mount Everest peak. That reason, that why the oxygen density when we are go from the ground state to the higher state in the kilometer, then the density should be oxygen density is continuously reducing. So we have taken the electron as a basically we have taken the O2 molecule as an electron in this condition to be ionization after the solar flare of ionization. In this graph, we have just taken the O2 molecules electron to be produced to be shown the solar maximum time, the temperature variation. Basically, when the solar max in the other condition, the temperature variation on the solar minimum time. Basically, solar minimum time in solar cycle 24 is 2008. 2008, the solar cycle 24, just before it started. At time, we have taken the data from August to the October. In that condition, we have seen that in the August month, the temperature is around 1200 degree Kelvin. Just is very low. About this time, the temperature should not be increased too much. But sometimes we have facing some solar flares like a B and C class of flare pair, because basically solar cycle 24 is the solar minimum time, so that we cannot be seeing so many types of solar flare. We have seen some little bit 5C and M class of solar flare in solar flare. That time the electron temperature is to be high. Basically, we have some time on the July September month. We have seen some solar flare, and from this condition, the graphs show that basically there is another flat graph. Basically, we have not find out the too much peak in 2018, but that time. But the thing is that the solar maximum time. To solar maximum time, the density of the oxygen should all be changes to continuously. Basically, basically depends on the O2 molecule solar maximum time. The density should also be changes. Why? Basically, we have seen that the O2 molecule should be heated around that the red part of this graph show then the diffusion. Basically, then the solar will hit it to the our atmosphere, and that time the earth angle should also be made most important. Basically, the earth should also be changes their angle in the August to the October month, then and May to the July month. Basically, in that region, our atmosphere should be changing from we are shifting from winters to the summers to the spring season, spring season to the monsoon season, and other reasons. We have seen that in the month of the May and July, the earth angle should be in a 20 degree and a half degree. That time the sun is directly hit to our tropic of Cancer line. That reason the our outermost layer of the oxygen atom should also be ionized, but inside of the oxygen molecule cannot be ionized too much heavily. So yeah, this effect when we explain this effect with the help of the with the example of the glass. We have put down the cold water in the glass, but we have seen that we are heated that the surface of the glass, we have inside of the glass is still cold, but outside of the glass is to be equal. In this graph show that. But on the other hand, on the solar minimum time, basically we have seen that earth angle should also be against change. That time the earth angle should not be heated directly. That time is the sunlight will be directly attract to the O2 molecules from the upside. In that reason, we have seen that the other outside, basically the blue light show that the no diffusion, basically no diffusion in the oxygen molecule, but inside inside the red side shows the diffusion molecule. Basically, the O2 molecule should be ionized. Basically ionized. The ionization is called the O2 plus O minus. O minus is called the cation. Basically, these things has been observed from the IRI model. Basically, it's called the International Reference Ionospheric Model, which has been developed by the Communication Modeling Center (CCMC). Basically, we have just we have seen that we have seen that in graph. Basically, the earth angle should be changes. That time we have seen the blue dot. Basically, the sunlight is directly hit to the on the blue surface. Blue surface, basically no diffusion, but inside of the there diffusion. Basically, my result is in solar maximum time. The seasonal change. The season change reduce the effect of the solar flare on the ionosphere. When the season is changing, that time the solar flare effect on the ionosphere should be reduced continuously. Basically, it's the solar maximum time, solar minimum. That's one. On the other hand, in solar minimum time, no weather changes reduce the effect of solar brightness on the ionospheric TEC. Basically, we on the other hand, the solar minimum time, no changes. Basically, due to the weather, they are heavily cloud times, so the solar flare cannot be heated. Solar flare cannot be heated to our lower atmosphere of the ionosphere due to some heavily weather on heavily clouds on our atmosphere in that region. So that was my suggestion, and they are the authors. The author is my colleague Priyanka Kumari and Ashish Amina, and I have Dr. Pritam Singh and Dr. Shiva Shoni. It will help me to be obtain the result on the electron temperature in our atmosphere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashish. Is there anyone else who would like to ask the question? Okay. Thanks a lot. Now you can stop sharing your PPT, Mr. Ashish. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I will take the pleasure to invite the next presenter, Meenakshi Chandra. Meenakshi Chandra. Meenakshi is there?
No, sir. I think she is not there. You just call the serial number 14.
He has left?
No, serial number 14.
14.
Saad Abdullah Haider Alawi.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Abdullah Haider
Yes.
Alwalidi.
Yes.
You are requested to start your presentation. Mr. Abdullah, Saud Abdullah is going to present the presentation on the water dynamics on the structural properties of some NSAIDs with leucine in the picosecond region using time domain spectroscopy. So please,
Okay,
ma'am,
sir.
if you are and hear me clearly, I would request you to start sharing your PPT and start the presentation.
Okay, sir. Only 1 minute.
And I would remind
It is-
you,
it
please
is available.
maintain the
It is
time as
available?
well. Yeah, it's open and quite visible to us.
Okay. Good afternoon, all of you. My topic it is
Thank
water
you.
dynamics. I am audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, all of you. I am Suad Al-Walidi from Swami Ramdan SRTM University. My topic is water dynamics on the structural properties of some non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs with leucine in the picosecond region using time diamond spectroscopy. Contents is TDR experimental technique, dielectric theory, result and discussion. Last one is conclusion. Aim and objectives to study the structural dynamic properties of aqueous leucine with drugs to determine the dielectric parameters such as dielectric constant, relaxation time, and correlation factor, thermodynamics properties such as enthalpy, entropy,
free energy by using time diamond reflectometry technique in the frequency region of 1 gigahertz to 30 gigahertz at different temperature and concentration. Experimental method, the permittivity spectra was obtained by using TDR, and the serial analysis sampling oscilloscope has been used. And the time window used for experimental is kept at 5 nanoseconds. This is experimental setup of TDR. It is consists of 3 parts. The first part it is sample holder, and second one it is sampling module, and last one it is digital serial analyzer. There is oscilloscope. This is complex permittivity spectracusation, and the first one it is epsilon dash is measure of how much energy from external electric field is stored in material, and the epsilon double dash is measure how much energy from the electric field is lost. The electric measure have regularly نجمة is fusion is used to measure complex permittivity spectra by using this equation, and we can calculate all parameter by using this equation. And the thermodynamics parameter for study system we calculate by using IJIRG equation. And this is structural of aceclophenac, and this is structural for diclofenac. This is showed the permittivity spectra at room temperature. It is used at this is show dielectric permittivity spectra, dielectric constant and dielectric loss at different concentration of leucine and
South ma'am. Yeah, your slide is not changing. So you are requested to change your slide.
it is a change in
Yeah, it's not visible to
it
me.
is a change in my screen. Now you change now? Did you? Is it change?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Now
Okay. Now this is permittivity spectra at room. It is permittivity spectral and now show.
continue, ma'am. Thank you.
Shall I continue?
Yes, you can. You can.
Now this is show permittivity spectra at room temperature at different concentration of leucine and at different concentration of drug, aceclophenac and diclofenac. Only we show at low concentration of drugs and high concentration of drugs at different temperature. But now we show only at low temperature and at room temperature. Now we saw that the dielectric permittivity and dielectric loss. We saw that the peak of loss is shifting to low frequency at high leucine concentration, and dielectric constant it is decreases at room temperature, and it is increases at low temperature. If you saw here the permittivity spectra at low temperature, it is more than at low temperature. And this is the static dielectric constant of aqueous leucine. If you observe this figure, it is decreases with increases concentration of leucine, and it is increases at low temperature. Due to at low temperature, the random motion of motion is limited, and the perfect alignment of dipoles. So the dielectric constant it is increases, but at high concentration of leucine, it is decreases due to the screen, the formation of hydration layer at carboxyl group and amino group of leucine, and this is screen interaction between leucine molecules. And this is static dielectric when we add drugs to aqueous leucine, and we see that the static dielectric it is less than at aqueous leucine, and the dielectric, the aceclophenac, it is less than diclofenac, and this is static dielectric at low temperature as 283 Kelvin. This relaxation time of aqueous leucine, it is increases with increases concentration, and it is increases with at low temperature due to increases hindrance of rotation motion of molecules. This rotation, the relaxation time of aqueous leucine with add drugs at room temperature at 289 Kelvin, and we see that the relaxation time of aceclophenac it is more than of diclofenac, and this is at low temperature at 283. This is correlation factor of aqueous lysine. We see this correlation factor is information about the rotation of dipoles. If you observe this figure, it is less than 1, means the rotation of dipoles, it is anti-parallel. And this is correlation factor after add drugs to aqueous lysine. And also it is less than 1, means the dipoles rotation, it is anti-parallel. And this is correlation factor at low temperature. This is the free energy of activation aqueous lysine with the drugs. We see that the free energy, it is between 2 and 3 kilocalorie moles. And this is means if you saw this, the aceclofenac, it is more than diclofenac. It means this require more energy to require more energy to climb the overcap. And after that, it is free energy at low temperature. And this is the entropy of activation of aqueous lysine with the drugs. If you see this, the entropy it used to get information about the order of the system. If the entropy it is positive, means it is disorder. If it is negative, it is order. So if you observe this, it is positive, means the system it is disorder, but it is at low concentration, it is at low concentration, it is more disorder. But when increases concentration of drugs, it is at cyclophenac, it is less disorder. And this is entropy at low temperature. And last figure, it is enthalpy. If enthalpy is positive, means the interaction it is endothermic, and we observe that the all figure it is positive, means it is endothermic energy. Last, this conclusion, the dielectric relaxation and thermodynamic properties of aqueous lysine in presence of aceclofenac and diclofenac at different concentration and temperature have been studied by using time dimer reflectometer. And the correlation factor G, it is near of unity. That means it is the rotation, it is anti-parallel. And the variation of entropy and activation enthalpy is different between aceclofenac and diclofenac. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Any query from anyone else? Thank you, ma'am. Now it's time to call the Meenakshi Chandra. If she can hear me and is here, I would request her to come up and start the presentation. Meenakshi Chandra. Miss Meenakshi Chandra. The next one whom I would like to invite right here, Upma Arya. Upma Arya. Madam, can you hear me? Are you there? Upma ma'am, are you there? The next one, T. Deepika.
Sir, good afternoon.
Yeah. Are you T. Deepika ma'am is there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Are you ready for the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, quite well. Now I would request you to come up on the platform and start sharing your screen and start the presentation. Please welcome T. Deepika. Are you comfortable to start your screen, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Wait a minute. Is my screen visible?
Not yet. Yes, it's starting. It's uploading.
Good afternoon, one and all. I'm
you.
Deepika,
Welcome.
student of Dr. K. Julia Rosemary, Nirmala College for Women, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. I'm here to present my paper on neurosophic soft MMC queuing model with heterogeneous arrival under catastrophe, bulking, and working vacation. This is my abstract. This paper shows the neurosophic soft abstraction of MMC queuing model with heterogeneous arrival under catastrophe, bulking, and working vacation. The basic parameters of queuing model are assumed to be neurosophic numbers. Here, the system measures of performance of the described model is derived. Introduction. Customers arrive on a varied arrival rate is termed to be heterogeneous arrival. So in this paper, the customers arrive in a heterogeneous process. So we are considering arrival rate to be lambda n naught till c-1 customers and lambda n1 from c customers in the system. So these are the review of literatures related to heterogeneous arrival. And the next paragraph, at times during heterogeneous arrival, a sudden disaster may occur, which is defined to be catastrophe. And these are the review of literature regarding the catastrophe. When there occurs a destruction, customers may balk from the system. Here we consider a case where the customers arrive on a varied arrival rate and get served in a working vacation rate till c-1 servers and normal rate from C servers. During a vacation time, the server works at a different rate instead of being completely idle is termed to be working vacation queuing model. So here we use heterogeneous arrival rate, catastrophe, balking, and working vacation. So nutrosophic philosophy here helps in uncertain cases of customers' arrival and service. Here we consider nutrosophic soft based on servers. Since it is a multi-server queuing system, a total of C customers may be served simultaneously. Here we are able to find where the customers can join to get the faster service. And these are the review of literature. Here we consider a case where the customer's arrival and service are nutrosophic soft and the arrival rate is assumed to be heterogeneous. Also, there occurs to be catastrophe, balking, and working vacation. We deduce the system measures of steady state equations and the system measures of performance. So this is my model, nutrosophic soft MMC queuing model with heterogeneous arrival under catastrophe, balking, and working vacation. Consider a multi-server queuing system on a nutrosophic basis where the customers arrive in a varied arrival rate lambda n0 till c-1 servers and lambda n1 from C servers, and a maximum of C customers may be served simultaneously. Also, we suppose that the customers get served in a working vacation rate of mu nb till c-1 servers. During the process, there may be some fluctuations in the system. The queuing system may weigh down, which causes a natural disaster, which is termed to be catastrophe. Psi n denotes the catastrophic rate and gamma denotes the balking rate. Balking is nothing but the system, a customer may balk from the system, that is leave when there is any dilemma or any distraction. So the nutrosophic philosophy used here is to present precise information dealing with truth, indeterminacy, and falsity cases. That is, we are writing the arrival rate lambda n equal to lambda n naught, T lambda naught, I lambda naught, F lambda naught till c-1 servers, and similarly for lambda n1 and for the mu cases also. So psi n is denoted to be T psi, I psi, and F psi. Thus, in generalized model, lambda n is equal to lambda. Here, lambda nn is equal to lambda n naught up to c-1 servers, and lambda nn equal to lambda n1 till C from C servers onwards. With the catastrophic rate psi n and balking occurs, the rate is gamma. The steady state equation for NSMC queuing model with heterogeneous arrival under catastrophe, balking, and working vacation can be written as, these are the four equations. These are the four steady state equations where where there are no customers in the system, that is n equal to 0 and n equal to 1 to 3 etc. c-1 customers, and when there are C customers in the system, and when there are greater than or equal to C+1 customers in the system. So in the steady state, when limit t tends to infinity, NSPN of t equal to NSPN, and upon deriving this, we get is equal to 0. So substituting all these in equation number 1, 2, 3, and 4, we obtain 5, 6, and 7, 8. So from equation number 5, we will obtain NSP1 value. From equation 6, we will rewrite this equation to be the mu terms goes left hand side and other terms will be written on right hand side. So upon deriving, when substituting n equal to 1, 2, 3, etc., we will obtain NSP2, NSP3, and similarly NSP4. And substituting n equal to C-1, we obtain NSPC. And for the cases of n equal to C and n is equal to C+1 also. Here we doesn't know anything about NSP0, so we are obtaining that. That is summation n equal to 0 to infinity, NSPN equal to 1. So upon deriving, substituting all the values and simplifying, we'll obtain the value as NSP0 equal to the whole inverse term. With the obtained result, we find expected number of customers in queue, expected number of customers in the system, mean waiting time of customers in the queue, and mean waiting time of customers in the system. So we already know that NLQ equal to summation n equal to C to infinity, n minus C NSPN. So taking n minus C equal to K and substituting all these values for NSP K plus C, we will obtain the system measures of performance of nutrosophic MMC queuing model with heterogeneous arrival and heterogeneous server under catastrophe, balking, and vacation can be obtained as NSLQ NSLS, NSWQ, NSWS. These are the system measures of performance for NSMC queuing model. So this is my conclusion. Here the nutrosophic MMC queuing model with heterogeneous arrival, catastrophe, and bulking and working vacation are derived. Customers arriving in a varied arrival rate along with a sudden destruction. Customers may bulk and working vacation are studied here. Here we take a nutrosophic soft set where the system depends on server C. Thus a nutrosophic soft MMC queuing model with heterogeneous arrival and working vacation. The system measures of performance with varied arrival rate and a catastrophe and bulking are calculated. Here in the nutrosophic model, both arrival and service rate depends on servers, truth, indeterminacy, and false membership functions. The description studied here shows that the nutrosophic MMC queuing model with the heterogeneous arrival and working location can be dealt with uncertain and imprecise cases depending on servers, also in the catastrophic and bulking situations. And it can be further developed with the other classical queuing models. Also, the system can be analyzed with different other situations. So these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Any queries from anyone else? Now I would request to come up Chelsea Sony. Chelsea Sony, can you hear me? Chelsea Sony is there?
Hello, good evening, sir. Actually, she is not
Very good
present
evening.
here. I am presenting my work. Oshin Sharma is speaking here.
In place of
Yes, yes.
in place of Chelsea, you are there?
Yes, sir. I am presenting.
Okay, okay, that's nice. So, what's your good name?
Oshin Sharma.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Ocean, you are most welcome right here. And
Thank
Mr.
you, sir.
Ocean is also going to present the paper on synthesis and characterization of bimetallic FeZn dope
Actually,
cadmium oxide nanoparticles. Yeah.
actually,
You
sir,
want to say something?
yes, actually, I am present my work.
Yes, please continue.
Yes, sir. I am presenting my work, not that on that title.
Okay.
I am.
It's all right. No issue. Please introduce your topic and start sharing your presentation with us.
Yes. So this is now. Hello. Hello. Hello.
हाँ बोलिए. Yes, please.
Sir, screen visible na? Everything is clear.
Please.
Good afternoon, teachers. Myself, Oshin Sharma. I am doing PhD from MRU Faridabad. I have done my this work under the supervision of Dr. Pankaj sir from Jaipur National University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. My title is Investigation of Optical and Structural Properties of Nanocomposites. Nanocomposites, it is a basically of nanoparticles which is made up of two or more than two metals or metal oxides. I am here I am here to using a metal oxides like Fe, iron cadmium oxide, and iron zinc cadmium oxide, because this is in because I am choosing this material because the band gap of this material is very low on increasing the doping concentration, because we have to improve the conducting conducting or electrical properties of materials, due to which by the application of these materials we can use these materials in solar cells or optoelectronics, semiconductor devices, and thin film batteries or a batteries, lithium ion batteries like. And cadmium oxides is a main part of the solar cells formation. Now I am sharing my some results. Synthesis process. Actually, I am hearing to synthesis nanoparticles of cadmium oxide on the doping of iron by Sol-Gel methods. Sol-Gel method, and similarly I have prepared my zinc zinc iron cadmium oxide by the same method, and some characterizations tools I am using for analyze the properties of the materials, like optical properties, like optical conductivities, absorbance coefficients, and band gap of these materials. Band gap of these materials I have been calculated from top 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 loop method. This is the graph is between the energy and the alpha h nu square, which is basically represent the band gap of the semiconductors. Here the band gap of Fe cadmium oxide is approximate 2.6 electron volt, and after further we have doping the transition metal FeZn cadmium oxides, the band gap will be decreases, that will be 1.5 electron volt, but it but the optical conductivity of these materials will be enhanced on doping the zinc zinc. And I have done a structural properties. By the help of XRD analysis we can find the like strain or bond angle, axial axis, and planes, Miller indices, interplanetary spacing distance. these these XRD graphs show the catalytic properties. It in graph between 2 theta and the intensity. On the x-axis it will be 2 theta, and on the y-axis it will be the intensity. The crystallitic structure of our sample is cubic structure. All the axis, all the lengths like A, B, and C will be are the same. Here for the same we have calculated for the FeZn cadmium oxide, and the same structure will be achieved. There is no change in the structural compositions. And the conclusion is that UV visible spectroscopy measure the optical band gap, and XRD data will predict the structural properties of our compounds. I have done from my side. Any questions, sir?
Anybody would like to ask the question? Ocean has finished his presentation. Any query? Okay. Now it's time to move on. Now I would like to call
Thank you, sir.
Sunita. Miss Sunita. Miss Sunita
Yes,
is there.
sir. Yes, sir, I'm there.
Yeah. Yes, you are most welcome right here. And I would request you
Thank you,
to
sir.
start your presentation. The presentation is on investigation of optical and structural properties of AgC60 at different temperature. So you are comfortable to share your screen with us?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. You are most welcome.
Can it, I visible?
Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Sunita, working under the supervision of Pankaj sir and Rahul Singhal sir. I'm representing here investigation of optical and structural properties of AZC60 at different temperatures. AZC60 I choose because it has the best catalytic properties, activity properties compared to other nanocomposites. AZC60 films have various applications in semiconductor industries like semiconductor transparent, perovskite, solar cells, and thin films.
Sunita,
Can
your
you
screen
share
is
your
not
screen?
visible to us. I think there is any problem. It hasn't been shared properly, I think. Can you
Wait a
recheck
minute,
for
sir.
it?
I will check.
Yeah. Yes. Now it's here. You can start now, please.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you. Sorry for my interruptions. Good afternoon, one and all. My topic is investigations of optical and structural properties of AZC60 at different temperatures. I choose AZ is here because it has best catalytic activity compared to other nanocomposite elements. Now, AZC60 is thin films has various applications in semiconductor industry like semi-transparent perovskite, solar cells, thin films, heaters, etc. Here, I'll characterize my element AZC60 thin films for their optical properties. Now, AZC60 has the films have various applications in semiconductor industries like tribology, electrochemistry, semiconductor technology. They are used as multi-layer electrodes for semi-transparent perovskite cells. In this paper, we have comparatives. Sorry, this is a miscorrection here. Now results. Firstly, I'll deposited my film. I'll take here silicon substrate. Firstly, I'll clean it and then I'll put my substrate in the PVD. Then I'll characterize it for optical and structural properties. I'll get here XPS result. In this result, I'll get AZ elements, C carbon elements and oxygen elements. I'll get their elements oxidation states here. AZ has doublet there. It is found in 5/2 state and 3/2 states. Conclusion of this, in this manuscript, we have reported thermally evaporated AZC60 thin films at different temperatures. I annealed my data at different temperature, 100, 200, 300. The reflectance spectra and absorption spectra of the AZC60 thin films are suggested at the important roles of their temperature and usefulness of their for the further use in solar provoltaic technology. The XPS peaks confirm the existence of oxygen, carbon, silver states in AGC60 nanothin films for the study of elemental analysis. Raman spectrum observes the intensity peaks of pristine and other annealed sample at different temperatures. That's all by my work is here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Any query from anyone?
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Arjun is the next presenter who is among us. I would request him to come up and start sharing his presentation with us. Arjun Singh Zangela. Mr. Arjun, can you hear me?
I think he is not there, sir. Call 25.
Arjun is there?
No, I think he's not there.
Okay. So the next presenter is Mr. Kapil Pal. Mr. Kapil,
Just call out the names of Deepa Ari.
if you can hear me.
Next participant is Deepa Arya. Are you there?
Deepa is there.
Deepa Arya.
Deepa, you are requested to come up. If you can hear me, you are requested to come ahead and start your presentation.
No.
Next is
So
Amit
just
Kumar
call out the
Rahi.
name.
Rahi is there.
No.
Mr. Amit, can you hear me? Mr. Amit, can you hear me?
No, sir, he is not there.
Okay.
Next one. Dr. M. Sandra, Caramel Sophia, are you there? Dr. Sophia.
Dr. M. Tendra, Car Sophia. Dr. M. Sandra, Carmel Sophia. Can you hear me, ma'am? I think this is not present.
Dharmpal.
Dharampal. Mr. Dharampal is requested to come. Well, I think he is here. The next one is Vishwa Deepak Chandrol. Vishwa Deepak Chandrol. Vishwa Deepak. He is also not here. Rukia Mohammed. The next.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Who is there? Rukia.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible to me, and I think you are
Am I
audible to
present
all.
on the screen?
You are ready
Is my
for that?
screen visible?
Yes. Rukia Mohammed is sharing her screen and the topic of her inequalities for polar derivatives of a polynomial.
Good afternoon, dignitaries. I'm Ruqayya Muhammad, PhD scholar, Department of Mathematics, VGU Jaipur, Rajasthan, India. Actually, today topic of my presentation is inequalities for polar derivative of a polynomial. Wait a minute, sir. The screen. Sir, first of all, I will define what do we mean by the polar derivative of a polynomial. Actually, a polar derivative is represented by d alpha p of z, where p of z is a polynomial of degree n with respect to alpha, where alpha is any point. Then d alpha p of z polar derivative is defined as n p of z plus alpha times minus z p dash of z. This polynomial, which is polar derivative, it is of degree at most n minus 1, and it generalizes the ordinary derivative where alpha is real or complex number in the sense when limit alpha approaches to infinity, d alpha p of z divided by alpha minus z is equal to p dash of z. Actually, first of all, a research scholar known as Bernstein has worked on the simple polynomials, and we extended the work of the Bernstein to the polar derivative of the polynomial. What Bernstein did, and we extended the same work of the Bernstein, he just take the polynomial p of z of degree n, and then concerning the estimate of the maximum of this on the unit circle mod z equal to 1, then he proved maximum of this polynomial on the unit circle mod z equal to 1, absolute value of p dash of z, it is derivative, will be lesser equal to maximum value of absolute value of p of z on mod z equal to 1. This work was first done by the Bernstein, and then this work was extended by Frappier, like research scholars Rahman, Rouchwe, and they proved the same. If p of z is a polynomial of degree n, then maximum of absolute value of mod p dash of z on the unit circle will be lesser equal to maximum of the absolute value of p of e raised power I k pi by 2 on the radius of 1 lesser equal to k lesser equal to 2n. And then they proved the following statements regarding the same. If p of z, this is the work which was done by Aziz, and he extended the Bernstein's work, and it is known as the Azizi's theorem. If p of z is a polynomial of degree n, and z1, z2, so on, zn, or the zeros of z raised power n plus e raised power I theta, where theta belongs to or, then what happens in the unit circle mod z equal to n, maximum of the polynomial absolute value of z raised power n minus 1 z p dash of z minus n p of z plus e raised power I theta p dash of z, it will be lesser equal to maximum on 1 lesser equal to k lesser equal to n absolute value of p of z k. And then another theorem was proved by this Aziz, and this is also known as the Azizi's theorem. If p of z is a polynomial of degree n, then for mod z equal to 1 and theta belongs to or, maximum of mod z equal to n, absolute value of p dash of z square plus absolute value of n p of z minus z p dash of z square, which will be lesser equal to m square by 2 m theta square plus m theta plus pi square, where m theta is equal to maximum of 1 lesser equal to k lesser equal to 2m on this circle, absolute value of p e raised power I 2k pi plus theta by n. These are the theorems of the Aziz. This is also proved. This is also the extension of the Bernstein's theorem proved by the Aziz, and we have extended the same statements, and we have proved they proved these things for the simple polynomials. But what we did, we proved these things for the polar derivative of the polynomial. What will happen to the maximum of the polar derivative of the polynomial? Then we proved, this is our research, this is our statement that we have proved. If p of z is a polynomial of degree n, and z1, z2, so on, zn, zeros of z raised power n plus e raised power I theta, where theta belongs to all, then for unit circle mod z equal to 1. Now this is the statement for the polar derivative of the polynomial which we proved. Maximum of mod z equal to 1, absolute value of z raised power n z d alpha p of z minus n alpha p of z plus e raised power I theta d alpha p of z minus n alpha p of z, it will be lesser equal to n times absolute value of alpha minus z. You know what is alpha, you know what is z, and maximum of absolute value of p z of k over 1 lesser equal to k lesser equal to n. This is the statement which we extended the Bernstein's polynomial statement to the polar derivative of the polynomial, and then we did some slight changes there. This is a theorem which we proved that what will happen to the polar derivative of the polynomial, its maximum will be lesser equal to this times. Then there are some remarks which we also proved there. If we will divide this both sides by alpha, and we will approach absolute value of alpha to infinity, we will get the theorem first. Then we proved different theorems A, B, C from the first statement. If p of z, this is the first theorem. If p of z, which we have proved, if p of z is a polynomial of degree n, then for mod z equal to 1 and for theta belongs to or, the polar derivative of the polynomial, absolute value of d alpha p of z, which is the polar derivative, minus n alpha p of z whole square plus absolute value of n alpha p of z minus z d alpha p of z whole square, this will be lesser equal to m square by 2 absolute value of alpha minus z whole square m theta square plus m theta plus pi square. This is the first statement which we proved when we let alpha approaches to absolute value of alpha approaches to infinity. Then also, then the another remark is that when we will divide the first statement that we proved also on both sides by alpha and letting absolute value of this alpha approaches to infinity, there is the another theorem which we proved that if p of z is a polynomial of a degree n, then for every theta belongs to R and alpha belongs to complex number C, then absolute value of d alpha p of z minus n p of z will be lesser equal to n by 2 absolute value of alpha minus z m theta plus pi. And then if we again divide by a and approaching this, we will prove the next statement of the theorem, that is taking theta equal to 0, we obtain one corollary here. If p of z is a polynomial of degree n, then this happiness absolute value of d alpha p of z minus n p of z, it will be lesser equal to n by 2 absolute value of alpha minus z maximum taken over 1 lesser equal to k lesser equal to n absolute value of p e raised power I 2k pi divided by n plus maximum taken over 1 lesser equal to k lesser equal to n absolute value of p of e raised power I 2k plus 1 pi by n. These we have proved these all statements for the polar derivatives of the polynomial. We extended the work of the Bernstein, the work of the Rouchet, the work of the Azizis from simple polynomials to polar derivatives of the polynomial, and this is our work. And these are the references. Azizi, Aziz, he has worked on the same. Bernstein has worked on the same. Frappier has worked. Stature has worked on the same. Thank you. Any queries, sir?
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay.
Anybody would like to ask anything to her? Now we are moving ahead, and the presenter that left earlier is ready to present here, Mr. Dharampal Singh. So I would take the pleasure to invite him if he is ready. He is requested to come ahead and give the signal that he is ready and start sharing his presentation with us. Mr. Dharampal, are you there? Mr. Dharampal, Vishwa Deepak Chandrol, he also left earlier. He was not present at that time when he was called for the presentation. If he is here and joined us, he is also requested to give the signal and start sharing his presentation.
Sir, please call Neha Sharma, serial number 32.
Sneha Sharma.
Neha Sharma, Neha Sharma.
Sneha Sharma.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Yeah. Ms. Sneha Sharma, you are requested to share your presentation with us. You are most welcome.
Okay, sir.
Yes, your screen is visible to us, Neha ji. You are most welcome. Please start your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for calling me. Okay, so the topic that I'm going to present today is a comprehensive analysis on gravitational search algorithm. This work is a joint work of me, Dr. Mahin Bhadoria sir, and Professor R.K. Srivastava sir. Okay, so these are all the things and these are all the topics that I'm going to present today. Okay, so I'll quickly just start with what optimization methods are, and then we'll move forward to the optimization algorithm that I will talk about. Okay, so we have two kinds of optimization methods. The first one is deterministic one, and the other one is probabilistic. Deterministic methods are those methods which give you the exact solution to a particular problem, and probabilistic methods are those methods which uses stochastic techniques or probability based techniques, which doesn't give you a exact solution but give you a fairly optimum solution. Okay, now these are some of the merits and demerits of using deterministic methods. Okay, so deterministic methods, it give you the exact solution. Also, you can rely on these methods because it search throughout the feasible domain. The demerits of these methods are that it can only be applied to a fairly small class of problems, and it is too much time consuming as it searches throughout the feasible domain. Now let's see what are the merits and demerits of probabilistic methods. The merits of probabilistic methods are that it can be applied to a large class of problems. The problems may not be convex, continuous, and explicitly defined. Also, it uses stochastic and probabilistic approaches. The demerits of it is that it sometimes doesn't give you the fairly correct solution, as it uses probability and stochastic processes. Also, one of the demerits of it is that it got stagnant. It sometimes get stagnated in between, and it gives you a local optimum solution. Okay, now these are some of the probabilistic methods that we can talk about. Okay, now let's see what nature-inspired optimization algorithms are. Now, nature is a big source of inspiration. If we take any of the natural processes, we can construct a fairly nice algorithm and get solution to any of the problems. So what are nature-inspired optimization algorithms? These are optimization algorithms which imitate some of the natural phenomena to find an optimal solution to a problem. Now, let's see some of the processes involved into this. So this is premature convergence. Now, what is premature convergence? If a population for optimization problem converges too early. So basically, if you get a solution very early, you will not get the best or the optimal answer to a problem. Okay. Now, these are some of the natures that NIAs consist. Okay. Now, one of the most important question arises is why we use NIAs if we have deterministic methods, because deterministic methods basically give you the exact answer and NIAs don't. So deterministic methods give you exact answer, but it cannot be applied to a fairly large class of problems. So when the problem set increases, when the number of variables increases, it is very difficult to use the deterministic methods. Also, it is too much time consuming and not effective. Okay, therefore we uses NIAs, and hence we take the inspiration from nature. Okay, now let's see what is optimization or optimization problem. So basically, art of selecting best alternatives from the given ones to a mathematical or any kind of problem is known as optimization. Okay, now this figure shows you global minima and local minima. I have talked this about in the earlier slides also, that these black dots are local minimas. Okay, so sometimes what happens is our algorithms get stuck here only, and the red dot gives you the global minima. Okay, global minima or optima. So we wanted to reach to this point. Okay. Now this is the search space that we work with. Okay, now there are two kinds of nature-inspired algorithms, evolutionary ones and swarm intelligence-based algorithms. So evolutionary techniques uses genetic processes or evolution-based processes, and swarm intelligence-based algorithms uses the combined behavior of all the animals or creatures all together. Okay. Now, these are some of the terms that we include here. So the most important things are exploration and exploitation. Exploration is searching throughout the search space is exploration, and exploitation is if you reach to a local optima and you search in the neighborhood of that point is known as exploitation. Okay. Now, this is gravitational search algorithm. It was given in 2009 by Ismat Rashidi and his team. Okay, now this algorithm, as the name suggests, involves Newtonian gravitation and interaction between the objects. So as we all know, that force is directly proportional to the multiplication of mass of both the objects and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the two objects. Okay, and acceleration is force by mass. So we'll use these two formulas in GSA. Okay, also one of the things over here is that we doesn't use r square, we use r instead of r square. Hence, we say that this is just an inspiration from the Newtonian gravitation, not a simulation of it. Okay. Now, this is our algorithm. We first randomly initialize the population, and then we find the fitness of the candidates. For fitness, we normally use any of the mathematical functions. Then we'll update those, population by selecting the best, worst, GT, and MIT. Best being the candidate with the best fitness, and worst being the candidate with the worst fitness. GT is the gravitational constant, MIT is the mass of every candidate. Then we calculate force and acceleration, okay, by using these formulas, okay. And then we calculate the velocity of each candidate, and according to the velocity, we update the candidate's position. And again, after step 6, we'll move back to the step number 2 until our stopping criteria is being met, and then we stop the process. Okay. Now, these are some of the formulas which we use. So we'll find QIT first and then MIT. So we'll find mass with the help of this QIT function, and then acceleration with the help of this force and this given mass, and so on and so forth. Okay, now let's quickly see what are the works that already have been published in this field. Okay. So the first paper that I have taken is a modification-based paper in which Bansal sir and his team has proposed a gravitational constant with scaling characteristics and a dynamic behavior. Okay, so basically what happens is a gravitational constant GT is considered to be a constant, but here it is not a constant, it is a function of time. And here they have basically incorporated scaling characteristic and dynamic behavior to that particular constant only. It is being tested with the 23 benchmark problems and 11 shifted and biased benchmark functions. And of course, the fitness-based gravitational constant works better than the original GSA. Also, one of the next modification to this algorithm can be seen as discrete optimization problem, which also works on which can be applied when you have a discrete optimization problem. There's a theorem. There's a theorem which says, which is known as free lunch theorem, which says every algorithm cannot be applied on all sort of problems. So this particular algorithm, this modification to GSA can be applied to discrete optimization problem, and when applied, it gives better answer than the previous original method. Okay, now one of the next modification is chaotic gravitational constants. So here also gravitational constant is being modified by, say, Dili Mirzali and his team. Okay, where 10 chaotic maps in the gravitational constant have been incorporated, which also gives the better result than the original algorithm. Okay, the next one is adaptive G-based guided gravitational search algorithm. which uses the cumulative effect of all the fitnesses and neutralizes the gravitational force. Okay, As- because when gravitational force is higher, uh, it affects all the the fitnesses of all the solution, and then you cannot reach to the fairly optimal solution. Okay, so this reduces the effect of that gravitational force. Okay, so these are some more works that have been done in this field. These are all the references that I've used. Okay, and thank you so much. If you have any doubts, you can ask.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Neha
much.
ji. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir.
Sir, Pritam sir, is there anyone else who is interested to present the
Sir,
presentation?
Dharampal, I think is there.
Dharampal sir is there. He was just requesting to present his presentation, but missed out somewhere else, I think.
Yeah, I am there. I have
Dharampal
some
sir, are you
technical
there?
problem.
Okay, okay.
Yes, I am here, but I have some technical problem, sir. Uh, Give me a few minutes if possible.
Yes, you can take.
You can take your.
Okay, okay. I try.
Any more else is there in the queue, sir?
After this, Jugal Kishore Sharma.
Is he ready
Yes,
for
sir.
the presentation?
I am here.
Yes, sir.
Ji, sir. Can I do
This
my presentation, sir?
This is the yesterday's presentation.
Dharampal sir,
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
After Dharampal?
Mr. Dharampal sir is ready.
No, sir.
There
It's some technical problem. I try to resolve
Yes,
this.
Can I do my presentation, sir?
Yes, Mr. Dharampal, are you ready?
I'm ready for this.
No, sir. I will take some time.
You will still take some time. So, is there
Sir,
Mr.
meanwhile, you can invite the Jugal Kishore.
Next one? Who is ready right now? Jugal Kishore sir is ready. Mr. Jugal Kishore, are you ready for the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can
I
you
will
all
take the
hear
pleasure
me?
to invite you. If you are comfortable and can share your screen, please start sharing your screen with us and start the presentation so that the next candidate can make himself ready for the presentation till then. Mr. Jugal.
Yes, sir. I am sharing my screen.
Yes, please.
Screen visible or not, sir?
Yes, it's visible to us.
Properly visible, sir? Is screen visible or not? Hello?
Yes, visible.
Okay, sir. Now I start. I'm Jugal Kishore. Research scholar.
Yes, Jogalji, please.
Under the guidance of Dr. Rekha Irani, Department of Chemistry, Yes, sir. An assessment of level of heavy metal pollution in the soil of Luni River of Rajasthan. Abstract. In the previous several decades, India's rapid industrialization resulted in a significant increase in environmental pollution, which was detrimental to human health. Chemical substances that may be identified in industrial waste water are common. For this, soil sample from Luni River is taken to assess the heavy accumulation where heavy metal pollution is a significant problem. All rivers are contaminated in some way or another. In the vast majority of their lengths, though India's Central Pollution Control Board (CPCB) has tightly requirement for all sectors to follow, the environmental condition remains unsatisfactory. Industrial source of heavy metals. In addition to superphosphate, phosphoric acid, and aluminum, steel, and ceramic industries, chlorides may be found in the environmental as a byproduct of these sectors. Soil may become very acidic as a result of sulfur dioxide emission from industrial and thermal plants. These metals induce leaf damage and inhabited plants. Some copper and mercury containing fungicides can contribute to soil contamination. The leaf that is emitted into the air by automotive exhaust is also taken up to soil by soil particles, and over time this becomes poisonous to plants. Toxic effect of heavy metals. When concentration of heavy metals are kept below the permitted level, neither human nor animals are harmed. They target enzymes, sulfur bonds, preventing numeric metabolic processes from taking place in organism. As a result, organism suffer from a variety of illness. The more strongly electronegative metals such as copper, mercury, argentum bind with imino, and sulfur dihydral group of enzyme, thus blocking the enzyme activity. The most significant episode of intoxication are, as we know, the Minamata disease 1953 caused by the consumption of fish contaminated methyl mercury in Japan. And the ETRD-23 disease 1947 caused by the consumption of rice containing GD in Japan. Most of the metals such as arsenic, cadmium, are chronically. This is my study area. Water shortage is a common problem in the region around Luni River. Due to its location in Rajasthan, there are several manufacturing facilities functional in the area surrounding Luni River. The concentration of various heavy metal in the west that many of these forms release as effluents without treatment is highly problematic. There is a risk that these metals will seep down to the groundwater and pollute it. Therefore, soil sample from Luni River is analyzed for heavy metal pollution. Methodology. Soil sample from Luni River is analyzed for heavy metal pollution. Metal concentration is estimated with the help of AAS, atomic absorption spectrometer. Element copper permissible limit are 100 microgram per gram. Concentration find out 112 microgram per gram. Element lead permissible limit are 100 microgram per gram. Concentration find out 132 microgram per gram. Result. Zinc, cobalt, and cadmium were found to be near the maximum permissible limit for amount. Arsenic was not near the permissible limit but was present in significant amount which is not safe. Copper and lead were found to be present in high amount than maximum permissible limit. Lead is more harmful as it is highly poisonous to human. In order to mitigate the impact of these harmful elements, it is necessary to take measures for keeping the water bodies clean, which are used for irrigation or drinking purpose. Conclusion. Water scarcity is a huge problem already, and if the remaining potable water is continually polluted the way it is now, the problem will become grave. So, in order to minimize the pollution of water bodies by heavy metals, the industrial effluents should be checked. These are my references. Thanks a lot. Any queries? Thank you so much, sir.
Any questions, please? Thank you, sir. As we draw to close on today's session, I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation for your enthusiastic participation and
I'm
your
sorry. I'm sorry to interrupting, ma'am. Can I share to my presentation? Dharampal Singh speaking.
Are you ready to present?
Yes, sir. I
Three to
want.
four times you want.
Yeah. I am going to share my slides.
Well, now you can share. This is the last
Yes.
chance. Please.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Rampal sir.
Yes.
So you are completely ready for the presentation. You have resolved your issues. Still you are struggling with it, I think.
Okay, sir. It's not sharing.
Still you need more time.
Okay, sir, you can go ahead. Sorry.
Ekta ma'am, please be conclude.
I think Ekta ma'am is there and she is ready to take the charge. I would request her to come up and take the responsibility to conclude this session. Please, ma'am, you are most welcome once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw to a close on today's session, I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation for your enthusiastic participation and your insightful contributions. Each of you have brought unique perspectives to our discussion, making it a truly enriching experience. To our presenters and speakers who shared their invaluable knowledge and expertise, your enlightening presentations have fueled our conversation and widened our understanding. The time, effort, and thought you have put into crafting these engaging presentations is deeply appreciated. Our gratitude extends to the committed and efficient organizing team. Your unwavering dedication to ensuring a seamless event has allowed us to focus on our discussions and create fruitful exchanges. Let us not forget our generous sponsors. Your contributions have made this event possible, and we are sincerely grateful for your support and belief in our mission. And to all of you in attendance today, your participation, thoughtful questions, and stimulating debates have shaped the success of this conference. Your commitment to learning and sharing knowledge has been truly inspiring. Before we part our ways for today, I would like to remind you all about the award ceremony, which is scheduled at 6 p.m. Indian Standard Time Please join us. We recognize and celebrate the extraordinary achievements of our peers. As we conclude, let's take forward the insights, inspiration, and connection we have made here. We hope to see you all at the award ceremony this evening. Once again, thank you for your active participation and for making this conference truly special. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ma'am.
All participants, please may join at 6 p.m. for the award and ceremony. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. So we join once again at 6.
Yes, once again at 6 p.m.
Okay, sir. Thank you.